Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Thursday, where we are continuing the replay of Casey Anthony's trial. We got through yesterday some of the defense's experts. One of the defense's experts basically said that there was no evidence of decomposition in the trunk, just one leg of a fly is not going to cut it. Should have been a lot more. So we're going to continue with the trial today. Thank you all for joining. Let's get going.
Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed?
I have just one issue that I think the court can resolve before we come.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ashton is going to attempt to inquire with Dr. Huntington as to whether he was a student of Dr. Haskell. We would object to that line of inquiry as it is improper bolstering of therefore his
part of his, I don't know the fact it can come out.
I just think
Attempts is that they got two on
these two experts will
see at the conclusion. Yeah. Okay.
nothing from
Nothing from state.
would we call Dr. Timothy Huntington.
Also, remember one thing, though, Mr. Baez. You went into the thing about his qualifications about the diplomat and what it took to be a diplomat.
Yes, sir.
And the express purpose of that was to talk about his abilities to testify and not testify. So there may be some relevancy as to whether or not he was a, quote, student.
It would not have been through the process of, well, I can tell you this much.
I don't know, but we'll get to that at the end. So let's move here because we can engage in a long intellectual discussion and debate about that issue. Okay, let's return to jury. Okay, let's state recognize presence of jury and the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Members of the jury, I hope you had a good lunch. I don't think it would be as good as your dinner though tonight. All right, you may continue.
May it please the court, Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Huntington.
Good afternoon.
I think where we left off, sir, was we were discussing the items in the trunk of the Pontiac Sunfire, and you gave us your opinion as to the insect activity with regards to the garbage bag. Was there anything that you were made aware of that was found outside of the garbage bag that was of evidentiary value in this case?
Objection to the broadness of the question. Evidentiary value. Logical evidence is objection, but that was broad.
Sustain, rephrase questions.
Was there any entomological evidence of evidentiary value in the trunk of the car outside of the garbage bag?
There were a few samples recovered from outside the garbage bag. In addition to, I believe, the vacuum sweepings that did contain some insect evidence. I believe there were two items of evidence or samples of evidence that were outside of the garbage bag that contained insect material.
Okay, and did the number of insects tell you anything, or do you have an opinion as to what was found outside of the garbage bag?
There was a very low number of insect evidence, articles of insect evidence recovered outside of the bag. Same insects that were recovered from inside the bag, just very low numbers.
Okay. Now I have a question that may seem a bit strange, but do you think there is a difference between trash and garbage?
I don't know if there's a specific Webster's dictionary difference. I think it's more of a colloquial or regional dialect phrase.
As an entomologist, is there a difference between garbage and trash, as you would see it?
I don't believe those words appear in the dictionary of entomology, no.
Okay. In the course of your work, is there a difference? Is what I guess I'm trying to say.
I think I use them interchangeably.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the trash. Are you aware of some paper towels that were found inside the trash?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did that have any maggot activity, and how could you account for that? Or tell us about them.
The paper towels that were recovered from the garbage bag or trash bag did contain a number of humpback or scuttlefly puparia, those empty cocoons that I alluded to earlier. There were no live material associated with them, just those empty casings.
Okay. And what is your opinion as to what that means from an entomological standpoint?
Well, given the articles that were in the trash bag, it didn't surprise me at all. When a maggot looks for a spot to pupate, they look for hidden, secreted away, tight-fitting locations. So a crumpled up paper towel has a lot of those nooks and crannies that they look for, and it makes perfect sense for them to pupate there. In fact, when I rear insects in the lab, oftentimes I'll use pieces of paper toweling material for them to pupate in, and it's a very common practice.
Okay. So does the fact that there were maggots or things attached to a paper towel give you any indication as to whether that paper towel was used for anything other than to clean up something that is not a dead body?
Could you rephrase that?
I guess that's a poorly asked question. I'm sorry. Does the fact that you have these, this specific 4-day insects pupating in that area, does that tell you anything, or is there anything on them paper towels to give you any indication that they were used in any way, shape, or form to clean up decompositional material or anything else?
Objection beyond the area of expertise.
I asked them specifically as it relates to entomological evidence.
That's my objection.
Overall, you can answer if you can.
When you find a pupation site, such as a paper towel, it associates itself with something other than a food source. So for example, if there was a food source on those paper towels, I would not expect to find those flies pupating there because they leave the food source to find a place to hide, to pupate. So their presence on those paper towels is more indicative of an absence of food material associated with them rather than the inverse.
Okay. So the stage that you found them in was in the cocoon stage. Is that correct?
It was the closed or empty cocoon stage. So meaning indicating that the flies had already emerged as adults. And when they do that, they leave those puparia behind, and they last in the environment for very, very long periods of time.
Okay. So it's not during the feeding stage. It's during the I've been here stage already.
That is correct. The maggots have fed, they've pupated, they've completed their transition to adulthood, and then they've left. So if you continuing with my butterfly analogy, the empty chrysalis hanging on a tree that's empty is analogous to that stage.
Okay. And was there anything that you identified from any of the materials that you covered that have any indication that I'll strike that question. What other information well, let me talk a little bit about the garbage. Now what attracts these insects to garbage?
These specific flies,
Objection, Your Honor, unless the question relates to the trash or garbage that was in this car.
That's what I'm asking.
Sustain, rephrase the question. You said.
Yes. What in your professional opinion do you believe attracted these insects to this trash?
based on contents of this particular trash bag in this case, there was a number of cans of tobacco spit. I don't know what the technical term for that is, but that is a body fluid that decomposes itself. And these particular types of flies, these scuttle flies, these forage flies, are very attracted to that sort of material. That is the primary item in the trash bag that I would attribute their presence to. Also, it appeared that there was a piece of, when I saw the photos, it was a dried up piece of meat of some sort inside of I think it was a bologna container that was in there that could have also accounted for it. But my assumption is that the tobacco spit was the primary attraction.
And would that be even if the tobacco spit was inside a closed container?
Yes, these flies, these scuttle flies, are very small. They are attracted to very what you could consider restricted food sources. In fact, I've recovered them from a sealed plastic bucket that we used to house anatomical specimens in the laboratory. They were breeding in there. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all.
Your Honor, if I may publish defense exhibits C to the jury and to the doctor.
What says the state?
You know, I believe these are the largest photographs that are in evidence. We would denote the items in evidence for the records, since that is not actually in evidence.
The two items of evidence that are depicted in this photograph are states 133 and states 128.
Okay.
Dr. Huntington, may I ask the witness to step down?
Yes.
Can you see this well, Mr. Ashton?
You know, could we just project the image on the screen so we can all look at the, is there an evidence?
I think we may be bouncing back and forth. It might be a little easier for the presentation this way.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stand over here. That's
okay.
So you have to stand back.
Okay. Is the mic on? Okay. Can everyone hear me okay?
Come on, let's move on, folks.
Okay. Dr. Huntington, I'm going to, when I refer to an item, I'm going to refer to states 128, which will be the photograph on the left. Okay. If you're facing it. Okay. And on the right, I will refer to states 133. Okay. Okay. So that's
2833.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Now, when you first inspected the garbage, which one of these items were you able to inspect visually with photographs?
Visually with photographs, I had access to both of them. I believe I probably spent more time looking at the 33 image.
And that would be the dry garbage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that how you would characterize it?
That's, yes.
Objection from the photograph. How you characterize it from the photograph here in color.
It appears to be dry garbage to me.
Okay. Now, what would be the difference as it relates to entomological evidence?
I'm sorry. I think this setup is just not going to work. I can't see the photo. And I don't follow the I know you have to be the point, but I can't see the photo.
Oh, just
I can
stop,
follow
Ashley.
rational
Just
movement.
stop.
I need to see what Counsel's pointing at. I can't.
Back a little bit, Mr. Baez. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Come on, folks, let's move on.
All right. Now, so what would be the difference, speaking with entomological type evidence, if you had them attract to this trash versus this trash?
You said with regards to the attractiveness
Yes.
of the trash? The flies in this case, in fact, there we go. The flies that are going to be attracted to the garbage are going to be more attracted to the damp, wet garbage than they would be to dry garbage.
And why is that?
The reason for that is primarily to do with the larval habits or the maggots, the way they feed. When a fly lays eggs, the eggs dry up very quickly. So they have to be in an environment that is moist enough to prevent desiccation or drying, as well as the maggots themselves don't feed well on dry material. If you have a piece of fresh meat versus a piece of beef jerky, it's the same sort of thing. You don't expect to see maggots on beef jerky because it's just too dry. They don't feed on it at all.
So how is it that we saw, or they were able to recover, I guess, maggots or insect activity off of this dry garbage?
Let me object for a moment. I'm not sure the testimony indicated you took it off the garbage in that condition.
That's something you can bring it out. Let's move on.
The evidence that's visible in the dry garbage photos is the remains or non-feeding stages of those insects that presumably were feeding in the damp stage.
So is it fair to say this is what they would have been attracted to initially, and then what's left of them and the remains?
That's correct.
Okay. And do they attract to anything? Do you need a hamburger for them to be attracted to that, or actual big pieces of meat for the flies that you found in this case to be attracted to these types of materials?
No, it doesn't have to be a substantial piece or amount of material to draw their attention to it.
Does the bacteria of any items play a role, any of the food items play a role in their attraction?
The flies themselves are attracted to the smell of decomposition, and decomposition itself is the process of being eaten. When we die, we have gastrointestinal bacteria inside of us that begin to eat us from the inside out. That's why things smell. The food items have bacteria on them that are eating them as it's sitting there. So the bacteria itself is what begins that decomposition process and what emits those volatile chemical hues that the insects are honing in on. Different food sources, different organic food material or formerly living things certainly will have different types of bacteria which may emit different waste gases which would influence their attractiveness to specific insect groups.
Does a empty carton of like Stouffer's food or something along those lines, does that have bacteria on it that the flies are attracted to?
It certainly has bacteria on it. I think it depends on what it is, whether or not they're going to be attracted to it.
Is there any other evidence that was involved in the trash that you think the jury would find interesting as it relates to your entomological findings?
With regards to the entomological findings, there were a number of these pupil cases on lots of different items of the trash. For example, there's a Velveeta box. I would love to use the pointer. This Velveeta box right here, there were a number of these forward puparia attached to it. Trying to pick out which is which. This is a dryer sheet. There were puparia attached to it. There were puparia attached to some sort of stain stick type laundry thing. There were a number attached to it. There were a number attached to I don't know which one it is, but there's a piece of paper that was in there. And so again, that reinforces this notion that the maggots are not necessarily feeding on whatever it is they're attached to. They've actually crawled away from what they're feeding on and incubated somewhere else.
Is there anything inconsistent with what you found in the trash and what you found in the entire trunk that would lead you to conclude this entomological evidence is anything but the result of a bag of trash in the trunk of a car for 2 to 3 weeks?
I would expect to find the same thing in a bag of trash, in the car trunk, in the back of somebody's house, virtually anywhere. It's a bag of trash with trash feeding insects in it. There's nothing remarkable about that.
Okay. Right. Okay. Absolutely. Okay, Dr. Huntington, now I would like to shift our focus to the site off Suburban Drive. Okay. From the evidence that you reviewed, do you have any opinions as to, or let me rephrase that, let me ask, what does the insect evidence tell us there?
You're speaking specifically to the recovery site?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
The insect material from the recovery site associated with the remains there are what you would typically expect to find associated with remains at that location, that time of year, in normal circumstances. What was missing from that scene were the early colonizing flies, those blowflies that I was discussing earlier. And their absence is unusual in a case where a body is recovered outdoors in that nature.
And why do you say that, as to it being outdoors being a factor?
Well, a body that is readily accessible in this case, and in this case, everything from the entomological perspective shows that it was a readily accessible body. The absence of those early colonizing insects is unusual because they should have been there. They should be there. They get there very quickly. There's no good reason at the scene why they shouldn't be there.
And what does that tell you?
What that indicates is that the body was moved or transported from some other location to the site where it was discovered. Now, the absence of those flies doesn't really tell you where the body may have been, but it certainly shows a postmortem movement.
Are there other things, perhaps in the soil, that you can make a determination as to where a body decomposed?
Certainly, there are a number of tests that can be conducted.
Okay. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Huntington, you were talking about some of the indicators of why, of what would lead you to conclude that the body was moved. And I believe you're talking about the soil. What happens when you see?
When a body decomposes, as I referenced earlier with the research from the trunk, the body fluids from the soil, those decompositional fluids, come out of the body. And when it's in an outdoor environment, those body fluids, the decompositional fluids, will leach into the soil. And it changes the biotic or animal community. It changes the types of bacteria that are there. It changes the nematode community, for example, which are little microorganisms that feed on bacteria and each other. And it even changes it'll kill off the grass community around, or the plant community around it. It's like putting too much fertilizer on your lawn. It's too much nitrogen, it kills it. And when you are examining sites of decomposition, there are relatively emergent fields in forensic science right now that will not only look at the soil biotic and abiotic communities, the chemical and animal communities within the soil structure itself to determine the site of decomposition.
Read your last statement, sir.
There are recent studies that look at the biotic or living communities and the abiotic or non-living community structures in the soil itself. And by looking at those and examining those, you can...
We should only love our jobs as much as he does, apparently. He loves talking about bugs. He lives for this.
Tell if this is a site that something has decomposed versus another. And I referenced it earlier where a lot of this research is conducted at the University of Nebraska by Dr. Dave Carter. I work very closely with him on this research.
Let me break it down this way. So there's a stain at the area on the ground where someone would decompose.
Yes.
Okay. And would that also include even a body that was in a couple of plastic bags?
Given the scenario of a body in a couple of plastic bags, if there is no breach to the bags, meaning that they are entirely sealed so that no fluid can escape from them, then I would not expect to find those at that soil community or at that soil location. If there are holes in the bag or tears or rips or something of that nature, certainly those fluids would spill out.
So if you as an entomologist or someone investigating a death scene outdoors, is that stain something you look for to where you should begin your initial investigation?
It is certainly something I would look at to describe the scene, describe the location. So for example, if a body is found outdoors and the site of discovery is abnormal in some way. So for example, if there is none of that staining or none of that plant material that's been killed off or something out of the ordinary.
Outside the expertise of an entomologist. He's now talking about botany and soil chemistry. Object.
Overrule at this point.
Because you spend so much time looking at decomposing bodies, you just come to expect these things. It's part of the natural taphonomy or decomposition process. And so anything that is unusual is certainly something that's going to stand out.
Okay. And are there any other items of evidence or entomological findings that you have that would support this conclusion, in addition to what you've already testified, or is that pretty much?
Could you be more specific? Or
did you find in the canvas bag or in the bags, were there early colonizers within the bag?
There were a few samples, I think there were 3, of puparial cases of those early colonizing blowflies.
Okay. So as it relates to the early colonizers, were they found anywhere near where area A of the remains were found?
The only early colonizing insects that were associated with the site of recovery were from the bag itself.
And what does that tell you?
Excuse me. It reinforces that idea or the hypothesis that those remains were moved, because if you have a body that's moved after it's begun that decompositional process, especially if it's in some sort of bag or container of some sort, you would expect some of those insects that have made that transition to the pupal stage even to be physically moved with the body. In this case, not finding them away from the body reinforces that, because if the body had decomposed at that site, they would have been found all over the place around where the body was recovered and in much greater numbers.
Okay. I can have just a moment to see if I have questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you mean to suggest to this jury that this body fully skeletonized in another location and was then moved?
No, sir, I did not see that.
When you say decomposition, you're referring to the very early stages of decomposition, correct?
When I say decomposition,
Let me rephrase. When you say the body decomposed, was the word you used, elsewhere, you mean the very early stages of decomposition occurred elsewhere, correct?
when I say decomposed elsewhere or began decomposition elsewhere, I am primarily referring to the early stages of decomposition.
Which would be defined as what, to the benefit of the jury?
When you look at the stages of decomposition, there are a number of ways to describe it. Most scientists that work in the field of taphonomy or decomposition science use anywhere between 3 and I think 24 stages. I describe it as 5 stages based on studies conducted earlier this century. The fresh stage, the bloat stage, the early decay stage, or I'm sorry, yes, the early decay or active decay, then the advanced decay stage, and then the remain stage. The early stages, as I define them, especially with regards to this case, I would refer to those as the fresh stage and the bloat stage, and possibly even the beginning of active decay.
And how many accumulated degree days does it take to go through fresh and bloat stages on a child?
On a child,
yes, sir.
I'm not sure that that research has been done specifically to look at a child's body.
Well, can you just give us an opinion as to how many accumulated degree days it would take to go through fresh and bloat stages on a child of approximately 2.5 to 3 years? Small child.
I don't think I have the specific data available.
Well, could it be as short as a couple of days? Well, let me start over. Accumulated degree days basically are a mathematical taking the average temperature times the number of days, correct?
Close.
Get us right on point.
Okay.
Ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
Did you finish your answer, sir? Okay, you may continue.
Go ahead. Just go ahead and fill it in for us.
Okay. An accumulated degree day is the average daily temperature minus the minimum base threshold temperature. And it's an important distinction because there are some scientists who erroneously think you don't need to do that. And that's why I make the distinction.
Okay, average minus minimum. What's the average is pretty obvious. What does minimum base mean?
The minimum base threshold temperature is actually a mathematical construction. There is a temperature at which biological processes stop. And depending on what those processes are, determines what that temperature actually is. In the case of accumulated degree days or degree day science, it is a mathematical construct, meaning that it has no real biological meaning other than for the math to work, to use the model, to do the calculations, you have to use the correct base temperature.
2 days at 90 degrees. How many accumulated degree days is that? 2 days, average temperature 90 degrees.
That would depend on what the base threshold temperature is.
And does that vary from region to region?
No, it depends on what biological process you're looking at, or for example, for what insect species you're looking at.
Well, I'm just talking about in terms of decomposition, because decomposition is also temperature dependent, correct?
Correct.
And those terms are also used in decomposition terms, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. So in those terms, what would 2 days at 90 degrees equal in accumulated degree days?
If you assume a base temperature of 0, to make the math easy, 2 days at 90 degrees Fahrenheit would be 180 accumulated degree days Fahrenheit.
And why would 0 not be an appropriate number to use? I'm trying to understand this process.
Certainly.
In terms of decomposition, not insect growth, but just in terms of decomposition.
In terms of decomposition, well, in terms of anything, because again, it's kind of an arbitrary. A minimum threshold of 0 essentially makes the math easy in this case, but it's because I'm not basing it on a specific model. So for example, I could say arbitrarily that the minimum threshold temperature is 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which again has no biological significance. It's a mathematical construct.
Perhaps I can make this easier for you.
Okay, thank you.
What is the equivalency between 90 degree days and 60 degree days? How many 2 90 degree days equal how many 60 degree days, if that helps us understand it better?
You said 60?
60 degree days.
Okay.
Average day, average temperature.
Okay.
We'll understand that way.
Sure. 1 90 degree day average temperature would accumulate 1.5 60 degree day average temperatures.
Okay.
If that,
So basically 2 days at 90 degree average temperature would equal 3 days at 60 degree average temperature.
that's correct.
I think we've got our heads wrapped around that now. In your experiment, well, actually, let's go back to the scene. So what I'm trying to let's wrap our heads around here is, how long do you believe this body was at another location before it was moved to the Suburban Drive location? Are you talking a couple of days? What do you flesh that out for us?
Okay. It's a hard thing to say. And the reason is because it depends on the environmental conditions at that site. So for example, if let's say the body was in a refrigerator, it could be months.
Well, let me stop you there. Let's assume temperatures like right now outside. You've experienced that obviously today.
It is very hot outside, yes.
Okay. So let's say that today is day 1.
Okay.
So how many days is it that you feel at this temperature we're experiencing right now that body was someplace else before it went to that location? And it's around 95 degrees today, as I understand. I feel the same way.
Probably around 2 to 3 or maybe 4 days.
Okay. So with those assumptions in mind, you would agree that the body was placed at its finally found location within 2 or 3 days of death, roughly.
If you assume those environmental conditions.
Oh, assuming those environmental conditions. So you would agree that from that point on, this body, the evidence is consistent with this body remaining at that location from that point forward, correct?
If you assume that the remains were exposed to those conditions, and if you assume that they did not have some sort of intermediary conditions and were placed directly at that scene, that would be consistent.
And the scene, as you know it, is consistent with that scenario. that the body was placed there within 2 or 3 days of death and remained there consistently until it was found. There's nothing about the scene that would refute that. Isn't that correct?
I'm hesitating because it's consistent with a lot of scenarios, but yes.
Consistent with the 188.
Sure.
Okay. So that means that this body was for some 2 or 3 days in another location. Correct.
If you assume the environmental conditions that you proposed.
But right, assume that is as far as temperature goes.
Yes.
Okay. And that location would have to be such that early colonizers were unable to get to it. Would that be correct?
No. And the reason for that is the early colonizers, there were early colonizers present on the body in very low numbers. So they had some access
At some point.
at some point.
But clearly, at some point, they were not able to get to the body, which is why they're not there. I believe that's what you said. Correct?
Overruled, asked him, was that what he said? He can say yes or no.
What I said was that the insects had access to the body in early stages of decomposition because they were there. And then the body was moved some point thereafter.
Is it also not consistent with the body being inaccessible, but for the very late stages that those early colonizers would be interested in?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah, that was a little slow. You're not talking about a precise window of opportunity. In other words, it doesn't go for 2 days and then all of a sudden, boom, this insect is no longer interested, now this one is. It's not that clear, correct?
It can be that clear depending on the circumstances.
Is it usually that clear?
It depends on the circumstances. Because we're talking about early colonizing flies in this case, or here at this moment, there is a definite window where they lose any attraction to the remains as a food resource because they're looking at it as a resource for their offspring. Just like any other parent, they want their kids to do well. So they're not going to be attracted to, they're not going to colonize remains that are not going to be favorable to their offspring. At some point, depending on environmental conditions, those flies switch that off, where this set of remains is no longer attractive. And it can be very distinct, meaning that because these flies are not attracted to bodies at nighttime, for example, on whatever day they're laying eggs during the daytime, the next day they won't. So it can be a very distinct time. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It does. So what you're telling us is that this body had a full complement of early colonizers on it and somebody washed it off? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I did not say that.
Okay, well then why aren't the early colonizers there? If the body was available to them, why aren't they there?
The flies are not at the scene in this case, or rather the puparia are not at the scene in this case because, in my opinion, of postmortem movement.
But the insects go with the body because that's their food source, isn't it?
If those insects were still associated with the remains during that movement, it depends on, for example, where the body was, what it may have been contained in, things of that nature.
So you're suggesting that the body is moved in that very short window between the time the eggs are laid and the time the larvae no longer interested in the body, that it was moved in that window? I'm trying to understand what you're telling us.
There are a couple of different scenarios that would work in this example. The first is that the body was moved late in the feeding stages of these maggots, meaning that those early colonizing maggots had left the body in large numbers with only a few remaining, which would account for those few that are recovered in the bags themselves. That is one scenario, and that would take much longer, for example. Another scenario would be that large numbers of maggots that were removed from the body, as you suggested, and the body was then transported. Another scenario would be the large number of maggots, the body is placed into the containers or the bags as it was found and then moved. There are a number of...
Isn't there a fourth scenario, though? Isn't there a fourth scenario that the body in the early stages of decomposition was inaccessible to the flies? Isn't that a scenario that you forgot?
The body had to be accessible to the flies because there were flies present
At some point.
on the body when it was recovered. The early colonizers were recovered in association with the body, indicating that they did have access.
This one, how long did that
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry. How long did that take?
The photograph was taken.
How long did it take for all of these bugs to appear?
I don't know what you mean by
They
appear.
didn't all appear at once, did they?
Oh, the flies gaining access?
Right, they don't all gain access at once.
It's not simultaneously. It's not there, or not there 1 second, there the next second.
I guess what I'm getting at is are you saying that it's not possible that the body was kept for a certain period of time in an area that was inaccessible to early colonizers, was moved within a very close in time to when they were no longer interested, so only a few of them got involved in it, like Dr. That's not possible?
Anything is possible.
Let's talk about the one I asked you. That is possible, isn't it?
Yes.
And do you recall giving a deposition in this case?
I recall giving 2 depositions. Yes, sir.
Now, do you recall Dr. Haskell's statement in his report about this issue?
I would have to look at Dr. Haskell's report to refresh my memory.
You have a copy with you?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead and look at it.
Now you're referring to report 1 or
The report from the scene,
From the
specifically the one where he discusses his interpretation of the relative low number of early colonizers.
Do you have a page reference on that? Or?
Just that portion. I don't. You need to look at the portion that references that matter. You see that portion?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall me asking, if you calculated page 61, line 7, generally, if you agreed with Dr. Haskell's, this is the deposition, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the deposition of January 28, 2011.
What page?
Page 61. Now, actually, please read what Dr. Haskell said in that portion of his report.
Certainly. The observation of reduced numbers of initial colonizers is consistent with the suggestion that the body was initially stored in a location that excluded initial colonizers.
Now, in your deposition, I asked you, and I'll read the question and then your answer at line 7. I said, okay, now
I don't think there's anything inconsistent with these statements.
he said, I don't know if you want to speak in response, Judge.
No, just a second. Hello.
Now, I ask you the following question. Okay, now, is there anything, we've talked about one aspect of Dr. Haskell's report. Is there anything in Dr. Haskell's report of the scene with which you disagree or take issue? In other words, I don't want to go through it line by line. If you tell me that you're in agreement with it, then we'll just stop there. If you're not, then we'll go to what you disagree with. And your answer, well, the only part, really, there's not a lot to disagree with. The report is very straightforward. I've examined most of the specimens, so on the off chance that there's something that jumps out at me, that would disagree with his conclusions, that would be one I would find. Otherwise, no, his report is very similar or the same as what my report would look like given the same evidence. Are you now indicating that you do not agree with that conclusion in Dr. Haskell's report, that the insect evidence is consistent with the body being held in a circumstance where early colonizers were excluded?
That is one possibility. I believe I was just expanding on more possibilities, yes.
Well, you just said a moment ago that you didn't think that was possible. So do you agree with his conclusion that the evidence is consistent with that scenario, most consistent with that scenario, or do you not?
It depends on the circumstances or the, in this case, environmental conditions that the body would have been maintained in.
Well, is there something about the environmental conditions that you know now that you didn't know when you answered my question in January of this year?
Characterization, Judge. That is not what this witness has testified to. This is facts, not evidence.
A rope.
Is anything different?
As far as
your knowledge of the environmental conditions?
No.
And you would also agree with his conclusion that the evidence is consistent with the body being deposited there in June or July of 2008, correct?
That is consistent with those dates, yes.
Now, let's talk for a moment about if in fact this body were kept in the early stages of decomposition in some area that was isolated from the early colonizers, it's true, is it not, that that place would smell? It would stink.
Yes, I think, well, yes, if it were allowed to decompose in the absence of those early colonizers, then yes, I think that's a fair assumption.
So wherever this body was when it was excluded from early colonizers, what was in the trunk or someplace else, that place would stink, and you would not be able to get the stink out. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Because the smell of human decomposition, you agree, is very recognizable. Wouldn't you agree?
I think the smell of any kind of decomposition is very recognizable, yes.
And as you yourself said, you can't clean it out, you can't get it out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So wherever this body decomposed, it would smell distinctive, wouldn't it?
It would smell bad, yes.
And that smell would be difficult to ever get out, wouldn't it?
It is difficult, yes.
When you examined the Pontiac Sunfire in this case, did you examine it in, I think, July of 2010?
Yes, July of 2010.
So 2 years after the events that we've been discussing, correct?
Yes.
All of the trunk liner had been removed, correct?
Yes.
There was no garbage in the car, correct?
Not in the trunk.
And according to the evidence as you know it, that garbage had been removed more than 2 years before that. Is that correct?
And request a sidebar.
Okay. You may continue.
When you viewed the trunk, July of 2010, it still smelled, didn't it?
There was a smell in the trunk, yes.
Now, it was fairly weak at that point, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So you couldn't actually identify it as human decomposition as opposed to anything else, correct?
Knowing that there was a bag of garbage found in the trunk, I could have easily associated it with garbage or ascribed it to a garbage smell.
When in your experience has a bag of garbage stunk up a car 2 years after it was removed? And what was in that garbage? Dr. Huntington.
I can honestly say I've never left a bag of garbage in a car trunk in Florida during the summer for a week. So I don't have that experience.
Have you left one in Nebraska?
No, I don't put garbage in my trunk
Have
whenever
you ever walked
possible.
past the dumpster
Yes,
in Nebraska?
yes,
In other states?
yes.
Now, so let's talk about your experiment. Here, so. This is one of 6. as he's walking, let's have a couple of minutes. When were you hired? You were hired in this case initially on December the 11th of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes,
When did you begin this experiment?
September 2010.
This experiment was created specifically for this case. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, it was not.
It was not.
No, sir.
Why was it created?
I have a long-standing research history in examining barrier effects to fly colonization. It is common, or rather, many bodies have been recovered from vehicle trunks. There are case studies and research in the literature that deal with how long of a delay there may be in those conditions in vehicle trunks. And I had occasion to meet the owner of a towing company that has a number of junk cars. And talking to him, I said, hey, is this an experiment I can do with some of your vehicles? And he volunteered them.
Did you discuss with defense counsel doing this experiment before you began it?
I told him that I was going to do an experiment, yes.
And did your choice of doing this experiment have anything to do with your work in this case? Your work in this case?
This experiment specifically has been in the back of my mind for a long time. In this particular occasion, I did do some, I want to say, side experimenting with this specific case, but no, it was not specifically modeled after this case.
Prior to being involved in this case, on how many occasions in your practice have you been dealt with bodies in trunks for 2 or 3 days through that fresh and bloat stage only? On how many occasions?
I have never had occasion to work on a case with a body in a trunk.
Never.
No, sir.
So all of your opinions you've given us here today about what you would expect to see from a body decomposing in a trunk come from this one experiment. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Where else does it come from?
There are a number of sources in the literature, specifically case studies, that deal with bodies recovered from vehicle trunks.
How many of those involve small children?
I'm not aware of any that specify a small child.
How many of those involve small children wrapped in blankets?
None that I'm aware of.
How many of those involve small children wrapped in blankets and stuffed in a garbage bag?
Again, none.
How many involve a child wrapped in a blanket, stuffed in a garbage bag, stuffed in another garbage bag? So we can assume that none of your studies involved a child wrapped in a blanket, stuffed in 2 garbage bags, and stuffed in a laundry bag. None of the studies involved any of those, did they?
I think that is a fair assumption, yes.
Why didn't you wrap your pigs in a blanket? I promised I'd say that, Judge. But seriously, why didn't you wrap your pigs in a blanket?
Thank you for saying that.
That's okay. We needed it right now. Don't I do it? Go ahead.
I didn't wrap the pigs because that's not what I was looking at in this specific experiment. I was specifically focusing on the restriction of the trunk itself. There are other studies that have looked at pigs in a blanket, but that's not what I was looking at.
Or pigs in a blanket in a bag?
I don't know that that combination has been attempted.
But you would agree that this is not a fair representation of what Kaylee's body, or what the trunk would have looked like with Kaylee's body in it, because she was wrapped in a blanket, 2 bags, and a laundry bag. So you agree this is not an accurate description, right?
If you are looking at the final product of decomposition, then that would be correct. What I was examining in this case, which in this experiment, which does have specific relevance to this case, is the not only attractiveness of a body in a trunk to blowflies, early colonizing flies, but also their ability to access the remains, or rather to access the vehicle's trunk.
But you only included one of many barriers between the flies and Kaylee's body. You didn't include any of the rest in this study, correct?
I included the most external barrier, meaning that if the body, in this case, had I wrapped the pig in a blanket, I'm sorry, I can't get over saying that. If I wrapped the pig in a blanket, placed it in multiple trash bags, placed it in a laundry bag, the flies could still have penetrated that vehicle trunk. And in that case, you would still see the same sort of piles of dead insect evidence inside the vehicle. And not only that, if the flies can smell the body, in this case, wrapped in multiple wrappings, they can almost certainly penetrate those external wrappings and get to the body.
But you just told us that, maybe I misunderstood. Were any of the studies that you've, let me rephrase, you've never had an experience with a body in the trunk in any circumstance, correct?
Other than this research?
Other than this. Okay. Correct. So were any of the studies that you did look at involve bodies wrapped in plastic bags in trunks?
Yes.
How many?
One.
It
was a case study of a homicide. I don't think they wanted to replicate it.
I'm sorry, what was that relevant to what I just said?
What-
We'll move on. So one case study.
Yes,
One
sir.
case study. And tell us the circumstances of that.
That was a body recovered in Europe where the head of the victim was placed in a garbage bag. I don't recall offhand if it was multiple garbage bags. It very well could have been. Wrapped in garbage bags, placed in the trunk of a vehicle, although in the citation it refers to it as the boot of the vehicle because they're
You're at the end, right? And based upon that one study, you just told this jury that there's no way that the bag could be a barrier to flies, no matter how it was set. Based on that one study. Is that your testimony?
That is not what I meant to imply.
Okay.
I apologize if it was taken that way. There are many studies that do look at the barrier efficiency of trash bags.
We can take this down now. So, what do we want to do with trash bag in trunks? Is that what?
The one case study. Yes.
Why couldn't a trash bag which is sealed and wrapped keep bugs out? Isn't that why we buy them from the store, to keep the bugs out of our trash?
I think that's one reason why people
Well, no,
use
tell
them.
us. I'm serious. Why is it that a trash bag which is sealed cannot exclude these early colonizers? That seems what you're saying.
Okay. If the smells can get out of a bag, that indicates that it is not airtight. And so when a fly, in this case, can smell the odors of decomposition, those attractive chemicals that bring them to the body in the first place, a female fly will actually deposit eggs on the boundary, on the outside layer of say, for example, if you knot the bag or you use the drawstrings are very not airtight. But if you knot the bag itself, if the odors are emitting from the bag, assuming no other holes in it, the flies, if they cannot penetrate the bag, they will actually oviposit or lay eggs there at the initial opening of the bag. When those maggots hatch, they will crawl in, and they are very, very good at fitting through small spaces.
Now, did you ever experiment with the effects of chloroform on attracting flies?
No, sir.
Did you, in your experiment, put chloroform in any of the trunks of the pigs to see how that affected the early colonizers?
No, sir, I did not.
You are aware that chemical testing of the carpet and the trunk air indicated levels of chloroform, correct?
Yes.
And chloroform is actually a substance that can be used to kill insects, isn't it?
In high concentrations, yes, it can.
So what effect did the presence of chloroform have on the early colonizers?
You're making the assumption that there was a body associated in this case. Is that what I'm getting from
Take
you?
the following hypothetical.
Okay, please.
The body's in the trunk for a day or two, perhaps even placed there alive.
This is being asked to render an opinion outside of the parameters given by the court.
The body is, let's even say the individual is placed in the trunk alive and dies in the trunk. There's large amounts of chloroform on the body or in the air. What effect would that have on early colonizers colonizing this dead body? Do you know?
Because there's been no research on that specific topic, I don't know that there's a good answer for that. I will say that the dose of chloroform has to be sufficiently high to displace the oxygen levels to kill the insects themselves. If chloroform acts as most other chemicals do that have been studied in this sort of scenario, for example, the research has been done where commercial pesticides, for example, have been used to try to displace those early colonizers. The effect is very short-lasting.
But if you change the biochemistry of the air, the odor, you change the attraction of the early colonizers. Isn't that correct?
Objection. This witness is being asked to testify about an area outside of his expertise.
Overruled. If you can answer the question, sir.
I think I can answer that question. Flies can detect, blowflies specifically, can detect parts per billion of the volatile chemicals that they're attracted to. For example, a female fly can smell a food source several miles away. So were there anything other than a complete displacement of those chemical cues, they would still be attracted.
So changing the chemistry of the odor, your testimony is, doesn't change the attractiveness of the flies?
Based on what I just said, it shouldn't.
But you acknowledge that there's never been any study
Not
to base that on.
Not to my knowledge.
So for all you know, the chloroform in the odor, in parts per million, mind you, might well have deterred the early colonizers.
I would find that highly unlikely.
But why, if it's never been studied?
Because I think what you're asking for, or what you're hypothesizing, is a total displacement of chloroform to decompositional gases, the sulfurous compounds that are emitted by the bacteria. What you're proposing is a 100% replacement.
That's not what I'm proposing.
Prosecutor interrupting the witness.
Sustain that.
Go ahead and finish, and I'll clarify for you.
Okay. What it seems to me that you're suggesting is a 100% displacement of chemicals in the air, chemical molecules in the air, and I find that extremely unlikely.
No, what I'm suggesting to you, sir, is simply that the chemical content of the odor has changed. And you don't have any idea what effect that change in the chemical content of the odor would have on the early colonizers. You just don't know.
Answered that, but could you rephrase that question for me, please?
I'm not sure. I don't think I can. If I get the court to read back if you like, but I don't think I can say
Ma'am,
anything.
could you please?
Question. No, what I'm suggesting to you, sir, is simply chemical content, then the odor has changed. And you don't have any idea what effect that change in the chemical contents of the odor would have on the early colonizers. You just don't know, do you?
Okay. I think what you're getting at, or what the way I'm hearing the question, is a misconstruction of how those flies are attracted. The flies don't smell the odor the same way you and I do. The flies pick up on individual molecules of those sulfurous compounds that are emitted. And because of that, changing the content of the air, okay, the chemicals that are floating around in the volatile gases in the airspace, you would have to replace every single one of those volatile sulfurous compounds that the flies are attracted to, one for one, essentially, to prevent their attractiveness. Does that get to what you're asking?
Studies on this.
I will acknowledge there are no studies on this specific interaction, yes.
What is there on others? Chloroform with other insects?
With chloroform specifically, I don't know.
The paper towels that were found in the garbage.
Yes.
What was on those paper towels, Dr. Huntington? You know?
I don't.
You've never read a report about what was on those paper towels?
I do have a report that, if you like, I can refer to.
What was up? Just tell us what was on the paper towels.
The report states, and if you don't mind, I'd like to refer to it specifically so I don't mess up the word.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to look for a photo while you're doing it.
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I'm quoting from this. Fatty acids, such as the ones detected, palmitric, I'm going to mess these up, excuse me.
Witness identify what report he's referring to. Who's the author of that report?
This is Dr. Voss's report, correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
This is on page 7. Looks like the 4th paragraph. And I apologize to Dr. Bass for my mispronunciations here. Fatty acids, such as the ones detected, palmitic, stearic, myristic, and oleic, indicates a fat decomposition product like adipocere or grave wax present on the paper towels.
Did you ever examine these paper towels yourself?
I did not.
Do you have any reason to dispute that that is in fact correct?
No, I assume that's correct.
And tell the jury what that is that he just described.
Adipocere is a fat substance. It's essentially hydrogenated body fat that is a product of some decomposition where the body fat is subjected generally to cool temperatures and low oxygen content.
Would the flies be attracted to that? The flies we've been talking about, the Megacelia scalaris.
That's pretty good. Yes, they would be.
But in this case, you think that they were attracted to a little bit of tobacco, pardon the expression, spit in a bottle that was sealed, as opposed to the adipocere in the napkins. Is that your opinion?
I don't know that I would characterize several cans of tobacco spit as a little bit.
If we could have State's Exhibit 133 shown to the witness.
Answer the question.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Ashton,
I apologize.
please let the witness finish answering the question. Finish, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I don't know that I would characterize that as a little bit. The presence of the flies on the paper towels themselves is not something you would expect to find if the paper towels themselves is contaminated with, in this case, adipocere, because they would not tend to pupate on or that near their food source.
Could we have State's Exhibit 133, please? May I publish to the jury and the witness?
You may.
This is the photograph that Mr. Bias showed you in a blown-up version. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Mr. Perez, if you could zoom in right there, please. Now, this is the container that you refer to in your discussions with Mr. Baez that contains the tobacco spit, for lack of a better word, correct?
Which container are you specifically?
This one right here that you pointed out as a small amount of brown substance in the bottom of it, right there.
Okay. That is one of several that contain the remnants of tobacco spit.
Let's go back to the larger photograph, please. Point them out to me. Rest up.
Is this a touch screen? Or?
It is, yes. And if you'd like us to zoom in on a particular area, we can do that.
Okay. No, gosh, this is weird. Apparently, I'm not doing this very well.
You want us to zoom in on that area?
Sorry, on the cans.
Yeah,
Yes.
zoom in on the cans. Let me get your annotation out of the way.
Yeah, you can get
Go ahead.
Okay. When you look at the close-up photos of the tops of those cans, several of them, somewhere 3, 4, maybe 5 of them, at least, were used as spittoons.
How can you know that from a photograph?
You can see the remnants of, let me back up. Everyone that I've ever met that has chewed tobacco and spit into a can that leaves them laying around, it looks exactly like those, in that there are bits of dried tobacco on the lid, and as well as the staining.
Do you have those photographs with you that you could show us that you're basing this on?
I have them on a computer, yes.
Well, actually, we have the actual items here, so maybe we'll just go through it. What exhibit is that?
Okay, you need a break now. Okay, let's move on.
There's no object request that he use the photographs because there's no guarantee that these items are still in the same condition as they were when the photograph was taken.
Objection overruled.
We just have to take a brief break to wish a happy birthday to one of our favorite watchers and viewers of this channel, Katie Cat. Happy birthday to you today. Glad that you're spending some of the time with us, and many happy returns. Also, BB Mag has torts at 9:30. Apparently that's going on right now, so pay attention to class, all right? You can always watch this afterwards. Torts is one of my favorite classes. Torts was basically, for me, it was just a running conversation between myself and the professor. That was basically my torts class. Nobody else got too much airtime.
I'm going to show you the item 136, that is bag mark 2. Up to scan.
Looks like a can to me. That does not look like one of them. No.
Open the one that's number 10 for the record.
That's what I'm talking about.
So this brownish substance on top of the product.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Baez, turn the microphone on. Mr.
Yeah.
Ashton, do not publish things until you ask permission.
I'm sorry.
I know.
May I first see the item?
Yes, you may.
So this is what you say attractive to us.
That can, in the condition that it would have been in originally, if someone had thrown away a can of chew or chew spit, would have easily attracted scuttleflies.
But there's nothing in this can. Well, look. Is there anything in that can? Is there anything in that can?
I think I would need a flashlight, or you need to cut the can open for me to make that statement. But
Well, is there any thing in the record saying there's anything in this can? Well, the record don't say all cans are empty.
I'm not sure that I have those specific records. One could certainly assume that a bag of garbage with cans of tobacco chew in the back of a vehicle for over a week in Florida summer, that would evaporate over time and result in an empty can, though.
Well, there's still going to be something there. So, I would draw a question. You will agree that the records reflecting them said they were all empty. The only thing happening in it was the one little. He's an expert. He can testify about what's in the cans based on photographs and records.
Overruled.
But could you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Sure. Do you recall seeing this as an inventory of what's in the garbage bag?
Oh, yes, I do.
And they indicate that all the cans are empty, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And there's no entomological remnants in any of those cans. Isn't that correct?
In the cans, none were recovered. That is correct.
Or on the cans?
There are some photographs that show entomological remnants on the cans.
Which ones?
Again, I would need to look at the either photographs or I would have to refer to them.
Now, you would agree that there's no.
Ask the witness, since he's being asked about these questions, this topic, that he be allowed to examine the photos to show and fully give his answer.
I believe that can be done in redirect, Your Honor.
That's the question has been asked, and when the witnesses expressed a desire to be able to show these photographs to further
Objection
strengthen-
overruled. You can do that on redirect.
Now, with all that being said, you would agree with me, would you not, that tobacco spit doesn't smell like human decomposition ever, wouldn't you?
I don't know that I could put that qualifier of ever on there because as a body fluid that is exposed to the decomposition processes of bacteria, there would certainly be a smell associated with it during its decomposition cycle. But I don't know that
You're saying that saliva, decomposing saliva, can smell just like a full decomposing body? Is that what you're saying?
that is not what I said, sir.
So the question is, you do agree, do you not, that that substance is not going to smell like a dead person?
I would not assume it to smell like a dead person.
And in this bag, you would agree, would you not, in this garbage bag, there was no food? Wouldn't you agree?
As I define food as things you can eat, I would agree with that statement, yes. There is nothing in there I would like to eat.
Well, let's just be specific. There is nothing in here that anyone could eat, even if fresh. There's no food in this trash bag. Isn't that correct?
There is a photograph of the, it's right here on the screen, the salami container there. There is a photograph that shows something inside of there, and I cannot tell from the photograph if it is a remnant scrap of food or something else. So outside of that, I don't see pieces of food.
So the only thing that may come close to being food is something that you may see in this salami package here that you're talking about, right?
That is the salami package I'm talking about, yes.
All right, I'd like to pull it out. Let's take a look at it.
We're going to take a recess. Jury's been going since 1:30. We'll be in recess to 3:30. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed. Mr. Attorney, jury. State recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, members of the jury, was there a package back in the jury room? What did you have? From the dessert lady? Just curious. All right, Mr. Ashton may continue.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'll show you item 11 from State's Exhibit 136. And I'll just speak into your microphone up here. Take the lavalier off. This is the salami can, salami container. You see the little item inside there?
Yes, I can.
Here's a piece of paper, doesn't it?
It does appear to be a piece of paper.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Dr. Huntington, now that we've examined that, you would agree that there's no food in that trash bag.
There does not appear to be any food in the trash.
Now, you mentioned in direct examination about, well, cleaning up a decomp scene or decomp artifacts, correct?
Yes.
Now, you could take a paper towel and clean up decomp fluid in a small amount that might be on a surface, correct? Soak it up with paper towels, correct?
I don't think it would be effective, but you could certainly try.
Sure. And you could even vacuum out any bugs that were left behind in the car with a vacuum cleaner at any gas station, correct?
That is possible, yes.
The only thing you cannot get rid of is the smell. Isn't that correct?
I think the cannot get rid of, I think is a overexpression. And certainly given for example, given the research I conducted with the pigs in the car trunk, to get rid of all of the insect evidence, as you suggested, it would involve removing the carpet liner and vacuuming underneath it from all the nooks and crannies of the trunk itself. And again, as I said, I think the smell is possible to remove, but difficult.
That's because of what were the accumulated degree days on your pig experiment?
I would have to reference my data, and I don't believe I have it with me.
Well, but I mean, in comparing the decomposition event you showed us with the pig to anything that might apply to this case, it's essential to know the stage of decomposition, correct?
Yes.
So, but you can't tell us what the accumulated degree days were for your pig experiment?
They would be considerably less, depending on how long you are proposing.
What was the temperature, average daily temperature for the 10 days that the pig was in the trunk?
Approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, is that because you wrote it down and you already did the calculation, or was that just your estimate?
That is based on calculations, but I'm going from memory here because, again, I don't have those data in front of me.
So 10 days at 60 degrees would compare to how many days at 90 degrees?
Well, it would be 600 accumulated degree days, assuming a base of 0,
Sure.
for 10 days at 60. And then it's 600 divided by 90 would give you the approximate number of days.
Which would be about 6 and change?
That sounds about right.
Not 2.
Not 2.
So you would agree that the state of decomposition of your experiment does not, in fact, coincide with 2 days of decomposition of a 2.5-year-old child wrapped in a blanket and in 2 laundry bags, or 2 garbage bags and a laundry bag. You would agree that your experiment does not match that scenario. Would you agree?
If you include the increase in temperature due to solar radiation in the vehicle, that would or could substantially increase the number of accumulated degree days per calendar day or per hour. And again, it would depend on, if you're giving me a scenario of 2 days, then no, it would be more in the experimental case.
And if the trunk was hotter than an average of 90 degrees, decomposition would go even faster, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So it could have actually been in the trunk for only 1 day, if in fact the temperature was considerably higher.
No, I don't think you could get that substantial amount of decomposition. That would, if you're proposing that the amount of decomposition excludes the early colonizers, I don't think you could get that in 1 day.
No, I'm just suggesting that if the temperature's higher, the amount of time to get the same level of decomposition is less, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
No further questions.
Winnerette?
Dr. Huntington, you don't disagree with Dr. Haskell's findings as it relates to Suburban Drive, do you?
No, his report on the site of recovery it's very much agreeable.
Okay, and so what transpired with your deposition and all of that, that's because you both agree that the body decomposed somewhere else other than the location where the body was found.
Sustain.
Can you explain why the two of you don't disagree?
Well, I think the evidence in this case recovered from the site of recovery really does speak for itself. The body was there for some period of time. It's very difficult to say exactly how long it was there. Months is a good answer, which is what Dr. Haskell gave. The evidence at the scene suggests that the body was moved after death, some period, from some location. So that is very agreeable.
And also after some stage of decomposition has already passed, correct?
And that makes perfect sense looking at the evidence, yes.
Now, when you testified under cross-examination, you mentioned there were early colonizers, there were blowflies in the bag of the where Kaylee's remains were found, the canvas bag, correct?
Yes, I believe they were in the canvas laundry bag, yes.
Okay. Can you look at Dr. Haskell's report and see how many were there, or how much insect of early colonizers was present?
Just a moment. Tallying them up, there were 75 puparia recovered from the bag.
75?
Yes.
Okay. And that, even by your standards, is not a whole lot, is it? Is that considered a lot, sir? I rephrased it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. That is very few when you consider that a single female fly can lay upwards of 300 eggs.
Is it would you then expect to find, since you have 75 in the bag, wouldn't you expect to find 75 in the trunk of the car or close to that amount?
If you assume that the body
Correct.
came from the trunk of the car during that period of colonization, I would expect to find many more than 75.
Okay. And since a fly has 6 legs,
Yes.
you would have to find 75 times 6 legs.
Well, it would be more than that because well, let me rephrase that. The 75 refers to the puparia, the casings of the flies that were recovered from the bag. The legs come from the adults. So it would be many more than one if fly parts or dead flies were in the trunk, yes.
Okay. So as far as you and Dr. Haskell are concerned, you agree that the body was moved, but you disagree as to where the body was prior.
Yes, Dr. Haskell makes the association with.
Comment on the witness's testimony.
This witness has been, during cross, Mr. Ashton asked significant questions as to this person and actually had him read from his report.
As to the scene, that is correct.
I need approach. I need to know what the answer is going to be before I can move. So. Objection of the rule. You may continue.
You two, okay.
Could you repeat the question?
You two do disagree as to where the body was prior to it being moved, correct?
Yes.
And that's because of the findings that you discussed under direct examination, correct?
Leading.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Why do you think that, sir?
Dr. Haskell's report makes an association with the car trunk, or his first report, suggesting that the body was contained in a vehicle's trunk, in this case, the vehicle in question, prior to deposition at the site. And in my own findings, based on the evidence from the car's trunk, I find no reason to think that there ever was a body in there. And in fact, not only do I not find anything that says there was the evidence doesn't make sense any way you look at it, to say that there was a body in the trunk.
Okay. Now, you were given all these hypotheticals about chloroform and about it detracting the early colonizers. Do you think that chloroform might have detracted those 75 puparia that were in the bag if it were in the car?
That's why I suggested that if you're saying that the chloroform would prevent colonization, it either does or it doesn't. And if the assumption is that the chloroform with a body in the trunk would prevent fly colonization, you wouldn't see those particular flies.
So the actual evidence that you have in the bag tells you that that's not true.
Sustain.
Does the evidence in the bag help you in reaching that conclusion?
If we work under those assumptions that the prosecution has laid out, then it actually argues against it.
Okay. Now, you were asked about Dr. Voss, and you were asked about air samples. Have you ever heard of any case where air samples were used in a forensic setting?
Objection. Relevant. Expertise.
The question he was asked, that's the specific question by the prosecutor, as to consider air samples, Judge. I would like to expand
Folks,
upon his knowledge.
I don't need speaking objection.
Yes, sir.
Objection sustained. Rephrase your question.
Sure. Are air samples recognized within the forensic scientific community?
Objection. Basis of knowledge. Relevance. Scope.
Sustained. On basis of knowledge, you have to establish a foundation for the witness to be able to register an opinion.
Yes, sir. You're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, are you not, sir?
Yes, I am.
And do you keep up to date on the latest journals and material as it relates to decomposition?
Yes, I do, particularly because I teach about this topic.
Could we approach? I need to
You may.
explain.
Dr. Huntington, we were asked during cross-examination about adipocere and the findings of Dr. Voss. Is that how you interpreted the report that you were referring to? Can you actually get that report out?
Yes, sir. When I read the report, when I read the phrase from the report earlier, it does not say the paper towels had adipocere on them. It says fatty acids, such as the ones detected, I'm not going to list them, indicate a fat decomposition product like adipocere present on the paper towels. And to me, that is certainly not a definite answer. It's a product like a fat decomposition product like adipocere. It's not adipocere. Or to me, that doesn't mean adipocere.
If a conclusion is made, they say adipocere. They don't say it's like adipocere, do they?
Sustained.
So that's your interpretation of that report, correct?
Yes.
And these fatty acids could also be found in other items, can they not?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and including meat products and other things like meat products and other things that would contain those fatty acids.
Certainly, yes.
Now, tell us about adipocere. How long does it take to develop, and under what conditions?
Sustained unless you establish a foundation.
Sure. During the process of decomposition, that is something that you studied, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is adipocere is that part of the process of decomposition?
Yes, it is a byproduct of decomposition.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how long it takes for adipocere to develop and under what conditions?
Objection. Beyond their expertise. It's an etymologist.
Overrule. I permit me to answer the question. You may.
Where do you get your information from about adipocere?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Where do you get your information from about adipocere?
specific information regarding
Well, the opinions you're about to give us, what is the basis of your knowledge to give those opinions about adipocere?
my experience watching both animal decomposition as well as cases I've been involved in with human remains and the associated adipocere.
Have you ever tested the substance to determine whether it's adipocere or not?
I'm going to object to that. That's not within the scope of the question I'm asking.
The presence or absence of the adipocere in the human cases is in pathology reports. Pathology reports routinely say this body had this amount of adipocere, as well as anthropological reports. And in my research, working with animal remains is based on that experience as well as that taphonomic area of study. It is a well-established.
But that was what I asked you. Remember what I asked you? Have you ever tested a substance to determine if it's adipocere?
And my answer was, you don't need to test it if somebody tells you it is adipocere. So no, I have not personally.
Okay. So your knowledge of adipocere is what people tell you. That they tell you it is, so you accept that it is, correct? That's what you're telling us?
In the sense that that's how you learn everything in life, yes.
Right. So I'm just trying to determine whether you've done any actual study or whether you've just read what other people have written about it. If that's all, that's fine.
No, my actual study of the production of adipocere in decomposition studies, as well as the presence or absence of it on human remains cases, I did not personally test the substance known to be adipocere to say that it is adipocere.
Adipocere.
I'm going to object and ask that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
I'm sorry. I thought he was done. Go ahead.
I've lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was going with that.
Would you like to read it back to you? I didn't think I was. I'm sorry. Would you like to read it back to you? Get you back on.
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. May the attorneys approach the bench, all attorneys along with the court report. State may continue with their verdict.
Thank you. The question was whether you have personal experience in testing and determining a substance as adipocere or simply having read about it. That was the question.
Okay. No, it is not just reading about it. I have, again, extensive experience working with forensic pathologists, with forensic anthropologists who point out this is adipocere, this is not, if that answers your question.
So you would agree that it is within the realm of the forensic anthropologist to determine whether something is adipocere or not? Would you agree?
I think it is in many experts' realm, because if we go with that answer, then Dr. Vest is not an anthropologist, by my understanding.
I would move to strike that answer as being unresponsive, ask the jury to disregard it.
Jury is hereby instructed to disregard.
No further questions. Okay. I would maintain my objection. Okay.
Objection will be overruled.
Dr. Huntington, can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how long it takes adipocere to develop and under what conditions?
Okay. Adipocere, the conditions are going to be variable. Certainly, it is not something you expect to see on any given decomposed body. Most generally, the conditions required for adipocere formation include areas of reduced oxygen content, and more often than not, they're going to be cool and damp. So a common example would be a buried body. Bodies that are disinterred, I guess I should say, a properly buried body, like from a funeral home, that is disinterred months or years later, will very frequently have adipocere associated with it, because that is a cool, restricted oxygen content area.
And how long does it take for adipocere to develop on the body?
That also depends on, again, environmental factors, primarily temperature.
And what affects it? What would speed that up? Cooler temperatures or hotter temperatures?
That's difficult to say because it would depend on the amount of, for example, insect activity or other carnivore scavenger activity.
And does adipocere show up in the late stages of decomposition or in the early stages?
It is primarily a late stage decomposition artifact.
Okay. And does it take weeks and months to develop or days?
That, again, it depends on environmental conditions.
Okay. But you would certainly have the opinion that it takes, it's in the latter stages of decomposition.
Sustain.
Would you say it's, in what stage would you say it shows up in?
As I said, it's the later stages of decomposition.
Okay. Now, the garbage that Mr. Ashton had asked you to see, we've gone over various photographs of that garbage, correct?
Yes.
And you saw the garbage when it was received by the sheriff's department, correct? Remember the first photograph?
The damp photographs, yes.
And you saw the photograph, you saw it afterwards. If an expert on entomology is to be consulted on a case, is it a proper practice to alter evidence before you inspect it?
Of cross.
I don't,
Sustain.
the garbage you looked at today, this is something that was collected 3 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is also garbage that was put in a dry room, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And that evidence was altered than when it was originally collected, was it not?
Objection calls for an opinion outside his area of expertise.
Overruled.
It is not in the same condition that it was when it was collected. That is correct.
Okay. So to come here 3 years later and show you a can of something that was in the trunk of a car for 3 weeks, was then put in a dry room, and was then sit in a box in an evidence locker for 3 years, would you expect, in your professional opinion, to be able to render a valid opinion on a box of garbage 3 years later after all of that has been done to it?
Compound question and vague as to what type of opinion.
I don't-
Opinion on entomology? Opinion on...
On entomology.
Sustain.
On entomology.
Ask the question now.
Okay. I would expect the physical evidence now to be different than when it was collected. Yes.
Okay. And if I may. Showing the witness, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit C. Neither you nor Dr. Haskell got to inspect the garbage as it was.
Exceeds the scope of cross.
Overruled.
Neither you nor Dr. Haskell got to see this garbage in this state, did you, sir?
That is correct.
And you, even after reviewing all of what Dr. Haskell reviewed, he did not have this opportunity either, correct?
That is my understanding, yes, based on his reports.
Now, what could you derive from this garbage that could have ended the entire debate as to whether a dead body was in the trunk of the car?
Objection, seek to scope of cross.
The garbage
Overruled.
was, I'm sorry, Judge, for speaking.
I said overruled.
Okay.
You can answer the question.
From the get-go, if I were the entomologist involved from law enforcement, the first thing I would have done was to request a DNA profile of the maggot gut contents that were recovered from that.
Seek to scope of cross and also violations of the
Sustained.
court requirement. Move to strike.
Judge, I would
Disregard.
Judge, I would.
Sustained.
Yes, sir. Are there other types of things that could have been done to answer this question that we are all trying to answer 3 years later?
Objection, seek to scope of
Sustained.
correct.
Sorry. Now, the maggots also eat remnants of food, do they not?
Yes, they will.
Okay. And maggots also feed on bacteria that's left from remnants of food, do they not?
Yes.
Mr. Ashton had asked you about a bag being a garbage bag being an obstacle for maggots and insect activity to access it. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness State's Exhibit 75. I'm sorry, State's Evidence 75. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Published to the witness or published to the witness? and the
Published
jury?
to both the witness and the jury. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I now want to show you State's Evidence 127. May I publish that as well?
You may.
Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can everyone else see those as well? Now, I'd like to show you State's Evidence 128. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to attempt to zoom in on the knot of the garbage bag. Can you tell us if it is knotted?
Photograph speaks for itself. Jury can interpret it for themselves.
Overruled. He can describe what he sees.
The drawstrings of the trash bag are knotted.
Okay. Yet maggots and insects found its way into this trash bag, did it not?
Yes, they did, based on their presence in the trash bag.
So a trash bag isn't much of a deterrent for maggots and insects, are they, sir?
Especially not when you tie them with the drawstrings. That actually leaves quite a big hole in the bag.
Now, you, Mr. Ashton had asked you about the stain that you had. Had asked you about the stain in your study, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, he went into a whole line of questioning and asked you if you had done it for this case, correct?
Yes,
And your testimony was that it was not.
that's correct. The study was done for reasons other than this case.
Is that why you didn't include pigs with plastic bags and other items like a blanket and a canvas bag?
If I were doing that study specifically for this case, I would have tried or attempted to use the same vehicle as in question. I would have wrapped or otherwise handled the pig carcasses in the same manner as the body was assumed to be in this case. It would have been conducted very differently.
Okay. You would have tried to duplicate more of the scenarios as it relates to this case.
As best as I could. In fact, I don't think I would have done it in Nebraska. There's no reason. Rather, if I were attempting to replicate this case, I would have done it during the summertime in Florida.
I'd like to then show the witness and the jury, Your Honor, State's Evidence 80.
You may.
Now, Mr. Ashton asked you if, he specifically asked you in relation to your study as to how it relates to this case. You recall that line of question, sir?
Yes, I believe you did ask me that.
Based on what you've learned, not only from this study, but from your personal experience dealing with stains on carpets from decompositional fluid, can you look at this State's Evidence 80 and render an opinion as to whether you believe this stain, or if you can see a stain, came from human decomposition?
Objection, discovery.
Close. Objection overruled.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Actually, I'd rather have it right back if that's okay.
Based on what you've learned, not only from the study, but from your personal experience dealing with stains on carpets from decompositional fluid, can you look at the State's Evidence 80 and render an opinion as to whether you believe this stain, or if you can see a stain, came from human decomposition?
Looking at the photograph, it does not look like a decomposition fluid stain that I have seen.
Okay. And that would include the numerous homicide scenes in which you've showed up and seen decompositional fluid on carpet stains, correct?
Yes. Homicides, suicides, natural causes, yes.
And
Limited to that and that alone, sir.
yes, sir. And Is this photo a good example of what human decomposition, or let me rephrase it. Is this photo a good example of what decompositional fluid would look like on a piece of carpet?
Yes, that's why I included it.
Okay. And is this photo, specifically State's Evidence 80, a good example of what decompositional fluid looks like?
No, I don't consider it to be.
Now, sir, you were asked quite a bit about smell and the smell of the car during cross-examination. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Given the smell of decomposition, assuming that a body would be in the trunk of a car for a period of a day, 2 days, to several days, if, this is a hypothetical, if someone ran out of gas a day or two after the body was removed, would someone be able to smell that smell of human decomposition that never goes away?
Speculation beyond this witness's area of expertise.
Sustained based upon the hypothetical.
Would 4 people be able to ride in a car after a body has been in there for several days and not smell the smell of a human decomposing body that had been in there for several days?
Objection. Argumentative beyond his area of expertise.
I think with
Sustained.
you, sir, if I can have just a moment, Judge, I may.
You may.
Sir, you have never rendered the opinion that chewing tobacco smells the same as a decomposing body, have you?
No.
Okay. And you have never rendered the opinion that that dry trash is the same as the same smell as a decomposing body, have you?
No.
And any insinuation of such, would you consider that misleading in any way?
Commentary on counsel.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Recross?
Dr. Huntington, what was the condition of the garbage when it was in the trunk?
Based on the photographs and evidence,
No, when it was in the trunk, not when it was retrieved from the dumpster, but when it was in the trunk. What was its condition?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
So you don't know if it was in the trunk, whether it was wet or dry, do you?
I do not.
But assuming, for the sake of this hypothetical, that nothing was added to the bag between the time it was in the trunk and the time it was obtained by law enforcement, we do know that there was no food.
Yes, sir.
So when something gets wet, non-food don't all of a sudden do they?
Not as I understand the definition of food.
Now, you've given us some of,
I am not.
in fact, you got your PhD in 2008. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
The same year that this happened, that's when you got your PhD, correct?
Yes, same year.
And you got your master's degree in 2005, 3 years before that, correct?
Yes.
Did you study adipocera or decomposition stains for your bachelor's degree?
I witnessed the presence of adipocera during my bachelor's degree. I did not specifically study it. No, sir.
So this experience that you bring to bear in answering the questions about adipocera and the appearance of a decomposition stain comes from your work of the last 3 years, since your PhD, or before that?
No, sir. It was well before that.
Okay. So since your master's in 2005,
It began before that, sir.
well, when did it begin?
I began working for the Hancock County Coroner's Office as a assistant when I was in high school. I believe I started when I was 16, working for a mortuary service, and I've witnessed hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies in those conditions.
And your testimony, have you ever been qualified as an expert anywhere in the United States to render an opinion about the identity of a stain, Dr. Huntington?
I don't know that such a qualification exists, and no.
So this would be the first time anybody's ever asked you to look at a photograph and determine whether it is a stain of human decomposition. Is that not correct?
To this argumentative manner of questions.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Yes. And this is the first time ever in a court of law that you were asked to identify from a photograph whether a stain was human decomposition. Isn't that correct, sir?
When Mr. Baez asked me the question, he asked about a decomposition fluid stain. I don't believe he qualified it with human decomposition, but either way, the answer is yes, this is the first time.
Now, you did a report in this case. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And did you understand that you were to place in that report every opinion you had related to this case?
Beyond scope.
It's impeachment, Judge, under, I believe Johnson is the case.
Well, Johnson doesn't stand for that.
Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong name, but
Not Johnson's the name of the case, but overruled at this point.
were you aware that you were to put every opinion that you were going to present in this case in your report?
Yes.
And that report does not contain any opinion about identifying a stain by its appearance, does it?
For a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
It's not in here, is it?
It is not in there.
Now, you acknowledge, well, you said on redirect that photograph was not intended to be a recreation of the events in this case, correct?
That's correct. It's strictly research.
But when you presented this to the jury, you didn't tell them that this was not a representation of what would have happened in this case, did you?
No, but I also did not tell him it was a representation.
No further questions.
Only on those issues that were covered at that time and those issues alone.
Yes, sir. Sir, you are the youngest board-certified entomologist in the country, are you not?
Objection, bolstering.
These are questions that, based on,
Overruled.
I am the youngest board-certified forensic entomologist. That is correct.
and you have been, even after getting your PhD, you have been certified through the, I'm forgetting the name of the board, American Board of Entomology?
The American Board of Forensic Entomology.
Forensic Entomology, yes,
I was
sir.
certified before my PhD.
Okay. And you, in addition to that, you have worked many death investigations, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many? Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to how much experience you have, both in the field and, well, just on the field, actual cases?
I've consulted on approximately 75 death investigations with regards to forensic entomology.
And they've never had a problem with your age or when you got your PhD, have they? Now, finally, sir, you were asked about your report and whether you had included the identification of the stain. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any idea that you were going to be asked questions about pigs in a blanket or anything of the kind?
No, I did not expect that one to come up.
Okay. So you had no anticipation that you would be asked this line of questioning by a prosecutor. So therefore, is that a reason why you may not have put that in your report? Why didn't you put it in your report then?
I didn't think it was going to be brought up with me.
Okay. And do you feel, based on your knowledge and experience and education, that you feel comfortable with the opinions that you rendered here today?
Objection, bolstering.
Well, that question sustained, but it's sustained.
Do you feel, based on the stain, the opinion you gave on the stain, even though you didn't put it in your report, do you still render that opinion to this jury?
Objection, self-serving, bolstering.
This is this question he was asked, Judge. The fact that you're right, when you work as a forensic entomologist, do you not many times deal with photographs when identifying certain items of evidence?
Yes, in fact, many cases come strictly as photographs because no samples were recovered.
Okay. And that is a very common way that forensic entomologists work, is it not?
Yes, not only for identification of the insect evidence that may be there, but also stages of decomposition of the body, things of that nature.
And the comparison that you made with decompositional fluid versus this trunk, does that vary in any way than what you normally render opinions as a forensic entomologist?
I would think that any forensic entomologist could look at that and come to the same conclusion that I did. I would expect them to.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I thought you told me a moment ago that you've never been asked to look at a stain and identify it before.
Was that a
Looking
question?
at a stain and determining whether it's decomposition or not. I thought you said you've never been asked to do that before.
I've never been asked in a court of law, sir.
But when you just said to Mr. Baez, this is something that entomologists do all the time, which is it?
Outside of a court of law, it is something that is done all the time. Yes, sir.
Now, this opinion of yours about the identification of the stain, you discussed that opinion with Mr. Baez back in 2008, didn't you?
Yes, I believe I said I did.
So why didn't you put it in your report?
Overruled.
So
That's
what-
the reasons why you didn't put it in the report.
So if you discussed it with counsel, why didn't you put it in your report?
It didn't go into the report because my report specifically focused on the insects recovered from the trunk. And because those insects were not of a medical, legal, or forensic nature, there was no reason to make any further assumptions regarding a body in the trunk.
Weren't you instructed that every opinion that you were going to issue in this case was to be included in a report?
Yes, sir.
Those boards that you discussed, they don't have any certifying body for stain identification, do they?
No, I'm not aware of one.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, Doctor. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that's day 21. Let's move on to day 22. Very interesting witness, very important witness. Day 22, let's get rolling. Before we do, though, we're going to take a very brief break. So we'll be right back.
You may be seated. Okay, good morning. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. I take it in the matter, I was informed earlier at 8:25 that y'all had resolved the matter that you wanted 8:30 hearing on.
That's correct. I spoke to Dr. Spitz and I resolved it, and there's an issue.
Okay. All right. Mr. Baez. Good morning.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, who's going to be your first witness?
Dr. Bill Rodriguez.
All right. Let's bring the jury in. State recognized persons of jury. Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed my previous admonitions? I was yesterday evening, okay? All right. All right, Mr. Baez, you may call your first witness.
Defense calls Dr. William Rodriguez.
Please stand, raise your right hand and stand up. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please swear, sir.
My name is Dr. William Caesar, CEASOR, Renato, RANATO, Rodriguez, RODRIGUEZ III.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Dr. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
Sir, can you please tell us what your occupation is?
First, for the court record, if I may state, I am here as a unpaid consultant, and my
Not responsible. Sustain. Listen closely to the questions and answer only the questions that I asked of you, sir.
yes, sir.
Can you give us your occupation, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic anthropologist.
And where are you employed?
Employed with the Department of Defense Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office in Washington, D.C.
And are you here as an unpaid consultant?
I am
Okay. And how long have you been employed with the U.S. Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office?
for about 23 years.
Okay. And what did you do before that?
Before that, I served as the forensic anthropologist and chief of operations for the Onondaga County Medical Examiner's Office. That's ONANDAGA, which is located in Syracuse, New York, and was responsible for the forensic anthropology for that office and the surrounding county in Syracuse, New York, and several other counties that we contracted to do forensic services.
Can I get you to put the microphone a little closer to you? Sure. The acoustics are really bad in this room. So, okay. Sir, can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your educational background?
Yes, I received my BA, MA, and doctorate from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. I received my doctorate in 1985, and from there went on to my first professional employment, which was with the Caddo Parish, that's the CADDO Parish Coroner's Office in Shreveport, Louisiana, where I served as the forensic anthropologist and chief deputy coroner for that parish. And as part of my job within that particular office, we served about 2/3 of the state of Louisiana.
Are you a co-founder of the Forensic Anthropology Research Facility at the University of Tennessee?
Yes, I am.
Is that also known as the Body Farm?
Correct.
Okay. How did that get started? How did you start that?
That was actually the idea of Dr. William Bass, who was my chief mentor and professor at the time at the University of Tennessee. We were in his office one day discussing about time since death, which was a question that is commonly encountered forensic sciences.
What year was this? I'm sorry.
This was in the early 80s.
Okay, go on.
And as we were batting it around in the office, we were discussing, how could we get some better understanding of the human decomposition and how it relates to time since death. And as we were discussing it, Dr. Bass said, well, the only way that we could do this is basically actually study the process of human decomposition. And to do so, we needed to start research and experiments. And so he recruited me into this project to actually build the decomposition facility and start the first research.
Okay. And you put up the fences?
I put up the fences, helped lay the concrete, brought in the first bodies, and began to conduct the very first experiments.
And who wrote the first publications from the
I was the senior author on the first publications.
Okay. And since then, what kind of experience have you had with human decomposition?
Well, I've had extensive experience in human decomposition as a forensic anthropologist with my 3 years in the Caddo Parish Coroner's Office, where we deal in a very kind of a subtropical climate. Decomposition was quite evident in many of our cases throughout the state, and when we're dealing with decomposed remains because of the heat and the humidity and the insect populations. And then in upstate New York, I saw similar types of bodies. And then during my 23 years with the government, I traveled all over the world and looking at various types of bodies in various stages of decays in all environmental conditions that one could possibly think of.
And where have you traveled to consult on well, let me actually ask you this before that. What is taphonomy?
Taphonomy is basically the study of the breakdown of an organism after death, basically what happens to that organism and how it's recycled by nature.
Okay. And do you have extensive research in that area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you give us some examples of some of the, how many publications have you had on the topic?
I've had two that I initially came from the Body Farm. I have a chapter in dealing with decomposition and forensic entomology in the second edition of Medical Legal Investigations by Spitz and Fisher. And I have given numerous papers on a yearly basis to the National Academy of Forensic Sciences and the National Association of Medical Examiners on various cases involving decomposition.
And how did forensic entomology begin?
Well, basic forensic entomology basically has its roots in Europe, began early in time in America, but it wasn't really that well founded. And it really wasn't until the time of the decompositional research at the decay facility at the University of Tennessee, in which the entomology movement and forensic entomology here in the United States really got started. A colleague of mine that I ended up meeting during that time, Dr. Lee Goff, who's probably considered one of the most eminent forensic entomologists in the country. Who's out of Hawaii, was very interested in this research, as well as a number of his colleagues. And we began to meet and talk about our research, since I had looked at insect activity as it related to decomposing bodies. And as a result of, I helped them found their American Board of Forensic Entomology.
So would you say you have extensive experience in the area of entomology as well?
Yes, as far as insects and being involved in the activity in which decomposition occurs and those insects are attracted in.
Have you lectured in the area of entomology, taphonomy, and anthropology?
Yes, I have on many occasions.
Okay. Have you been admitted in any courts as an expert witness on those topics?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times?
Numerous.
Can you give us just a ballpark?
I would say in the realm of 100 or more, conservatively.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would move to have Dr. Rodriguez admitted as an expert in taphonomy, entomology, and forensic anthropology.
May I vote aye on the entomology issue, Your Honor?
You may.
Maybe just do it from here.
You may.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert specifically in the area of entomology?
I have not been qualified as an expert in the specific field of entomology, but in the use of insects in determination of time since death and decomposition process.
Your Honor, I have no objection to his qualification in the area of taphonomy and forensic anthropology, and to the extent that insects are involved in taphonomy in that area. But in entomology generally, I do object.
Your Honor, he has specified that he has helped establish the American Board of Forensic Entomology. The research that began entomology came from his.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rodriguez, can you give us, can you tell us a little bit more about your experience in forensic entomology?
Well, again, early in the decompositional research that was conducted at the body farm, my primary
Put the microphone a little closer, sorry.
My primary area of study was looking at the insects and documenting the various insects that inhabited the body, their activity on the body, their reproduction on that body. And throughout my career, I have worked extensively with forensic entomologists in looking at this similar activity, collection of the insects, and instruction to law enforcement on how to utilize and collect these insects in relationship to the decompositional process and utilize them for things such as time since death.
How many times have you consulted with law enforcement in the area of forensic entomology?
Hundreds.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have Dr. Rodriguez admitted as an expert in forensic entomology, as well as the other areas.
As I indicated, I have no objection to him testifying as to entomology as it relates to decomposition, but the broader field of entomology I would object to.
Witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area tendered by the defense. You may continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, what information have you been given, or were you given in this case to review?
In this case, I received the documents and records pertaining to the medical examiner's report and findings of the examination of the deceased. I received the forensic anthropological report and their findings regarding the deceased. I also received the entomological report that was generated by Dr. Neil Haskell. And I also received photographs of the recovery and the scene, in addition to the photographs that were taken of the remains of the deceased at the medical examiner's office.
Now, did you also examine photographs of the medical examiner that they took at the medical examiner of the skull?
Yes, I did.
And also at the scene?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any opinions that you may have that have to deal with the collection of the evidence at the scene.
The evidence collection appeared to be very thorough as far as collecting the skeletal remains anytime you're dealing in particular with the remains of a child, which have many, many more bones than the adult because they're still in the stage of development. Each of their bones are made of individual components. It's certainly difficult to deal with the recovery of the remains of a subadult since there are multiple bones. When you're in a wooded environment, of course, that area of search becomes much more difficult and trying. So in looking at the recovery, it looked to be fairly good. One of the things I noticed that I did not see in the report or dealing with the investigation is trying to determine the exact location of where that body may have initially been placed. This is something that I normally do on a regular basis because in dealing with skeletal remains that are outdoors in which they may have been exposed to carnivore scavenging, the bones may be spread from the actual area where that body actually was placed, where that body may have decomposed. And it's very important to try to locate that area of decomposition.
Why is it important to find the exact location?
Because when we want to define that area, that is where typically as the body decomposes, we may find much of the evidence related to not only the decomposition of the body, but various types of trace evidence. For example, if a body had been shot, if the bullets contained within the body, as as that body decomposes, that bullet will basically drop down through the body if it's not embedded in the bone and will work its way into the soil. Teeth, typically the anterior teeth are single rooted as they fall out as a result of the ligaments within the dental arcade decompose. The front teeth many times will fall out when that skull is moved. And if there's any other trace evidence such as fibers, clothing, that is typically located and left at that scene. And so we also want to determine not only that evidence or to find that evidence, but it gives us a better idea where that body may have been initially placed that can help us in the investigation.
What could you have done? What could investigators have done to look for that? How would they find that? I don't understand.
In looking for those areas, typically, again, if you have a skeleton that has been dispersed, the area where that body initially...
And ask before Dyer on the issue of whether the, do we approach?
Judge, I would object.
Yes, you may approach. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. What would you look for to try and determine where the initial deposit site was?
What we look for is areas where you have evidence of soil staining as a result of the decompositional fluids leaching out into the soil. It will actually change the consistency of the soil. It can change the vegetation by either increasing some of the vegetative growth that feed on some of this, and it will also kill some of the vegetative growth as a result of these fluids smothering. We will also see evidence if it is during the time of year when insects are prevalent. Carrion insects basically will feed and reproduce in that area, and their remains, such as the puparial cases, some of the insects that die during that process or become trapped in the fluids, basically will be found in that area of the soil. And so we look for these environmental changes that tell us that a decompositional event had occurred.
Okay. And did you see any photographs indicating any soil change throughout the scene?
I didn't see any.
Okay. And we don't know if they actually looked for that, but you certainly just didn't see any evidence in the photographs.
I didn't see anything in the report that noted that.
And would that be something that an anthropologist would note in the report?
I would hope they would.
Okay. Now, do you have any experience in finding remains with duct tape?
Yes, I've had numerous cases.
Okay. And what are some of the aspects that you take into consideration when looking at remains that may or may not have had duct tape, either to package them or to bound the victim?
I've looked at numerous cases in which the body has been bound in various ways, everything from wire, cloth, and those cases in which duct tape or other similar types of tapes have been employed primarily to bind the hands or to bind the head or the facial area. In looking at those types of cases and looking at the binding itself, when we have cases in which the body still has soft tissue on them and have begun earlier stages of the decay, we look at the positioning of the tape on the body to try to say exactly where that tape was actually bound to the body. And when we have cases when the body has basically undergone mummification, we get a very good idea of where the tape is, because basically it is attached still to the mummified tissues. In the cases of skeletalized remains that undergo, or basically a body that undergoes decomposition, as the result of decomposition, basically that will affect the adherence of that tape. And so
I don't believe you do, Judge.
Folks, approach the sidebar and cut the comments out.
Let's go now.
Here. All right, Mr. Ashton, would you make your objection and so we can go through it by the numbers?
So the objection is that the opinion that is being offered by the witness at this time is not contained in his report of February 21st, 2011, which was provided pursuant to the court order, which specifies no opinion that referenced another.
Understanding of what the court's order was is that if it was not submitted,
Read that portion. Mr. Rodriguez, what opinion you were about to express dealing with the duct tape?
In reference to this particular case, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That the positioning of the duct tape, as it was found, you can see in the photos there at the scene and the medical examiner's office that the duct tape is in two different positions. In a completely skeletalized remains, unless it is in a buried context, one cannot make a absolute finding as to the exact positioning of a duct tape as it is lost, its effectiveness and stickiness. One cannot make a determination as to the restriction of that duct tape, and certainly in decomposed remains in which they have skeletalized the soft tissue to which that duct tape was attached, and the movement of those remains by animals basically precludes anyone from making any scientific conclusion as to the actual position of that duct tape, whether it was around the areas of the eyes, did it cover the areas of the nose and the mouth, did it just cover the areas of the mouth. In cases that I have had, have only been able to conclude the actual positioning of that duct tape in a case of a burial in which basically it is held in context by the soil, or in a mummified body in which the soft tissues basically have dried out and the duct tape is still adhering.
Doctor, when did you formulate that opinion that you just shared with us?
Early on when I saw the pictures.
Okay. Specifically, what do you mean by early on?
When I received the first pictures from Mr. Baez.
Okay. I don't know the date, doctor. So
The photographs were given to me earlier this year, right prior to my report, which was dated February 21st.
Was there any particular reason why you did not include that portion that you just told us about in your report, sir?
I didn't mention it because it was a non-issue. Because in looking at these types of cases, there's no scenario where you can make a definitive answer, and so basically I wasn't asked at that time anything about the duct tape. It was just something that I had noted in my examination.
You noted it in your examination, but you did not include it in your report.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you share that opinion with anyone on the defense team?
I did.
Who?
Mr. Baez.
When?
It was at one of the telephone conversations that we had after my report.
Was it in January or February of 2011?
I believe it was February of 2007.
Were you ever informed by the defense team or Mr. Baez in particular of this court's order requiring all opinions that experts are to give in this case to be placed into their reports?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Were you ever shown the copy of this court's order or informed of this court's order, the one that I've just mentioned, about experts being required to put all opinions that they will testify to within a written report, or face the possibility of having that opinion not being given in court?
No, sir, I was not made aware of that.
Okay. So Mr. Baez never informed you of this court's order?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
on those topics.
Go ahead.
Dr. Rodriguez, do you recall getting some emails from me just before you were asking you to submit a report?
That's correct.
And if you can recall, or can you tell the court if I had informed you that the court issued an order requiring all experts to issue reports expressing all of their opinions?
Yes,
And the communication that you and I had on this topic was via those emails, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And when we met 2 nights ago, did we not?
We did.
Okay. And was that determination made that is something that we wanted to have you testify about? Or was it prior to that?
It was at that time.
Okay. And was that as a result to rebut what Dr. Warren had? Well, let me rephrase that. Do you know if this was in an attempt to rebut what we thought was testimony that was not true?
I was informed at that meeting about the superimposition. That was the first I heard about the superimposition done by Dr. Warren.
And do you have an opinion as to what that if a forensic anthropologist should do a superimposition?
That's correct.
Okay. What is that opinion?
In doing a superimposition is typically used to provide some type of tentative ID, basically identifying a victim by superimposing a skull over a photograph of the victim. Utilizing it to show a positioning of a duct tape and skeletalized remains is unheard of as far as I am concerned, because there's no way scientifically that you can show where that duct tape was. Basically, you can take that duct tape and you can reposition it anywhere on the body. because you have skeletalized remains. It has been moved by animals. Therefore, even I, as a practicing forensic anthropologist, all I could say is there's duct tape in association that was most likely somewhere around the head. I cannot actually tell the position of it. I would be stepping off of scientific foundation if I were to do so.
Your Honor, the issue of all of this, when the court issued its order, I informed all of our experts via email, clearly expressing that we needed reports from them, because originally we had not asked them to do so, and that all opinions that they were going to testify to should be included in the reports. Furthermore, I informed them that they had a deadline, and that if that deadline was not met, that I would suffer dire consequences. You may recall that not only was I sanctioned, we were dead set on making all of the deadlines in which we did. From the time that I asked Dr. Rodriguez to write his report until the time he actually wrote it, it was a matter of days. I believe the court gave us 20 days or something like that, maybe a little more. I'm not exactly certain. This was a very difficult task for us to do, considering that all of our experts are extremely busy, that have multiple caseloads, and of course the time constraints that were placed upon us. Furthermore, when we were never given this video superimposition during the photo CDs that the state had.
Superimposition.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, Judge.
Well,
what happened was we did not anticipate this testimony from Dr. Warren. It occurred when I met with my witness. I expressed and asked him for opinions on those, and that's what he's rendering.
so the doctor is mistaken or misinformed when he says he told you this in January or February of 2011. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. But I can tell you this. We've discussed numerous aspects of this case, and there are numerous aspects that are not included in his report, nor will he testify to. So, I mean, to sit there and ask him, everything you've told me, make sure you put in your report. I don't think that's reasonable. What is not reasonable as well, Judge, is that an important witness on a case like this should have been deposed. They chose not to, and your order says, and I will read as instructed, opinions that are not expressed in a written report or at depositions taken during the discovery will not be allowed at trial. I asked during a status hearing, what if they choose to not take someone's deposition? That's going to limit these people's testimony. It's going to create due process issues. And every bit of testimony is important, as is this. And I don't have Mr. Ashton's exact quote, but he claimed that they were going to take the depositions, but that this wasn't going to be some kind of trick that we were going to play with the reports. My response to that was something along the lines of, no one's playing games here, just that if they're, and it's hard for me to make representations without the exact recollection, Judge. But my understanding and the purpose I brought this up was they were going to try and pull a fast one by saying, well, not in the report, that's it. Why should I take their deposition and then allow them to testify about more things? Do we have to, in a unique situation where the court has ordered something, now start taking depositions of our own witnesses? I sat in hundreds of depositions in this case, not because I wanted to, but because it was my responsibility to do so. And I have also taken depositions while this trial is pending. If this is an issue so concerned by the state as to make sure that they know everything that this witness may or may not testify to, they should exercise what tools are given to them and take the depositions to do the work.
Well, Mr. Byers, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you earlier at the sidebar. What you're basically saying, sir, is that you can pick which court orders you comply with and which court orders you don't comply with. And that's not going to happen here.
I couldn't disagree with you more, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Byers, to be quite frank, both sides have engaged in what I call game playing. Okay? And this is not a game. And the reason the order was entered in the first place was because both sides were engaged in some form of it at some time. And the reason the order was entered is because I did not want to be at the position I am currently in now. Is that we have experts with no opinions, major opinions that are not contained in their reports. And the easy thing is if a report comes about or if opinion comes about, you disclose it. It's not hard to do, Mr. Biden.
Well, this is something I agree with the judge on 100%. If an opinion's not in a report, the expert should not be able to testify about it, period. Full stop.
It is quite easy to do, even if it happens at the last minute. So here am I faced with what is the remedy? It's quite ironic that we were scheduled to be here at 8:30 this morning to talk about a possible violation of the rule of sequestration. So you go back, you review the cases. And all of the cases seem to say that exclusion of the witness from testifying is a very extreme and harsh rule that is not to be done except in the most aggravated situations. But they list a couple of other things that you can do. It appears to me that this was quite intentional. This was not some inadvertent slip. This was not some sub-issue of a major issue. It was not inadvertent. The question is whether or not Ms. Anthony should be punished as a result of this. The case law seems to indicate the following: contempt, an instruction to the jury concerning the violation that has occurred, and let them use it in judging the credibility or believability. So what other opinions is this witness going to give that has not been disclosed in his report?
I will also,
Well, this is what I'm going to do. What other witnesses you have available for the day?
we have Dr. Spitz as well.
Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to stop today at 1 o'clock. This witness is going to step down. You can take his deposition this afternoon, and he will testify. We'll entertain, reserve the decision.
Defense, where I clearly laid out that Dr. Rodriguez would be called.
And let me say this, sir. I've tried 1 or 2 cases as a lawyer. And there was a case that I tried called the case of the state of Florida versus Judy Guaniano. At the conclusion of the defense's opening statement, and after the first 10 questions that the defense asked in cross-examination, I found myself in a boat without a paddle, because they raised the issue that you could not tell that they were raising up until the time they asked certain questions. And at that noon recess, I asked my investigator to find certain things out. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, my investigator had located about 4 or 5 additional expert witnesses. I talked to them that night. The next morning in court, I filed a supplemental discovery of those witnesses, and I set them all up for depositions the following evening. They would testify to know.
Okay, all right, fine.
So be prepared to give a deposition this afternoon. Say this: lightning does not strike twice in the same place. Even though the case law says you can't be punished by exclusion the first time, they need to
Place the state on.
have to take your own expert testimony, excluded, remedy that out.
All right. Okay, I mean, look, he should be upset. I would too if I was the judge.
Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We would request some form of instruction to the jury of why we're changing faces with witnesses, like we interrupt for further proceedings and he will return on Monday,
What you want me to tell them the truth?
something like that.
What you want me to tell them the reason why?
Well, you let me do it, I'll do it.
No, well, I'll let you do it, and then I let Mr. Ashton get up after you.
As long as I get the last shot.
Well,
I
folks,
request you do something to explain to them.
okay, I'll tell them something. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take another witness. Dr. Rodriguez will be back Monday, but we're going to accommodate another witness who's from out of town. All right?
Dr. Werner Spitz.
Please stop the raise your right hand. It's not allowed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Werner, E-R-N-E-R, Spitz, S-P-I-T-Z.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Spitz. Could you tell us, sir, a little bit about just who you are? What is your profession, sir?
I'm a medical doctor, and I'm a forensic pathologist.
I know it may take a little while, but I do want to go through your academic training and background. Would you tell me, sir, where you went to medical school and when?
I went to medical school at the University of Geneva, Switzerland, School of Medicine, from 1946 to 1950. And then I transferred to the Hebrew University Hadassah Medical School in Jerusalem. At that time, at that time it was before the State of Israel was established, so it was Palestine until 1948, and then from 1948 it became Israel. And I graduated from that university in 1953 and received my diploma to practice medicine.
Where did you do your internship, sir?
I did my internship at that same university where I graduated, and that internship was 1 year. And then after that year, I did a residency, and that residency was in pathology and lasted for another 5 years. And then during that time, I did a residency in pathology and forensic pathology. Pathology is what is practiced in a hospital where a physician examines tissues and body fluids to determine the nature of disease. And if a person dies, then pursuant to request of the next of kin, that same doctor can perform an autopsy. usually in hospitals when a person dies and an autopsy is performed. That autopsy is for educational purposes so that the doctors understand the mechanism of the disease, the condition that the person died from. Forensic pathology, on the other hand, is the science where a pathologist, he has to be a pathologist first. A pathologist will examine a body, usually, not always, but usually, do an autopsy pursuant to the state law. And he does not need a permission from the next of kin. And such a person will usually do an autopsy on what we call police cases, cases which are suspicious, where somebody dies, where there is no medical doctor in attendance, where we don't know why that person died. And usually these are either accidents, suicides, homicides, or natural death.
Dr. Spitz, when did you have your first appointment in the world of academia, that is, as a faculty member? Do you remember?
Yes. I was appointed to let me say this, if I may. In 1959, I came to the United States. And as I came to the United States, I came I was paid by a grant from the University of Maryland, where I held an academic appointment and worked at the medical examiner's office for the state of Maryland in Baltimore.
That was in 1959?
That was in 1959.
Did you subsequently become a member of the faculty in Berlin?
In 1961, I think it was, I left this country and worked for 2 years and 3 months at the University Medical School of Berlin in Germany. And there I held an academic appointment too at the university.
Did you thereafter return to the University of Maryland?
Then after 2 years and 3 months, I returned to the United States, to Baltimore, to the medical examiner's office of the state of Maryland. And at that time, I held an academic appointment. In fact, I was associate professor at the Johns Hopkins University and also at the University of Maryland.
Those basically during the same time, Johns Hopkins and University of Maryland?
I held 3 appointments. I was associate professor at the University of Maryland, an associate professor at Johns Hopkins University, and I was assistant medical examiner and later deputy chief medical examiner for the state of Maryland at the office of the chief medical examiner.
Are you presently associated as a professor within the university?
Yes. Then in 1972, I went to the medical examiner's office of Wayne County, which is in Michigan, in Detroit, and I was appointed chief medical examiner there. In fact, that is why I went to Detroit. And also, I was associate professor for a while, and then I was appointed to full professorship at the Wayne State University School of Medicine. I also held an appointment as adjunct professor of chemistry and taught toxicology at the University of Windsor in Windsor, Ontario, Canada, across the river from Detroit.
Are you still associated with the University of Windsor in Ontario, Canada?
Yes, I am, but only because I think by name or in name, because I have not taught there actually probably in the last 10 years.
Have you been, sir, the medical examiner or assistant medical examiner for the state of Maryland?
Yes, I was assistant medical examiner for the state of Maryland for approximately assistant and then deputy chief medical examiner, and the chief was quite sick, so I was quite active filling in for him for approximately 12 years.
Have you also been the chief medical examiner for Macomb County in Michigan?
Yes, I was. When I first came to Michigan as chief medical examiner for Wayne County, the county of Macomb, which is a little bit to the northeast of Detroit, asked me if I would do their autopsies for them. They had a chief medical examiner, but the chief medical examiner there was not a pathologist. So he needed a pathologist to tell him what people died from and what he thought was the manner of death, meaning homicide, suicide, natural causes, or accident. So they appointed me to do that work. But then that medical examiner died, and I became the chief medical examiner for Macomb County as well.
Are you a fellow in the College of American Pathologists, sir?
Yes.
Are you a fellow in the American Society of Clinical Pathologists?
Yes, these appointments now are emeritus appointments. That means I do not have to pay dues anymore.
Well, 40 years enough.
I'm sorry?
Never mind. Are you on the board of directors of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
I was. I'm not any longer, yes.
Are you a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Yes.
And
actually, I'm a fellow. A fellow is because I've been associated with the Society of Forensic Sciences for so long, I was appointed fellow, which is a higher level.
And have you served as vice president of the World Congress of Legal Medicine?
Yes, I still do.
Are you licensed to practice medicine in the member countries of the European Union?
Yes, in all the European countries that are members in the European Union. Yes, that's correct. But I'm also licensed in this country, in Michigan, in Virginia, in the District of Columbia, and in Maryland. District of Columbia meaning Washington, D.C.
Have you received recognition and awards in connection with your professional work, sir?
I have received quite a number of awards, yes.
I don't want to test your memory against mine, so I'll read and ask you some of them, okay?
Yes.
Did you attend and receive an award in recognition for the National Association of Medical Examiners back in 1972?
I probably would answer that by saying to you that I really don't remember, but I probably did.
Have you received various awards from law enforcement communities and activities?
Yes, I did. These awards from law enforcement is because I received awards from local police. I received awards from the FBI. I received awards from all various types of law enforcement organizations, primarily because I give courses to them and I give lectures and serve as consultant to them when they ask me to interpret various cases.
Would that category include the New York State Police?
Yes.
Wayne County Medical Society?
Yes.
Sterling Heights Citizens Police Academy?
Yes.
American-
They're not all listed, so you don't need to make an effort.
Okay. Have you also been consultant, sir, for various organizations and universities?
Yes, I have.
Were you a special consultant for Johns Hopkins University?
Yes,
How about the Veterans Administration?
that as well.
And sir, were you a special consultant for the Rockefeller Commission?
Yes, I was.
What was the Rockefeller Commission, Dr. Spitz?
What that was?
Yes, sir.
The Rockefeller Commission is the commission of Vice President Nelson Rockefeller, when he was alive, and it concerned itself with the assassination of President Kennedy, the reconstruction of the events that occurred that day in Dallas, and how the president was killed.
Were you also a member of the Forensic Pathology Panel Select Committee on Assassinations of the United States House of Representatives?
Yes, and I testified to the House of Representatives on the issues of the assassination of Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy.
Were you involved, sir, as a professional pathologist in a case involving a young woman named Mary Jo Kopechne?
Yes, I testified in a trial.
I would have an objection at this point. This goes beyond his training experience in area of forensic pathology.
What other major trials, sir, have you been involved in that the folks in this courtroom might recognize you for?
Same objection, Judge. Same qualifications.
Doctor, have you published various articles, books, lectures, publications?
I have.
Do you know how many?
I've published 4 books, textbooks, and the last one was in 2006.
Is this one of them?
Yes, that's correct. That's the last book.
Have you published articles in connection with such things as the mechanism of death in freshwater drowning?
Yes, I published approximately 14 articles related to the subject matter of drowning, and those were published in, as far as I can remember, peer-reviewed journals. And this is part of my publication list where I published 96 scientific articles peer-reviewed by other pathologists to determine that they were suitable and recommended for publication.
Sir, have you testified as an expert witness in the courts in the United States?
Yes, I have. I have testified in what I think to remember in all 50 states, including Alaska and Hawaii.
And have you also testified as an expert in foreign countries?
Yes, I have. I have testified in Canada. I've testified in the Middle East. I've testified in Europe. And I've testified not testified, but I've done work for the United Nations and then given opinions to a court in Costa Rica.
In just the last 7 years update of your curriculum vitae, sir, do you know how many times you've testified as an expert witness?
Probably around 300 times. Maybe somewhat more. I testified probably around 30 times on the average a year, but there have been years in which it was more frequent, so that would probably exceed that number if I actually counted it.
Your Honor, I think that's enough. I request that you certify and direct the recognition of Dr. Spitz as an expert witness in the field of forensic pathology.
What says the state?
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, Dr. Spitz will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic pathology. You may proceed.
Do you remember, sir, when and how you first got involved or became involved with the case we're here for, State of Florida versus Casey Anthony?
I received a call, I think, from the Jose Baez law firm.
And what?
And I was asked to possibly, if I agreed to consult with the firm on this case, and also whether I have special requests that they would.
Is hearsay and not responsive to the question of how you first contacted.
What was the first thing that you did, sir, after speaking with the Baez law firm?
I requested to attend the postmortem examination because the postmortem examination at that time when I received that call had not been performed.
Meaning the autopsy by Dr. Garibald yet?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you request that you be allowed to be in attendance?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may. You may proceed.
I think the last question was, sir, did you request to attend the autopsy that Dr. Garavaglia?
Yes, I did.
Were you allowed to?
No, I was denied.
Why did you want to?
Well, because first of all, it's useful to have seen the body in the condition that it was at that particular time, so that I have the same exposure to the body as the pathologist who is performing the autopsy in his or her official capacity. But in addition to that, there is an advantage in having two people of the same specialty look things over together, because 4 eyes see more than 2 eyes, and I'm able to discuss the findings on and in the body at the time that the body is there in front of us. This is custom in forensic pathology. It is custom in pathology. It is custom that even in a hospital setting, pathologists will send specimens from patients to other pathologists to see if...
Excuse me, sir. Objection, Your Honor. Not response to question and relevance of the habits of medical pathology.
Overruled.
It is customary that pathologists will send specimens from patients, dead or alive, to other pathologists across the country, sometimes across the world, to see if they concur or if they have ideas about this condition or that condition, because those ideas feature in the treatment that is afforded such patients, may be life-saving. In a dead person, there is no life-saving, but there is a question of what else can be done to make a reasonable diagnosis that conforms to all the facts of the case. And that was denied. So,
Well, thereafter, sir, did you conduct a second autopsy?
I did. When the official autopsy was terminated, I was given access to the remains, and I conducted such autopsy at the Bryant Funeral Home and Cremation Service, or I don't know, it's got a longer name, located in Orlando, and I was able to perform that autopsy at that place.
If you recall, sir, had Dr. Garavaglia completed her report of autopsy before you conducted the second one?
I don't really recall. I don't think so. That she had completed. I don't think she had completed her report.
When you conducted the autopsy, what, if any, first observations did you make that were remarkable to you?
Well, I came here to Orlando, equipped with all kinds of equipment to perform an autopsy, but I did not bring a saw, because I was absolutely certain that this autopsy had been completely done. But when I came and I looked at the body, it had not been completely done.
What had not been done, sir, that you believe should have been done?
Well, it's not that I should believe, but I think the profession dictates that when an autopsy is done, and done the way it should be done, there should be an examination of the interior of the head, and that was not done because the skull had not been opened.
And did you, sir, open the skull and examine it as a forensic pathologist?
I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You open the bag and take the contents out, sir.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Open the bag and take the contents out. And for the record, describe what you have there, sir.
This is a skull, not the skull of this deceased. This is a skull of an adult human being, not a plastic or fake material. This is bone. And I brought this because I thought it necessary that the trier of fact observe
Your Honor,
what...
not responsive and narrative and not relevant.
Sustain. Let's get a question.
Doctor, would you demonstrate, sir, what you mean by opening the skull, the protocol that you say Dr. Garavaglia did not do?
When a skull is opened, it is opened like I'm opening the skull now. So in other words, a saw is used to saw the skull all the way around and to remove the cap, as it is called, and look at the interior of the skull like I'm showing here and like I'm showing here. This is the outside, this is the inside.
And at the autopsy,
this is the outside, this is the inside.
Dr. Spitz, during the autopsy, were photographs taken, sir?
I'm sorry?
Did you take photographs?
I did. I did.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, you have been marked as deficient. Exhibit BY for identification.
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly accurately portray the appearance of the skull after opened by you for the second autopsy?
Yes, it was. It is. I'm sorry. It is.
Opposition evidence defense. Thanks, Your Honor. I'll give you a copy of it.
Okay. It will be received in evidence as defense exhibit numbered.
With the court's permission, we have a photograph that is marked as exhibit AEC. Published.
You may.
And with the court's permission, may I have Dr. Spitz step down?
Yeah, but make sure we put a microphone on.
For me?
For both of you.
All right.
Doctor, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
that got with prohibited court order.
Mr. Mason, you switch places. You'll be over there and you go over there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That would be better. He stands over there.
Over this edge?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll stand behind you. I think they can hear me. I don't know. Dr. Spencer, is that the enlargement?
I can't see. If you, I'm trying to be.
I know, but he has to be able to communicate with his witness, so. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This photograph enlarged here is the enlargement of the one that you took during the autopsy.
Yes.
Would you tell the court and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, is remarkable about the contents of the photograph that we have before them?
Well, this is what it represents the base of the skull, the bottom of this box. The lid is here, taken off by sewing all the way around. This is what you then would see if you look into the box. And this is where the vertebral column, the spine, connects, and the spinal cord goes in here and into the brain. And this is the front, this is the back. Actually, it should be reversed. Do you want to do it with me?
Do it the right way.
Well,
I got it.
yeah, this is it.
Nope.
So this is the front, this is the back, this is the right side, this is the left side. And this is the reverse. That means this is the left side, because if you flip it over, then this part would go onto here. And what you see here is in this area, which is the left side of the skull, the base of the skull, you see black flecks. These black flecks are material which represent the last and permanent result of decomposition. What that means is that the brain, which fills this entire space, is gone. The brain has dissolved. But some parts, like iron, magnesium, phosphate, sodium, chloride, all kinds of elements like that, remain permanently. They don't disappear. This is ashes to ashes and dust to dust that you read in the Bible. And this is the dust which is remaining. And this amount of dust would have been probably just less than an ounce. But of course here, there is no 1 ounce, because some of this dust has been removed, has gone, I don't know, lost. Could have been, there could have been water, there could have been whatever, anyway, it's lost. These specks are attached. They came down and they just remained. And they indicate the position of this skull over the decomposition process. Decomposition process takes time, quite a lot of time, to end up in just this, representing the specks, to be left over after the entire brain has gone. So this indicates the brain has disappeared, and those elements sunk by gravity to that place. And very little by little by little, over a month, this has occurred. And it tells you the position of the skull.
What was the position of the skull?
The skull was positioned in a left side of the skull down. That means if this is the ground, the skull would have been something like this.
Show the jury with our friend here, sir, the position it would have been throughout the decomposition.
Well, here is the base of the skull. This and that are the same. And the specks are localized in this area on the left side. And the skull would have been like this, positioned like this. This would have been the position of the skull. Maybe with the face a little bit up, because it seems to be somewhat more to the back, so maybe a little bit like this.
All right, thank you, sir. You can return up there. Has the jury had enough time to look at this? Dr. Spitz, did you review the records and documents contained in Dr. Garavalia's report of autopsy?
I did.
What, if any, problems did you detect?
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. What, if any, problems did you detect, sir, or deficiencies in her report?
Objection to the question of the relevancy of deficiencies in reports that weren't testified to in this case in our issue.
I examined the entire skeleton. there was very little, if anything, any bones missing. And if there were, there would be little bones, little parts, but most by far of the skeleton was available to be examined. The skull had not been opened, so I opened it, and I showed the jury what I saw, what I found. There are certain things I did not find, which could have been there, but I did not find that they were. Like, for instance, some discoloration of certain parts of the skull, like the place where the ear is, the mechanism of the ear, the little protrusion of bone in back of the lower jaw to the side here, on the side of the skull, and the mechanism of the ear, which is at the base, which is inside here and there. There could have been some discoloration, which I did not see. There were no fractures, no blows that I could identify on the skull. The skull was intact, in other words, undamaged. There was some damage to some bones, some long bones, meaning arms and legs, and other longer bones, which was due to post-mortem, meaning after death, predation by animals, meaning where animals find bones with some flesh on them and they go ahead and chew on those parts. That I found. But other than that, there was no damage. There was an area of one of the longer bones of the thigh, because the thigh is a fairly long bone in a child, 3 years old, probably around 5 inches maybe, and that had been opened by those who did the first autopsy. I surmised that they would do, when I saw that had been opened, I thought, well, they probably opened it in order to take specimens from the bone marrow.
Let me object to the narrative. I think we've gone away from the question that was answered.
I thought that they had done this, opened the bone to get access to the bone marrow, to the bone marrow cavity, for the purpose of removing certain material that would be helpful in diagnosis. But I subsequently learned that had not been the case. So, based on this examination, the cause of death remained unknown for those who did the first autopsy, and for me to some extent as well.
You recall reading Dr. Garavalia's statement references to duct tape?
I understand that there were some sections of duct tape on the lower face that were loosely on the face, but since I should say there was not a shred, I've not said that before, not a shred of soft tissue, no skin, no muscle, no fat, no nerves, no blood vessels, no nothing. So much so that when I came to Orlando to handle this, I brought a whole bunch of gloves, I bought an apron, I bought to protect myself from possible contamination. I used nothing because the skeleton that I received was in this condition. And like I touch this now without gloves, without apron, that's how I touch the other one. This is totally clean, and there's no bacteria, no nothing to contaminate me from handling this, just as little as there was to be contaminated, to be infected, or to not allowing me to handle those remains of this 3-year-old child. Consequently, I did not need any of the material that I brought. The tape was not there when I got the remains. The tape on pictures shows being to the side of the lower face, somewhere here on the left side, on the right side, if I remember correctly, hanging.
The photographs speak for themselves. The jury has seen them to interpret them for themselves.
Overall,
hanging on hair and hanging on roots of vegetation of the area that had, in the period where this was sort of in a little lower, partially under the surface of the ground. Vegetation had grown into this material. Plants benefit from the minerals and chemistry that is generated by decomposition.
Dr. Spitz, in the report from Dr. Gavalia, she indicated that the duct tape was clearly placed prior to decomposition. What, if any, opinion do you have regarding that assertion, sir?
Well, I have some problem with that, because when duct tape is applied to the skin and the skin decomposes, the duct tape just doesn't go anywhere. The duct tape just doesn't do anything. The duct tape becomes loose on the skeletal structure, in this case the face. The only thing that held the duct tape there was the roots and the hair that originally, I don't know in what fashion the duct tape came in contact with this. There was nothing on the bone that would suggest duct tape. There was nothing on the duct tape that would suggest the application on the skin either. So I have some difficulty with identifying when this duct tape was placed, other than to say that it is my strong feeling and opinion that this duct tape was perhaps placed there to hold the lower jaw in place, because if the head is subjected to as complete a decomposition as it did, where there is absolutely no trace of flesh on this head or in this head, if I would have picked this up like this, the lower jaw would have dropped, just like I'm going to show you right now. because this lower jaw is attached by, this would be like this. That's how, well, or like that. I would touch this to remove it and note what happens.
I think that's very important that he just testified that he doesn't believe that the duct tape would have been attached to any skin. That would suggest that the duct tape was not put on when Kaylee was alive.
Lower jaw falls down. So, being that it fell down, if the duct tape was attached to the skull, it would have been held somewhat by the roots and maybe by the fact that there was hair between the duct tape and the lower jaw.
And sir, would you have expected there to be DNA on the duct tape if in fact it had been placed over the face?
I would have expected DNA, yes.
And would that be true whether it was placed?
I mean, if this was the duct tape was attached to the face, there would have been DNA from the face on the duct tape. I put duct tape on my arm, and when I removed it, I pulled out hair, sometimes with roots, from my arm on the duct tape.
And based on the...
And there's no doubt in my mind that if you would have had duct tape on the skin, there would have been some evidence of the presence of that skin DNA on that duct tape.
And
For the simple reason that there is a firm connection between the duct tape and the skin, to the point where decomposition is always less in an area of pressure against something, against a wall, against pieces of clothing that are tight. The decomposition is less in those areas where there's no air coming in, because bacteria also need to live, and bacteria are what cause decomposition.
All right. And then is it your opinion, sir, that the tape was not put on the face before decomposition, even antemortem?
No, it was not. I think that the duct tape was a later event, not an early event.
After decomposition?
After decomposition.
Wow.
Sir, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the term adipocere means.
Wow. Let's just stop right there. Do you hear that, expert? His opinion is that the duct tape was put on after decomposition. Wow.
Adipocere is a stage in decomposition when the tissue becomes broken down, slimy, smelly. You'll have to excuse me the comparison, but that is the comparison we pathologists use to compare. We are not always very elegant in our descriptions. We call it soapy. It's like soap. It's like soap. Adipocere is like soap. It is a special, especially fat undergoes adipocere. That is like soap, broken down to a consistency that is similar to wet soap.
Do you have an opinion, sir, as to how long it takes for adipocere to develop?
Adipocere develops at...
Are we approach?
You may proceed.
You're ruling? The question to you, sir, was how long does it take for adipocere to develop?
Adipocere under optimal conditions, that means under conditions of warm environment, will begin to develop such that we can call it adipocere within like 10 or 12 days.
Did you find, sir, the apparent presence of any adipocere?
Oh, no, absolutely not. There was, like I said, there is no more soft tissue on that skull like on the skull.
On your review of Dr. Gavalier's report, hold on a second, you reviewed the whole thing?
I'm sorry?
You reviewed all of Dr. Gavalier's report?
Yes.
Including the toxicology report?
Including the toxicology.
And anthropology report?
Anthropology report.
Were you able to determine, sir, if there was any evidence as to the cause of death in this case?
Well, there are, you can rule out certain causes of death, but you cannot answer the definitive question as what this person, this child, really died from. She could have died of certain conditions that at this point we don't see. But you cannot rule out all conditions, but you can rule out some. You could, for example, rule out that there was a skull fracture. There was no skull fracture.
And as a medical examiner, would you also reasonably rule out one of the other four, like suicide?
Oh, yes, I would rule out suicide.
Can you, from the evidence, sir, rule out accidental death?
No.
Now, there's a difference between cause of death and manner of death, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, opinion do you have, sir, as to the manner of death in this case?
The manner of death means, like I said already, natural causes, accident, suicide, homicide, and natural causes. There are 4 classifications. for manner of death. Cause of death is something else. Cause of death is pneumonia, gunshot wound, lots of causes of death. But manner of death, there are only 4. Homicide, suicide, natural causes, or accident. So,
In this case, do you know what the manner of death is?
the manner of death, I would not be able to tell you. Based on the examination as it stands today, I could not tell you what the manner of death is.
Unbelievable.
Now, sir, finally, do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted in your career around the world?
I have either conducted or supervised the residents doing autopsies on approximately a total of 60,000.
60,000?
60,000.
Wow.
I've been practicing forensic pathology for 56 years.
Hang on just one second, please. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess before we proceed with cross-examination. Okay, doctor, you ready? You ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of the jury.
I do.
Defense? Yes, sir. All right, you cross-examination.
Doctor, if you could kind of turn that screen a little bit, because I can't really see you down there. Thank you, that's perfect. We'll have you look at the screen in a minute. For right now, that's great. Doctor, a medical legal investigation, particularly determining manner of death, requires consideration of information outside of merely the medical evaluation of the remains, doesn't it?
That's correct.
What information about this case, that is the investigation of this case, were you given in order for you to render the opinion you rendered on direct examination?
Well, I was given information of the first autopsy, whatever is included in that autopsy report. I was given information. I was permitted to go to the scene of where the body was found. I went to the house as well, to the house where the people that have an input into this case resided.
The Anthony home.
The Anthony home.
Okay.
I was, well, that's about it.
Well, but in order to do an adequate medical legal investigation involving manner of death, you need to know the surrounding circumstances revealed by the investigation, not just the medical aspects, but the entire background.
I understand that. And I asked questions of those who know about the case. I asked to give me information that I wanted to have, and I received that information. I cannot tell you now each and every question that I asked, but I asked sufficient questions to allow me to have a good idea about what I think happened here.
Who did you ask?
I asked, Mr. Baez, I asked. I asked Mr. Mason. I asked, well, I think I spoke, if I'm not mistaken, I spoke to the people in the home, some of them that I met over there.
Who did you speak to? Did you speak to the Anthonys?
In the Anthony home. I don't remember who those people were.
Did you read any of the police reports?
I did have police reports, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you hadn't mentioned that. Tell me about the police reports.
That's right. I had those too.
Which ones?
I couldn't tell you. I didn't know that there were.
Tell us what your understanding of the predicating facts of this case are leading up to the finding of the body. What is your understanding? Those facts that you used in your testimony, your determination and opinion you gave to Mr. Mason on direct.
Well, I understand that there was some time, a lapse of time of a month between the disappearance of the child and when the police report was made.
Now, aren't the facts of the last time anyone saw a victim always extremely important in a medical legal investigation?
Yes, everything needs to be evaluated together, but not independently. That's why everything has to be fitting together like a jigsaw puzzle.
So are you done?
I'm sorry?
I just want to make sure you're done with your answer. You pause. I want to make sure that you're done before I go on.
It all needs to fit together. You cannot take one item by itself, but you have to evaluate the entirety of the picture.
What is your understanding of the events of the last time that Kaylee Marie Anthony was seen alive?
But would you ask me that again?
Sure. What is your understanding of the events of the last time Kaylee Marie Anthony, that's the victim in this case, was seen alive?
I know that Kaylee Anthony was allegedly taken to a babysitter. Is that what you mean? That's my understanding that that's something that occurred when she was.
I just want the jury to know what information you had about the background of this case, which you acknowledge is essential in coming to the opinion that the manner of death is undetermined, as you expressed to Mr. Mason on direct. I want the jury to know what facts you had in making that decision. So please explain that to us.
I don't know that I had any facts on when she was alive. I cannot recall information that I had that allows me to recite for you what she was doing or what happening to her when she was alive.
Well, then, would you not agree that Dr. Garavaglia had considerably more information than you do in coming to her opinion that the manner of death is homicide by undetermined means?
Well, if she knew that information, I'm aware of whatever she put into her report. And that's a fairly lengthy report if you consider all the anthropology and toxicology and microscopy and whatever else is in that report. But I do not recall any information that she had that I did not have because I read her report.
Well, but
so if you tell me that she wrote something in that report that I did not tell you, then Well, I had that information, and I would have read it, so I would have been aware of whatever she wrote in her report. I was totally familiar with.
What did she write in her report about the predication of this the last time she was alive? What did she say in that report? Do you recall?
What she said?
What Dr. Garavaglia said?
No, I don't recall.
But it is common in forensic pathological reports to summarize relatively briefly the facts of the investigation, correct? It's not generally a practice to put in every single fact that you may have learned, but rather to summarize them.
Well, some people do and some people don't. I don't, but many people do.
But to do a complete medical legal investigation, one must look to all possible sources of information. At the very least, read the police reports and statements of witnesses to determine exactly what led up to this child dying. That's essential, isn't it?
Yes, and therefore we do read police reports.
But you've just told us that you don't remember any of the facts of this case, or
no,
what
that I
happened to
didn't
her.
tell you. That is not. I don't think that's correct.
What do you
That's
remember?
paraphrasing what I said. I did not say that. I don't recall any of the facts. I do recall facts that I considered significant for me to formulate an opinion. And you asked me what I knew about Casey Anthony before she disappeared, when she was last seen alive. And that I do not recall. All I recall is that she was a healthy young 3-year-old child.
Well, let me ask you this way, to be fair. What do you recall about the facts leading up to her disappearance or death that you considered significant in coming to the opinion you expressed on direct?
Not when she was before she was last seen alive.
Well, if you did not consider that fact significant, that's fine. But tell us what facts you considered significant about the time leading up to her death or disappearance that you thought were significant.
Well, I thought that there was a pool in the house, in the yard, which I saw when I was there, which creates a possibility of drowning. I understand that for a month went by without informing the authorities that the child is missing.
Do you recall any other facts of significance?
No, I don't recall other facts. If you want to remind me of them, I'll be glad to listen.
I'm just inquiring of the ones that you felt were significant in rendering the opinion that you gave to Mr. Mason on direct. And those are the facts that you found significant.
Yes, and that is a fact that I understand that she was missing for a month.
Now, you also indicated in direct examination that the failure of Dr. Garavaglia to open the skull was a violation of protocol.
Correct.
What protocol is that?
The protocol is that we have here an autopsy on a child that has was the ultimate examination by a forensic pathologist in a case that had made national news. We open the head in.
Your objection, non-responsive. The question was what protocol was violated.
Doctor, do you understand the question?
Yes, I understand the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what protocol was violated?
The protocol is that the head is opened in any individual where there is a possible involvement of the skull, the meninges, the brain, and any structure that would theoretically benefit from a skull examination, from an opening of the skull. Let me say this, that the skull, the head, is part of the body. And when you do an autopsy, you examine the whole body. That's just like when you buy a house, you buy a whole house, not a house without a basement. If you want to have a house without a basement, maybe you can find one. But in general, you buy a whole entity. And that contains a living room, a dining room, a bedroom, with this kind of stuff. And it's a complete structure. The body is a complete structure. The head is an extremely important item in all this. There can be all kinds of things in a head that occur that you need to know about. You mean to say that I examine only from the head down? The rest is of no significance?
Doctor, what I'm asking you is, where is this protocol published?
There is no publication. This is part of the. I don't know where that is published, but I do know that I have been trained, and I have trained lots of medical examiners to practice forensic pathology. And there is somewhere that I'm aware of, because I was a member of the committee that made that document, that what we should examine. But I don't know what that's called. I've been out of the mainstream of administrative forensic pathology for some time now. But to not open the head, I think, is a failure of the autopsy. And I'll tell you another thing, that if an autopsy was done in a corresponding to what I think every forensic pathologist will tell you, where the head is not opened, that tells me about a shoddy autopsy. Excuse me the expression, but you provoked it. A shoddy autopsy, because if the head is not opened, what else wasn't examined?
Sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to provoke you.
Yeah, it upsets my better knowledge, my better understanding of my profession that I've now practiced for 56 years, that somebody would do an autopsy.
Let me object. Excuse me, sir. I would object to the narrative and not responsive to the question.
Let's have another question.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. So, a skull is opened in an traditional autopsy of a non-skeletonized remains in order to examine the brain within the skull and the structures within the skull. Isn't that the reason?
No, that is one reason, but it's not the only reason.
What other reasons are there?
Well, each case beckons a certain examination of certain things within that same location, namely the skull and what else is there. I would never have known known how this head was positioned, for example, if I didn't open it.
We'll discuss that in a minute. But what I want to establish is there's also a protocol for an autopsy that requires the opening of the chest by, is it cutting the ribs along the sternum?
Well, you're not going to get access to the chest organ if you're not going to open the ribs, just as little as you're going to have access to the brain if you're not going to open the head.
So certain protocols apply to non-skeletonized remains don't apply to skeletonized remains because you can see what's in there because everything else is gone, correct?
No. You mean you can look inside the head without opening it?
Yeah.
Well, you have to show me how to do that.
There's a little hole right in the bottom.
I'm sorry?
Isn't there a little hole right in the bottom?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
I'm sorry. I'll withdraw the question. Now, are you aware of you're aware of this book, correct?
Yes, somewhat, yes.
Well, you edited it and wrote some of it.
Exactly.
And this is a compilation of articles on virtually every subject in the area of medical legal investigation of death. Isn't that correct?
Well,
Oh, sorry. Medical legal investigation of death by Spitz and Fisher, the same book that Mr. Mason asked about a moment ago.
It is a textbook in forensic pathology.
And it contains articles on virtually every aspect of medical legal investigation. Some of them you wrote yourself. Is that correct?
Yeah, I wrote most of the trauma chapters.
There's chapters on forensic anthropology.
Yes.
And those are written by William Bass,
Haskell.
whose name we've heard a number of times in this case. There's articles on forensic entomology.
Yes.
Written by Neil Haskell. Correct?
Correct.
Now,
Sustainment. You're going to use an authoritative.
would you agree that this is an authoritative treatise on the medical legal investigation of death?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
You show me where in this book it establishes a protocol that requires the opening of a skull in a skeletal case.
So this is not a book on protocols. This is a book which talks about findings and interpretations of wounds and what happens to a person after death and things of that nature. This is not a book that tells you about how to do an autopsy. It tells you how to interpret injuries. And you will find by reading this book that the head is opened in just about every type of autopsy one performs because it shows you injuries in the head. And to find those injuries, you need to open the head.
And in the chapter on forensic anthropology written by William Bass, does it contain a protocol which suggests that the skull must be opened in the...
Overruled.
That-
Mr. Mason, you need to repeat your objection. The court reporter did not hear it.
I'm objecting to the prosecutor's efforts in violation of 611 regarding bolstering of his witnesses or attempting to.
Overruled.
The question was the chapter on forensic anthropology in this book that you edited.
Yes.
Does it contain any protocol or requirement that the skull be opened in a skeletal case?
This is not a book on protocols. It probably doesn't say that the head needs to be opened in anywhere in this book because but it does talk about injuries and findings in a head that occurred during lifetime, and in order to find those things, those manifestations, the head needs to be opened. So whereas it doesn't say that go ahead and open the head, it talks about the findings in that head which require the head to be opened.
Now, are you familiar with something called the Minnesota Protocols? It's a UN document. The full title of the document, for counsel's benefit, is Manual on Effective Prevention and Investigation of Extralegal, Arbitrary, and Summary Executions, specifically Section 5, titled Model Protocol for Disinterment and Analysis of Skeletal Remains. Are you familiar with this document?
I know nothing about that. If you can maybe even tell me who wrote that.
It indicates it was drafted in consultation with lawyers for the Advocates for Human Rights, formerly the Minnesota Lawyers International Human Rights Committee. This manual, which supplements the principles of effective prevention and investigation. Well, actually, let me make a report and let them read it.
Yes.
While he's reading that, we're going to take a short, brief break. What a witness for the defense. Oh, it keeps getting better for the defense. I got to tell you that, just to be honest. Okay, we'll be right back.
You know, this is written by lawyers, for lawyers, and as I said, by lawyers. It's written in legalese. I don't understand it. I'm not a lawyer.
Would you
Never
read-
have been a lawyer, and I don't know how even to understand this document.
Would you read the, I think it's 3 or 4 pages in, it's section 5, the model protocol for the,
Objection, Your Honor, is improper evidence of impeachment, non-recognized, non-authoritative.
Oh,
I'm trying to determine whether he recognized it, not read it out loud to read to himself.
He's already said he didn't recognize it.
Sustained, he's indicated he does not recognize it.
Well, I just thought he might, if I may have him just to himself review that section 5 to see if he recalls that section as opposed to the lawyer E's part.
Okay, look at that section, Bob.
Would you show me which section that is?
You might.
Oh, wow, this is entertaining. I'm not a lawyer. I don't read legalese. It's written by lawyers.
No, I've never seen it. I can tell you that.
All right.
Yes.
So, Doctor, it would be fair to say that when you, on direct examination, said that Dr. Garavalia's failure to open the skull violated protocol, what you really meant was it violated the way you think it should be done, correct?
No.
So there's no written protocol anywhere, correct?
I did not say that. I'm not aware of a protocol, but I can assure you that investigation of the head is part of a complete autopsy, and that we are dealing with a need for a complete autopsy in a nationally in a case of national significance, because this is shown on all televisions and newspapers, and they all talk about this case. And therefore, wouldn't you think that an autopsy is required to document all the findings and not only those below the head?
Now, you've said that twice, actually, pointed out the high-profile nature of this case. That's a significant fact to you, isn't it?
Which one?
The fact that this is a high-profile case of, you said, national significance. That's a significant fact
That is
to
a
you,
high.
isn't it?
Of course, it is significant. It is significant that that the pathologists recognize that this case.
I am waiting for the ham sandwich question at this point. I need a ham sandwich question now. Sorry, this is just great. Great entertainment. And you know what? You all deserve it, because we've been watching this trial, many days of trial, and it's just been boring. Now we finally get a witness like this that's entertaining. Oh, boy.
Case maybe requires more questions to be answered than somebody 85 who is found dead in bed from heart disease.
So you think that the fact that this is a high-profile case means that it should be done differently than somebody that nobody knows or nobody cares about? Is that what you're
No,
telling
that's not what I'm saying, sir. There is no case which nobody cares about, because there are always relatives, there are always people who want to know, and there are people in this case that want to know. And they, not only the people in the family want to know, but the police want to know, and the people in the street want to know. That's why the television broadcasts it. That's why it's high profile. But that's not the only reason why you open the head. You open the head because that belongs into a complete autopsy.
How many media interviews have you given about this case since you were hired? How many?
I have given one interview that was for a local station here in Tampa, in Orlando. And then somebody called me from a local paper in Detroit and asked me about my coming down to Orlando. That's it.
Didn't you do an interview with a Detroit TV station as well? I think it's TV6 out of Detroit this very week.
On which station?
Out of Detroit, your hometown, out of Michigan, I should say, up where you live. Didn't you do an interview that was televised on the local TV station up in Michigan where you're from this week?
That's the one that I mentioned to you. That's the only interview that I gave for television on this case for the local consumption here in Orlando. I gave it in Detroit, but it was broadcast to Orlando, and they broadcast it here in Orlando. But in addition to that, a newspaper learned, the Detroit News learned that I'm coming down to Orlando and called me and asked me when I'm going and what I'm going to do and so on. So that is what the extent of my media response to this case.
Well, you gave an interview to a gentleman by the name of Tony Pipitone. I think he's not here today.
Ask your question, sir.
Certainly. Then you also gave an interview this week to a female reporter for a local station in Detroit, didn't you?
Yes, I think I did. That was also in response to, I don't think that there were a lot of facts in that case described about, or any facts about this case. There was mostly a logistic that I'm actually going down. There were all kind of other issues discussed in that interview.
You don't recall in that interview with the female reporter for the local station discussing at length your testimony in this case, your theories about brain dust, your theories about tape application? You don't remember
what application?
About tape being applied to the skull? You
I don't recall that, that's correct. I did talk to her, but I don't remember what I talked to her about, because this was shown and I was meaning to watch it, and then I fell asleep as it was being aired.
Believe me, I can sympathize after this week. But you were also on the Today Show back in June of 2009, were you not? Giving opinions about this case.
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being featured on 48 Hours on a nationally televised show about this case?
No, I don't remember that.
You like high-profile cases, don't you?
No, I don't like or dislike. I look at a case to render opinions about that case. But whether it's a high-profile case, every case to me is high-profile.
You were involved.
That's why I opened the head in every case.
Were you involved in the Phil Spector case out in California?
In the Spector case, yes, I was.
You were involved in O.J. Simpson?
Yes, I was.
You were involved in the Menendez brothers case
No.
out in California?
No.
Didn't get that one?
No.
Now, let's talk about the residue in the skull.
Every case is high profile to me. That's why I opened the skull in every case. That's what was not happen here. Oh, this guy is awesome. Whatever they're paying him, every dollar, he's worth it. Oh my gosh.
That exhibit. Now, one other question. What's the exhibit? I'm sorry, exhibit AZ. Is this on evidence? Oh,
It's a blow up of
one of these. Defense 26. Okay, thank you. Just as a parenthetical, when you opened the skull, you actually broke it, didn't you?
When I opened the skull, what?
You broke it. Didn't you?
I broke it?
Yes, when you opened the skull, you broke it. Didn't you touch it?
I didn't know that I broke it.
Can you see the crack in the skull right here?
Yes, there is a break there, but I didn't do that. I don't know that I did that.
Oh, okay. This residue that's in the skull that you're relying on for your opinion, did you have that tested, chemically tested?
I did not do any chemical tests. What I did was I scraped some of that and gave it to I kept it for possible testing. Then I was told that this was tested by the county or the I don't know who tested it, but as far as I understood was that it found its way to the police, that they tested it, or some police laboratory tested it.
Who told you that?
I don't remember who told me that.
Well, my point is, doctor, you don't really know whether that debris, whether that residue is brain dust or just dirt, do you?
No, that's not dark. That is debris, because it is part. That is the settlement of a decomposing brain and surrounding soft tissues by gravity. That's what this is. Please believe me that this skull of Casey Anthony.
You mean Kaylee Anthony?
Kaylee Anthony is not the first decomposed skull or
but Dr. Spitz,
decomposed skeletal remains that I've opened and found this kind of a residue. This is a routine finding, and it's mentioned in my book that these things occur and should be examined.
Now, but without examining it, you can't truly know whether it's brain dust or just dirt. I mean, isn't that true?
No, this is not just dirt. This is the residue from a decomposing brain, and it goes by gravity to the lowest point. That's what this is.
Now, did you get information about the nature of the area where this skull was found?
I went there.
And you would agree that it's a area that is, were you given information that this area is an area that is at least occasionally underwater based on the seasons?
Yes, I understand that too.
All right. So if this skull were underwater, are you telling us that there's not a possibility that that residue that you identify as brain dust is simply sediment from water?
Yes, it is a sediment. That's correct. It's a sediment of the brain decomposing and falling to the lowest point.
It couldn't be sediment from dirty water that infiltrates the skull as it sits underwater.
You know, this sediment is so common in skeletal remains that have been subjected to extensive decomposition of the brain and soft tissues, that it is almost as definitive a finding as to say that here, this is the lower jaw. I don't need to research the background of this to say that this is the mandibular bone in an elderly individual, a human. So I don't need that, because this speaks for itself. The same as this speaks for itself, and the same as that speaks for itself.
So you don't need to bother to actually have the sediment examined by a chemist or a geologist or a mineralogist or anyone else. You know, beyond any doubt, that that's brain sediment and not just dirt. That's what you're telling us.
Well, if somebody would analyze it, that would be fine with me. Until such time that they analyze this, that is my opinion. That's correct.
Now, you do realize that the interior of the skull was washed with saline by the medical examiner and the toxicologist to see if they could get any trace elements that might have remained on the skull through decomposition. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that the medical examiner took salty water, so-called saline, put it in through this opening, this hole, where I put my finger or where I put my pen, and then swished it around and removed whatever came back.
So is it your testimony that there's absolutely no possibility that that act of swishing water is why there's no sediment on this side of the skull?
No, the reason that there is no sediment on the other side is because that sediment has a weight to it. As I told you, this is not the first skull that I've examined. In fact, I was able to solve a murder case in California in a
Objection, not responsive to the question.
Sustained.
Which objection, Judge?
Mr. Mason's objection.
All right. Go ahead, Dr. You can finish.
I was requested by the prosecutor of Riverside County, California, to examine a skeleton from Riverside that was buried in the mountains of Riverside and to determine the cause of death. And I opened the skull, and lo and behold, there was the same residue as here, sedimented down to the bottom, and I found it loaded with sleeping drug medication and on chemical analysis. That is why the finding here was of such importance. It indicated, when I looked at the skull, I determined that the skull must have been on the left side. Otherwise, that wouldn't be there. So if you tell me that there was brown sediment everywhere, well, this brown sediment obviously did not respond to the swishing of the fluid. This sediment stayed put. Why did it stay put? Because it's sticky. It is sticky in the other cases that I've examined also, and it sticks to the bone. That's why it's there now. And that's why it will be there for probably longer period yet.
But in the other case, you sent the sediment for chemical analysis, didn't you?
I'm sorry?
The California case that you were telling us about?
Yes.
You sent that residue for chemical analysis.
Well, that's because there was somebody to give it to, and that from the prosecutor's office that picked it up. That is one of the advantage of two people doing an autopsy together. Because if that skull
Your Honor, not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
Go ahead,
because if I had been there with Dr. Garavaglia, I would have insisted that I would have told her, you know what, let's take that and send it to the laboratory. Then we wouldn't have all this kerfuffle about determining what is what when you inject fluid into a closed box, swish it around, and then now we're arguing about where it came from or what it was.
But if you had the residue analyzed, we also would avoid the kerfuffle.
But I'm not a laboratory. I don't have a laboratory like that. I can do autopsy, but I'm not a chemist. I don't do tests like that. The laboratory does that.
Could you put your skull back together when I ask you a couple questions and use that skull? Okay?
You want me to put that back together?
Can you put it back together?
Sure.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
You need to put this back too?
Yeah, please put it back. We'll talk about all I just want to put it in place. I don't know if you need spring action to work if it's possible to think about it. Now, your theory is that this skull decomposed on its left side or right side?
Left side.
So,
with the face slightly elevated.
Slightly
Slightly like this.
Slightly like that.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at the time of decomposition, when the skull gets in this position, the brain is still at least relatively intact, in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
The skin is still on the face.
Yes.
The hair is still on the skull.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
As it decomposes, everything decomposes together.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
The brain is decomposing.
Yes.
And the skin is decomposing.
Right.
And the hair is sloughing off the skull. Is that correct?
Yes. That's right.
And by force of gravity, the hair would naturally fall this way. Correct?
No, the hair. Well, the hair would move, but whether it would directly fall, I'm not so sure that it falls. The hair is. The hair kind of is clumped together in clumps, and much of the tissue receives some of that creamy, soapy stuff that keeps the hair together, and so that even when that eventually disappears, the hair would stay put on the skull.
The hair would stay put on the skull.
Well, it would move. Then people come and move it, and as soon as you touch the thing, the hair gets moved along too.
And doctor, if you can interrupt my question, so I'll get it out, and then wait, reporter's not going to have a problem. Now, so you're saying that the skull in this position and the skin has completely decomposed, the brain is completely decomposed, but the hair is still on the skull?
Well, much of it probably would be, yes.
But most of it would have fallen, correct?
Well, only that hair that would be on the left side may so-called fall. The hair that's on the right side would stay put. And you can see that there are structures on the head that would hold the hair, like here, the maxillary bone, that would hold it in place. The hair would be entangled in that, some of it.
But the massive hair on the top of the skull would fall.
But not from the right side. It wouldn't go, the hair doesn't go up. The hair goes by gravity. It would go down, not up. And when it comes down from here, it would encounter this structure, and it would encounter that structure on the other side too.
I understand. What I'm asking you is about the massive hair on the top of the skull would be expected to fall this way.
Some of it would fall that way, some of it would not.
Well, you would expect if you found the skull in this position that the mass of the hair would be on this side.
No, that's not so. That doesn't happen.
So where would it be then?
Some of it would be stuck to the top and stuck to the right side, and there would be hair on the head.
It certainly wouldn't fall off the back, though.
The hair from the back, some of it may be spread to the back when the skull is picked up. That hair would probably, being that it is resting on some of the shrubbery there, would stay on the shrubbery because it comes in with that sticky material that's on it.
219. Doctor, do you recognize, can you turn your screen so you can see it? That one there, I'll show you the photograph. Do you recognize this as a photograph, one of the medical examiner's photographs of the appearance of Kaylee Anthony's skull and remains at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Right. Now, you would agree, always forget about the delay, thank you, sir. You would agree that the mass of this hair, the vast majority of the hair, has fallen back, not to the side. Wouldn't you agree?
Sir, you're looking at this picture. The skull like this.
Correct.
Like this.
Yes, sir. And the hair mass has fallen to the back of the skull, not to the side. isn't that shown in this photograph, Dr.
The hair is the hair that she has long hair, and the hair is sitting on the base of the skull. If you look at this, the back of the base of the skull has, and the sides here has hair, and the hair is sort of glued or sticky to the bone. That is that hair which matted itself to the skull when the skull was placed, or when the head was placed in that location.
But you would agree that this photograph indicates, excuse me, sir, Mr. Dr. Smith, if you need, let me finish the question. You would agree that this photograph shows that the hair mass has fallen backwards, not to the side. Wouldn't you agree, sir?
The hair on this picture, location-wise, speaks for itself, where it is. And much of that hair is on the base of this skull. Like here, let me show you. If this is the matted hair, if this is the matted hair, this is the matted hair, the skull is like this, and the hair would be here, here, and here. That's what you see.
So your
what you see.
Your recollection.
Let me show the gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you would see.
So
See, that is what this picture shows.
Doctor, so is it your statement that the photographs show that there is hair, a considerable amount of hair on top of the skull, that it hasn't all fallen, almost all fallen to this back and the sides?
I don't see any evidence on this picture of what you call fallen hair. This hair is matted and is. You tell me that there's water. Maybe the water washed it to the the water washed around it and splashed the hair onto the bone and wetted the liquefied scalp to the bone and attached it to the bone, glued it to the bone.
So the water displaced the hair,
maybe,
but it didn't displace the residue.
I don't know if that's what happened, but that could have happened. And it seems quite likely because that happened because there is no hair on the base of the skull. So now there is hair on the base of the skull, on the outside, on this surface, on the outside. How did that hair get there? There's no other way for the hair to get there.
The hair can't just slough off the skull when the skin, which held it to the skull, has decomposed and no longer exists.
The hair, in order to not exist, it underwent a process like adipocere, or melting down, breaking down, and that yields materials which are sticky.
Did you look at this hair?
On the pictures.
Do you know whether it's sticky in its present condition?
Well, I know that it's sticky because I've examined other hair, not this hair. But I mean, that is a fact that this hair was not located in a clean, what we call clean environment. This hair was subjected to decomposition, and when decomposition finishes, the dried up adipocere is still there and helps stick the hair to the bone.
You would agree, however, that this photograph does not support the position that you have theorized the head decomposed in, because the hair has not slid to the side.
No, I don't see why that contradicts it. This is to be expected. If you said about this area is submerged at times, and that would be totally consistent with it.
Now, let us proceed now to your other theory about the duct tape. Is it your opinion that the duct tape was applied to the skull after it was fully skeletonized?
It is my opinion that the duct tape was stuck on there after the skin had deteriorated, after the skin was decomposed. Through the whole process of adipocere, you see the skeletonization here. You see it. It's looking at you. It's looking at me. It's almost in this condition, except it's not been handled, at least not much. At the scene, there's debris. There is because that area is full of debris. And
may I object to the narrative? It's not responsive to the question I asked.
Doctor, had you finished answering the question, sir?
I have, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Now, how did this person do that? Describe for the jury how, in your opinion, this person actually did that. Put duct tape on the skull.
I'm sorry, I don't. How the person did what?
How this person that you have hypothesized put duct tape on the skull, how they did it.
Well, they took a piece of duct tape in a roll. It comes in a roll. I'm sorry I didn't bring you a roll to show you. I have a big roll in my office. And tore off a number of sections, maybe this long, and stuck them on the skull to possibly to do what I did, so that I can show it with springs attached the lower jaw, the lower jaw to the rest of the face.
Well, let me start with the first level. Is it your theory that your theory is that the skull and the body decomposed at the location where it was found, but on its side? Do I have that correct?
On its left side, yes.
Right. Did the person, in your opinion, come over and pick up the skull from the ground? Is that your theory?
You mean, I don't know if the duct tape was applied when the skull was on the ground, or whether the duct tape was elevated when that was done. That I cannot tell you.
Well,
I mean, I'm a fairly good forensic pathologist, but I cannot tell you an answer to that question, whether it was elevated or whether it was on the ground.
Well, if the skull is on its side, someone would have to pick it up in order to place duct tape over the front going to the sides.
Maybe,
Correct?
maybe. I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, and when they picked up the skull, the mandible would have stayed where it was. Correct?
The mandible would have what?
In other words, when they pick up, if the body is completely skeletonized, then the mandible and the skull are not connected. Correct?
Well, they are connected until the skull is moved around, and then they're not connected. It's not connected because the soft tissues that hold the skull to the lower jaw, those are gone. So it's like I said earlier, when I picked up this skull, the mandible, the lower jaw, which is the mandible, fell down here on my back.
Exactly my point. This person had to pick up the skull and then pick up the mandible because they would be separated. Correct?
Unless you use duct tape and stick it back on.
But he hasn't duct taped it yet. We're getting there.
Well, okay.
He picks up the skull. He picks up the mandible.
Yeah.
This person then would need to place the mandible back in anatomical position in the skull. Isn't that correct?
Possibly. I don't know how well it was attached. I don't know. In the pictures that I see here, there is no mandible on this picture anyway.
Correct. But do you recall from the report of the autopsy and the forensic anthropologist that when it was found, the mandible was in virtually its anatomical position?
Right.
So this person would have had to take the jaw, put it back in anatomical position. Correct?
Yes.
He then would have had to have taken a piece of duct tape and placed it around the bone itself.
On one side.
Well, do you recall from your readings that the duct tape is on both sides?
The pictures don't show it like that. I don't have a picture. Maybe you have a picture. I don't remember a picture that shows it on both sides.
We'll just take, for purposes of my hypothetical, that it's on both sides, and the jury will see the photographs already. So he would have had to take. Here's another point. If you're trying to attach the mandible to the skull, you'd have to do it on both sides. Correct? If your theory is correct.
Well, that depends on how long the duct tape is. I don't know whether it was on both sides. I remember it on one side, and one side, the other side, there was no duct tape that I could see. But if you tell me that there was duct tape on both sides, so okay, so there was on both sides.
But if your purpose, as you've hypothesized, is to connect the jaw to the skull for some reason, you'd have to do it on both sides.
If you want a better bond, yes.
This person actually, though, would have done it with 3 different pieces of tape. Were you aware of that?
I know that there are 3 pieces of duct tape.
So why would it take 3 pieces of duct tape to stick the mandible to the skull if in fact that was what you wanted to do?
Well, because there was, what I gleaned from the pictures again, there were 2 pieces of duct tape superimposed one on top of the other, and the pieces were not terribly long to reach the other side, so maybe one side was done, and then there was another piece of duct tape put on top of that, so that would extend the total length of the duct tape to afford it to be on both sides.
For purposes of our discussion, you may accept that the pieces were 6 to 8 inches long each, and there were 3. For purposes of
it was what?
Pardon?
It was what?
Each piece was 6 to 8 inches long, and there were 3 pieces.
There were 3 pieces. One piece was like 9 feet away, I understand.
Yeah, the 4th piece was 9 feet away.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So this person would have taken this skull for whatever reason and cut 3 pieces of duct tape and wrapped it around the skull, actually putting the adhesive on the skull itself. This is your theory, correct?
Yes.
Why is there no glue residue on the skull?
There's no glue residue on the skull. There was no residue of duct tape on my skin that I put directly on when I put duct tape on my forearm. There was hair on it, but there was no glue.
But this is bone, not skin. So why is
why would bone be any different? In fact, bone is much more solid and dense than skin. So why wouldn't if there isn't any on skin? Why would there not be any? Why would there be residue on bone?
You do realize that the duct tape was not actually stuck to the bone when it was found. You do realize that.
I realize that. Yes.
Why?
That's
why isn't the duct tape, under your theory, still stuck to the bone?
It's not stuck to the bone.
But why isn't it?
Don't show it stuck to the bone.
But why isn't it?
Well, because there's intervention of water. The water will usually remove some of the glue, the stickiness of the glue. So why not?
So if this person removed the skull, attached the mandible to it, and put 3 pieces of duct tape on it, and then set it back where it was, is that your theory?
Or take it with him and then bring it back and put it back to where it was. Or take it to where he or she wants to put the duct tape and then bring it back and put it back in the place.
Then why is the hair the only thing that stuck to the tape?
But the hair would stick to the tape.
But you said that the tape was put on after the skull was removed. So how can the hair be stuck to the tape?
I don't know how the term stuck to the tape is applicable here, because I'm not so sure that the tape was really still in a condition that it enables stickiness, that it preserved the tape preserved the stickiness through this entire ordeal. Heat, water, that takes away some of the stickiness.
For purposes of our discussion,
yeah.
Would you accept, or do you recall from the autopsy report that Dr. Utz, the doctor that removed the tape, had to cut the hair in order to remove the tape because the hair was stuck to the tape? Does that sound familiar?
Well, some of this, yes, it is. Some of this hair is probably there, and some hair will probably not be there. So some of the hair she may have needed to cut, and some of the hair she did not need to cut.
Could I have States Exhibit 215 and published to the jury, Your Honor?
Right.
You see this photograph, Doctor?
Yes.
And then this person who picked up the skull, attached the mandible, attached 3 pieces of duct tape, put it back, then had to drape strands of the hair over the skull. Is that your theory?
Would you say that again? Because
Sure.
I don't understand what your question has to do with this picture.
Do you see the strands of hair that are on top of the skull?
Yeah, they're just lying there.
Your theory is
These pieces of hair, excuse me, these pieces of hair were put there. They did not stay like that.
they were put there.
Yes, the person who took this picture or the person who prepared this picture for the photograph to be taken put the hair there.
So your testimony is that the medical examiner's personnel took the hair that was not on the skull and placed it there for the purposes of this photograph?
Wouldn't be the first time, sir. Wouldn't be. I can tell you some horror stories about that, where people sat in jail for a long time because of somebody removing bloody clothes and putting them in the trash can, and those were police officers.
May I publish State's Exhibit 209 to the jury?
Right.
Do you see this photograph, Dr.
Yes.
Skitz? Do you
Right.
recognize this as a photograph of the skull as it was found at the scene?
Yes.
And do you see the strands of hair draped over the skull?
Yeah, but this does not look like, yes, I do, but I do not see that this picture is identical with the picture that you just showed me.
Is it your testimony that the medical examiners who took this photograph at the scene took the hair and draped it over the skull for purposes of this picture?
It is my opinion that somebody did. I don't know if it's medical examiner or not medical examiner. I cannot tell you that because I don't see fingerprints on this. But if you compare this picture with the other picture that you just showed me, they look different. And why do they look different? Because somebody rearranged it.
Redirect.
He doesn't have to say anything.
Dr. Spitz, you were asked a little while ago, Mr. Ashton, if there were any other reasons for opening the skull than the general autopsy protocol. You remember that question?
Yes.
Are there other reasons why you would open the skull?
Sure.
And what are they, sir?
Well, first of all, just for to mention, if you look at medical legal investigation of death, I don't remember the page number, obviously, but there are occasionally fractures that will not fracture the outside of the skull. So what does that mean? That means that here the skull put back together. If there is, let us just for the sake of argument, if this kind of a force is applied to the skull, the top of the skull, for instance, you can find, when you open the skull, you can find a fracture on the inside, but nothing on the outside. That's one. The other thing is that in a case of in certain types of death, there would be hemorrhage to the in certain locations in the base of the skull. I think I mentioned that earlier. In the area of the middle ears, in the areas of the this bone here behind the lower jaw, which would contain a coloring that's in the bone that is difficult to remove from blood that had accumulated there, which is not here, did not occur in this case. Another thing.
What other types of death would cause that hemorrhaging and discoloration by blood?
Well, it doesn't occur each time, but in a good number of times, there's hemorrhage in those locations in cases of asphyxiation by smothering or by strangulation.
And how does that occur?
Well, because if you smother somebody, the blood pressure goes up in the head area, and then blood vessels break, and that's the location where you get the evidence.
So in many occasions, if there is a suffocation, an asphyxiation, the blood pressure alone will cause there to be hemorrhaging and discoloration on the base of the skull.
Well, as I said, it doesn't happen every time, but when it happens, when the blood decomposes, it leaves a residue, and the residue is colored.
You were also asked by Mr. Ashton, sir, if you had sent the brain matter, he refers to it as dust and sediment, for chemical analysis, and you responded you did not.
No, I did personally not. I don't have the facility for that.
You read all of the reports from the autopsy by Dr. Garavaglia, did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that, in fact, the matters from the autopsy were sent to Dr. Bruce Goldberger, a toxicologist in Gainesville?
Objection. Specification of what matters.
Pardon?
Relevance of specification of what matters.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you read the results of the toxicology screens by Dr. Goldberger, sir?
Yes, I did.
Did Dr. Goldberger find the presence of any form of poison?
No, he did not.
Did he find the presence of any amount whatsoever of chloroform?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Did he find the presence of any amount of chloroform?
No, he did not.
Now, the last issue Mr. Ashton was asking you about is the presence or location of duct tape, right?
Yes.
Do you know how many people had handled that skull before it was photographed in the medical examiner's office, sir?
No, I do not.
Do you have an opinion by looking at those photographs whether, in fact, of necessity, that skull was manipulated to take the photographs?
Well, it had to be manipulated. I mean, there's just no way that it was not, because manipulated means manus in Latin means hand. So manipulated means that hands were laid on the skull. Why do I know that? Because it's positioned on a brown paper for the purpose of taking a picture. Well, the skull didn't walk there. The skull didn't go there. The skull was put there by hands of somebody. And in the process, the hair had to be rearranged. That's why the hair in the office, in the presence of the camera, looks somewhat different than the skull with the hair, with the position, placement of the hair on the skull at the scene. There's just no other way.
So somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it, sure.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
No question from the state.
May the witness be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. May the attorneys approach the sidebar? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this concludes the presentation for evidence today. We will see you Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Well, we're going to continue right on to day 23. Moving right along. Thank you, David Lord, on that.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney, both sides ready to proceed. About what? Well, okay, we'll do it this time, but please remember, I have indicated that we need to bring matters up to notify the court deputy at 8:20, and then we will take up those matters at 8:30. So,
Okay, it looks like this is just
Okay.
going to be a day of ours.
all right, then you can approach the bench. Okay, who will be the defense's first witness for today? And Mr. Ashton, you indicated that there may be an issue with Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes. The first issue is the court had left the issue of a sanctions package as to this witness for later consideration. We did take his deposition from 1:45 to approximately 3:45 on Saturday. I just received a transcript of the deposition yesterday. I read through it once. I would like to read through it again in preparation for cross-examination. So, number one, I would ask that this witness.
There's no witnesses on day 23, so we're moving on to day 24. Thank you, David Lord, on that.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Okay, are there any preliminary matters we need to bring up? Okay, Mr. Ashton.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would like to address the discovery issues as to the Mr. Richard Eichenblum, who was addressed briefly yesterday. We completed his deposition yesterday afternoon. I provided the court with a copy of that, a very rough copy that we received by email. Today, I believe that counsel has received it as well.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Look who's back.
My name is Jennifer Welch, W-E-L-C-H.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Welch, I believe you've already established that you are a CSI Orange County crime scene investigator. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. And did you author a report dated February the 1st, 2009, and the date stamp would be 3433?
I don't have one with that date on it.
Do you have a report that indicates the end of day observations with regard to clearing of the scene December the 12th through the 14th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Can you explain, or if you need to refer to your notes, that's fine, what your observations were?
Yes. Yes, on that day, December 14th, 2008, at the end of the day, I made observations that during the period of December 12th through December 14th, with December 12th being the first day of searching and clearing the scene, that the areas had been cleared of leaf litter and vegetation from approximately 0 to 4 inches. And around the trees and the tree roots where the crevices were, it had been cleared approximately 0 to 10 inches.
All right. And do you have an end of scene, a day scene observation, date stamped 3433?
I don't have
This says page 22 on the bottom.
Thank you.
There's handwritten date stamps, so ours may be different.
Yes, page 22 of my report is what I just
Okay. All
testified
right.
about.
And did you read the last sentence?
The last sentence under my end of day observations?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I had mentioned about around the tree and tree roots being cleared approximately 0 to 10 inches as determined with the tape measure.
Now, I believe you previously testified that you took photographs when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you took photographs in and around the area of the scene in which the remains were moved, did you alter remains or take anything off the remains that was touching the remains or the vegetation around it, other than to maybe lift something that was hanging over it?
The vegetation around the area was cleared to the point of the vines being cut and tied back, but I do not recall removing any vegetation from actually on top of the skull or on top of any other evidence, again, other than just clearing away vines that was obstructing the view.
All right. And I just need to confirm in terms of the photographs that you took, they would be CSI call numbers. Is that correct? Is that how you determined them?
The photographs are entered into our database under call ID numbers. That's correct.
All right. And are you familiar with the call ID number 1932?
I do not have a record of 1932 as a call ID number.
All right. Did you take photographs of the scene after the vegetation had been cleared?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. permission to publish this just to the witness.
Which exhibit is it?
This has not been entered in yet as an exhibit.
Okay, you may publish it to the witness.
Request that it be marked for identification so that there's a permanent record of what's being shown.
What would that number be?
Hand it to the clerk. Yes. Speak up a little louder so the clerk can, the court can hear you.
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. That represented the scene where the vegetation had been cleared.
Thank you.
And I'm not really sure how to work this, so, well, can you,
Upside down. Look it over here.
there we go.
Pull it down, son.
Oh, I see, okay, great.
Publish the witness notice.
You're on permission to publish to the witness?
You offered any evidence?
Yes, sir.
Any objections from the state?
No, sir.
It will be received in evidence as defense exhibit number. Okay, you may publish it to the jury.
Thank you. And can you identify, please, what that photo,
Okay, so it's about a 4-second delay.
that's right, I forgot. Ms. Welch, can you identify that photograph, please, and advise the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that represents?
It appears to be the scene after vegetation had been cleared.
Okay. And is that an accurate depiction, in your opinion, of the scene, the area in which the remains were found after the vegetation had been removed?
From what I recall, yes.
Permission to unpublish, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you tell me, please, in your report, and since our date stamp pages appear to be different, if you could look on page 5 of your report, and can you tell me, please, whether or not there's a reference to a log or a tree near the remains and what happened to that log or tree?
Yes. The log was located directly near the skull, which was observed on December 11th, 2008. During the process of clearing and moving vegetation, the log was moved by Chief Medical Legal Investigator Stephen Hansen and my supervisor Susan Mears on scene.
I have a photograph that I would like to, with court permission, publish to the witness for identification. And it's 1840-196206.
Okay, has the clerk marked it? Okay, let the clerk mark it.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And is that photograph an accurate and true depiction of the scene in which the remains were found on December 11th, 2008?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish this to jury?
Any objections? It being offered into evidence.
The only objection is as far as the time when it was taken and what point, and what objection relative as we know, at what point in the process this was.
I'll be glad to clarify that. Can you tell us approximately when this photograph was taken?
I cannot give you an approximate time, but I can tell you that from looking at this photo, this appears to be a photo that I had taken after vegetation had been moved out of the way. In other words, to aid in no longer obstructing the view.
When you say
Go ahead. Go ahead.
when you say after vegetation had been moved away, that's hanging vegetation, not anything that's laying on the items themselves. In other words, no leaves were removed or twines that were actually touching the items. Is that correct?
Yes, from what I recall, this photo is just vegetation being moved out of the way to no longer obstruct the view. I do not recall removing vegetation off of the items.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish to the jury?
Okay, any objections to coming in evidence? Madam Clerk, be admitted into evidence as defense exhibit numbered. Okay, you may publish 28.
What's that? Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, may I unpublish?
To the jury, have you seen it? Okay, you may unpublish.
Thank you. That's all I have of this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
May I republish Defendant's Exhibit 27, Your Honor?
You may.
To the jury. Just, can you tell us what portion of the scene, this is, maybe orienting us by some object that was found? I'll zoom out a little bit so we can see the whole thing, if that helps you.
While it does appear to be a photograph of the scene, without going through my CD of photos in the sequence of photos, I can't tell you precisely where in the scene this is located.
So you couldn't point to a spot and say, well, this is where the skull was. You don't know from this photograph.
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Ms. Welch, how did you identify the grouping of photographs? Did they have call numbers? How did you do that?
I guess I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, you took photographs, and there's a series of photographs, and I understand it have CSI call numbers like 1832, which contains a number of photographs, 1840, 1842. What was your identification system for those photographs?
What I did was I took the photographs out on scene, and then they were uploaded into our digital crime scene system. When they are uploaded into that system, the system gives it a call ID number. That way, we can go back into the system, or a detective, if needed, can go into the system, put in that call ID number, and pull up the photos that are under that call ID number. So it is not a number that I created; it's a number that the system created.
Okay, and do you have those numbers here today?
Yes, I have the numbers.
Okay, and just for clarification, if I read them to you, would you be able to verify that they are in fact the CSI call numbers for the photographs that were taken on December 11th, 2008?
I would be able to tell the number of photographs without actually going through my report and looking at the corresponding number of photographs to the call ID. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what day the call ID matched up with.
But you would be able to determine that these were photographs that were taken at some point in time, December 11th through the 14th, approximately?
December 11th through the end of the investigation, I would, yes.
All right. And do you have those call numbers readily available?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would one be 1838?
I do not have a call ID number of 1838.
Okay. What are the call numbers that you have?
I have call ID numbers 1840, 1842, 1845, 1849, 1893, 1903, 1913, 1919, 1923, 1934, and 2088.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Okay. Any additional questions? May Ms. Welch be excused? Okay.
Yes, sir. Again.
You may be excused, subject to recall. Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Thank you.
Defense may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would call Dr. Jane Bach.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please.
My name is Jane Bach, B-O-C-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bach, what is your occupation?
I'm a botanist.
All right. And what type of botanist are you?
My specialties are plant ecology, plant anatomy, and forensic botany.
And can you tell us what forensic botany is?
Forensic botany is the applications of plant science to matters of the law.
All right. And can you give us the benefit of your education?
Certainly. I have a bachelor's degree in botany from Duke University in North Carolina, a master's degree in botany from the University of Indiana in Bloomington, and a PhD in botany from the University of California at Berkeley.
All right. And have you had occasion to teach botany?
Yes, I'm a retired biology professor, and I taught botany for, and I'm still teaching it a little bit, 40 years.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone? I think some people may be having problems hearing you.
Yes.
Can you say that again? You taught what?
I've taught botany for 30 or 40 years.
All right. And have you authored any publications in scientific peer-reviewed journals on botany and forensic botanical issues?
Yes, I have about 80 peer-reviewed papers, maybe slightly more by now.
And what does peer review mean?
It means that you send in a manuscript to an head editor, and if they decide it might be of interest to their readers, they send it out to people thought to be expert in the field of the topic of the paper.
Okay. And have you authored any books?
Yes, I've authored 3 books and edited another one.
And what are the topics of those books?
2 are on plant ecology. 1 is on forensic biology and botany, and the 3rd one is on plant ecology that I edited.
All right. And can you tell me, please, whether or not you've received research support and from what organizations?
During my academic career of about 30 years, I had continuous research support from the National Science Foundation, not all of them at the same time. The National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Justice, the Charles A. Lindbergh Foundation, the National Park Service, U.S. Forest Service. That's a good sample.
All righty. And what organizations, what professional organizations are you a member in?
I belong to the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I belong to the International Association of Identification. I belong to the Botanical Society of America, the British Ecological Society, NecResearch International, and a couple others.
All right. And can you tell me whether or not you've given testimony in trial or deposition as an expert in forensic botany?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times?
50 plus, if you count depositions.
And have you ever given testimony in cases in which you applied your knowledge as a forensic botanist to determine whether or not the remains of an individual had been moved from one location to another?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would like to offer Dr. Bach as an expert in botany and forensic botany.
What stands for state?
No objection to her qualification, and if I may have a moment with counsel as the court is announcing her.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Bach would be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic botany and permitted to render opinions in that area. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bach, what items have you reviewed in preparation for your testimony here today?
I have looked at photographs taken by the medical examiner and photographs taken by the Sheriff's Department crime scene investigation people. And I have visited the discovery scene, and I have read several documents, printed documents concerning the case.
All right, what printed documents have you reviewed?
I've reviewed the medical examiner's report. I've reviewed the description of the recovery site as described in Ms. Welsh's materials.
All right, and any reports from anyone else?
Yes, I've read the report of a forensic botanist, David Hall.
All right, at some point in time, Dr. Bach, did you visit the area in which the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony were found?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was the first day of February.
Of what year?
2009.
All right, and can you tell me, please, whether or not you took any photographs?
I didn't take the photographs, but with me was Patrick McKenna, a photographer, and he took photographs of me at the crime scene, and of the, not crime scene, excuse me, recovery site and my work there.
Your Honor, may I have permission to show the witness an enlarged photograph that was taken at the time in which she was visiting the scene?
You may.
Yes, I am.
All right, and how are you familiar with this photograph?
This is one of the pictures that Patrick McKenna took when I was at the recovery scene.
And can you tell me whether or not it accurately reflects your visit on February the 1st, 2009 to the area in which the remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish the video?
Have we got an ID number on it?
Oh, sorry. Oh, it is. Okay.
If it's being moved into evidence, I have no objection.
It is 2008. Oh, CE. I apologize. It's CE.
You offered an evidence?
Yes, sir.
What says to state any objections?
No, sir.
If we received an evidence as defense exhibit number,
29.
you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I might want to suggest we might want to get a lavalier mic for Ms. Sims. She's very soft spoken. I'm not sure that people are going to hear her without.
Yeah.
I can be louder.
Okay.
Well, it's a lot easier with a lavalier mic, so.
Okay. Yes. Dr. Bach, can you describe what is here, this area on the ground? What would you call this?
I call that leaf litter.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to move the photograph down?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what leaf litter is?
It's a general term used for leaves that fall off vegetation overarching the area where the litter accumulates. Mostly, in this case, it was leaves, but also pieces of stems can fall off of trees and needles from evergreen plants.
All right. Dr. Bach, let me ask you, after having read the reports and the photographs that you mentioned and having visited the scene, the area, some 7 weeks and 1 day later, can you tell me whether or not you have formed an opinion as to the shortest period of time that the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony could have been at the scene in which they were found?
Yes, 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks.
And can you tell us when the remains were placed there?
No,
And what is the basis for your opinion that it is possible that they were placed there approximately 2 weeks prior to their discovery?
because of the pattern of the leaf litter.
The pattern of the leaf litter?
Yes.
And with regard to the vegetation that was found in the car that was driven by Casey Marie Anthony, do you have an opinion with regard to the vegetation that was found in that car versus the vegetation at the scene?
It isn't in agreement with the vegetation.
Don't believe it's established that the witness has ever looked at the vegetation from the car or what the basis of knowledge of that is.
I'll back up and clarify.
Sustain, establish a foundation.
Dr. Bach, did you review a report from Dr. David Hall dated October 31st, 2008?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell me whether or not Dr. Hall set forth items that were found in or under the vehicle driven by Ms. Anthony?
He described vegetation and vegetation fragments associated with the vehicle.
All right. And with regard to that vegetation, what kind of vegetation was found?
Bits of leaves, for the most part,
From what?
especially from a camphor tree.
All right. And can you tell me, please, whether or not there was a camphor tree at the scene in which the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony were found?
There is not one.
Did you review a report authored by Dr. Hall dated February the 9th, 2009?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you about that report. Does the field of botany,
Objection to counsel listing comments on someone else's report.
Overruled at this point. I don't know what the question is.
does the field of botany train botanists to estimate how long a root has been alive if they don't know the root solely by measuring the diameter of the root?
Objection, may we approach?
Just have to pull this up from Steph. Can we please watch day 23? The judge scolds both lawyers and mentions getting the bar involved. I would imagine it has to do with all the discovery games that we just heard some bits and pieces about. But I really want to get through this trial, so we're trying to get through all the witnesses, and that's really what we're focusing on. So I appreciate the suggestion, and I probably be very entertaining because as we've seen this judge before already raise the issue and to talk about depositions and all the discovery and experts and all that good stuff. But for now, we're just going to keep playing the trial.
Dr. Hall.
Just a second. Okay, objections sustained. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hall, when you look at the photographs,
I'm Dr. Bach.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bach. It's been a long day already. Dr. Bach, when you look at photographs that were taken in this case, can you tell us by looking at the photographs how old the roots and the plants are? Just by
No.
looking at the photographs?
No.
Why?
Because I don't know what plant those roots came from, and size and growth rates and all those
Can you
things.
get closer to the mic? I'm sorry.
Size and growth rates are characteristic of an individual plant, and they differ greatly among plants.
What kinds of things cause them to grow at different rates?
It may be the mineral nature of the soil, the presence or absence of lots of calcium, nitrogen, water, other plant roots being in the area, water, lots of water or a little bit of water, and so on. In other words, environmental factors.
All right, and if you were to attempt to determine how fast a root grew, what would that require in your field? What would you need to do?
First, you'd need to know what plant it came from, and then you would need to do time-spaced observations on growth rates.
And when you say time-spaced observation, can you break that down for me?
Sorry.
And get closer to the mic. I'm going to be on you for that.
You would keep track of how the root elongated, at what rate it elongated, and what size changes occurred.
How would you keep track of that?
With a ruler, with a notebook, with a camera, with whatever you had at hand to help you. Or you could do it in a laboratory.
In layman's terms, you would watch it grow and measure it as it grew over time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Mr. Ashton.
How are you?
I'm well, sir.
You're from Colorado, is that correct?
That's right.
And most of your work has been in that area of the country, that sort of middle area of the country. Is that not correct?
No, that's not correct.
How much time have you spent actually working in Florida as a botanist?
It was the site of my PhD thesis work. And since then, I have had individual research projects in Florida and hope to have more in the not too distant future.
And when your PhD is from what institution?
University of California at Berkeley.
And you said your PhD thesis, and when was that, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I don't mind. I got my PhD in 1966.
And what was your actual work in Florida in the 60s for your PhD?
Moving up and down the state, looking at the distribution of water hyacinths in freshwater bodies in this state and also in semi-marine areas, estuaries.
All right. And other than that, what other projects have you worked in botany since 1966 that have brought you to Florida to actually work in Florida?
I studied the food habits of the tortoise, which is an endangered species and is a vegetarian.
And when was that?
That was from about 1980 off and on through 1990.
And how did that work actually bring you to Florida? In other words, would you come for a few days? Did you live here then? Tell us a little about that Florida experience.
My parents lived here. I came to see them. I also had some research support about tortoises in general, and I used some of that support as well.
Any other involvement you've had in studying botany in Florida?
Yes, I was friends with the person who wrote the first flora of Florida. It's the late Robert Long, and I was very interested in the progress on his work. Subsequently, I've used field guides to Florida plants in order to become familiar with the thousands of plant species, native and non-native, that exist here, to further my botanical knowledge.
Was that review recently in preparation for this case, or just in general?
In general, and it continues to now.
And any other involvements with studying botany in Florida, other than I believe you told me about 3 projects?
No.
All right. Now, most of your work has been in studying grasslands and grasses, isn't that correct?
Part of my work, and a big piece of it, is concerned with grasslands here and in South America, and yes, here and in South America.
And you would agree that different areas of the country have unique botanical ecologies that differ?
Yes.
Right? Now, you visited the area where this body was found, correct, as you said?
I did.
And you also reviewed photographs of a large number of photographs of the scene, both in its pristine form and then at various levels of exploration.
Yes.
And you would agree that this area, based on the botanical specimen seen, is basically sort of a swampy area, an area that's frequently wet. How would you describe it?
It has been characterized in the ecological classifications as a swamp hardwood.
Swamp hardwood.
But that's an interesting term. Part of the plant's that are common there are upland plants, not swamp plants. So they aren't wet all the time or frequently. Others are.
All right, so you would characterize this as an area that wouldn't necessarily be underwater all the time,
No.
but would frequently be underwater.
Frequent. I don't know what you mean by frequent.
Well, the plants that you saw there many of them are species that require a great deal of water.
Yes, at certain times of the year.
So you would agree that the general character of the area is an area that is at least, we'll say, occasionally underwater.
Yes, or wet.
Or wet. Now, your statements to counsel that you believe this body could have been there for as little as 2 weeks, you quoted the leaf litter, but is that opinion based upon looking at all of the botanical evidence in the case?
Yes, it is. Yes.
So you viewed the roots that are growing through the hair mass, and is it your opinion that those roots could have grown there in just 2 weeks in December?
Could have accumulated there in 2 weeks, yes.
Well, is there a difference between grown there and accumulated there?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, could they have grown there in 2 weeks?
Yes.
And the roots which are growing through the laundry bag, you recall seeing photographs of a canvas sort of laundry bag with roots growing actually into the fabric. You recall those?
Yes.
And is it your opinion that that could have occurred in only 2 weeks in December?
Yes.
And the roots that are growing in the bones, did you see the photographs of roots actually growing into the bones in this case? Did you see those?
I saw the photographs. I also saw the bones, some of them.
And are you presenting the opinion that that growth into the bone could have occurred in 2 weeks in December?
I suspect so, but I'm no expert on bones, and I'm not qualified to comment about osteology. But based upon what I know about the ability of roots to penetrate substances, yes.
But you, I believe, and I appreciate candidly admitted that you have never dealt with a decomposing skeleton where you had root growth in the skeleton. You never had that experience, is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
go
ahead.
I have in skeletons that have been in place for several years.
So you say you have dealt with?
I have looked at that evidence. And so sometimes yes and no is not so easy.
Okay, well, let me just put it to you this way. Have you had the occasion to examine a skeleton where plants or roots had actually grown into the skeleton?
Yes.
Okay, let me direct counsel and the witness's attention. Do you recall giving your deposition on February the 12th of 2011?
Oh, yes.
Okay, for counsel's benefit, this is page 64 going to page 65. Do you recall the following question being asked? Okay, well, let me put it to you this way. Have you ever had occasion to examine a skeleton where plants or roots had actually grown in the skeleton? You said, this would be page 64, line 24. You answered no. However, I've taught classes where I've done experiments getting roots to penetrate heavy, thick particles. I asked bones, and you said, I'm trying to think because they're just amazing clay. I don't think I ever used bones. No bones. You said, doesn't sound like me.
Not in teaching. However, I belonged to an organization and was present at a crime scene where there were forensic MDs, and I observed in this perhaps 10-year-old skeleton. By that I mean it had been there 10 years. I did see roots, and so I should have qualified what I said, but I didn't even think about that when you asked me that question.
So when I asked the question, that incident didn't occur to you, but it's occurred to you more recently.
I just calmed down and thought of it.
Okay. But at any rate, you would agree that your experience with roots grown in bones is extremely limited.
Yes.
As you said. Now, in the photographs that you viewed, you would agree that there is leaf litter built up on the skull, or at least sort of to the area of the lower portion of the eyes, correct?
I'm not sure what you're...
Did you see the photographs of the skull as it was found in its pristine form before any leaves or anything had been removed?
Yes, perhaps. I don't know when individual leaves were removed.
If I have just a moment, Your Honor. Make sure I've got the evidence number. Yes, Your Honor, I'd like you to show, and Mr. President, you can pull up photograph in evidence 211. And may I publish to the witness and the jury?
Yes, you may.
Now, are you familiar with this photograph?
Yes.
Do you agree that this photograph shows that the skull is buried in leaf litter up to about the level of, say, the ear or the nose area?
I see one leaf on top of the bones.
Well, I wasn't asking about the leaf on top of the skull. I have a telestrator here, so I'll mark what I mean. Around this area, you can see that leaf litter has collected around the skull up to about the area above the jaw, sort of covering the opening of the nose. That's how high the leaf litter is, isn't it?
I suppose that's all leaf litter, but it may also be humus.
Well, whatever it is, it clearly has collected to a level that rises to approximately above the jawline and to the level of the nose. Whatever it is, it's collected to that height. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay.
And is it your testimony that that amount of leaf litter can collect and pile up in that form in just 2 weeks?
There are other considerations about this picture.
Well, I would just, if you would direct your consideration to my question, I would appreciate
Yes,
Make sure that the witness is finished her answer.
Ma'am, did you finish your answer?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's also go to now State's Exhibit 213 in evidence, if I may publish that as well.
You may.
Thank you. This is, do you recognize this as a photograph of the skull when it is returned to the medical examiner's office with the leaf litter around it collected with it?
Yes.
And would you agree that this reflects leaves of widely varying degrees of decomposition?
Yes.
Some of them retain their, are still green, some of them are sort of yellow, and some of them are brown, and some of them are completely gray. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a reflection of a variation in decomposition level?
It also is a reflection of when the leaves fell from trees.
All right.
Some fall from trees when they have no chlorophyll left. Others are blown into a place. Others shed their leaves when they're still bright green and the chlorophyll hasn't retreated.
But this, is it your testimony that all of these varying levels of decomposition in the leaves immediately around the skull could occur in just 2 weeks in December?
The left side of the skull or the right side of the
Either
skull?
side.
Because I don't understand exactly. I did read. I don't understand exactly how this collection was made.
If I might, for purposes of my question, if you would accept the following hypothetical, that the medical examiner investigator put his hands approximately 6 to 8 inches on either side of the skull, reached into the ground to dirt level, and attempted to the best of his ability to lift the entire leaf litter, both around and under the skull, intact to the best of his ability.
And undoubtedly collected things and must have moved some toward the skull.
I think it would be hard not to. But do you recognize in this photograph a widely varying group of decomposition rates? Or that these leaves have fallen at all different times and at various levels of decomposition, correct?
Yes, I imagine some were.
And some of these leaves clearly have been off the trees for a lot longer than 2 weeks, haven't they?
And lying under other things, perhaps.
My point being, if these leaves are in fact the level that has fallen since the skull has been there, then clearly the skull has been there for a lot longer than 2 weeks, wouldn't you agree?
Given your hypothesis that it had,
Go ahead.
given your hypothesis that it had lain there undisturbed all that time, the answer would be yes.
Then what is it that you're basing your 2 week estimate on, if not the very leaf litter that we've just discussed?
The fact that the litter in the picture that was displayed up there,
Which picture?
the big cardboard picture.
Oh, the picture that taken when you were there?
Yes.
Okay, in February. All right.
All the leaf litter that was there was accumulated on ground that was scraped bare by the 15th of December.
Are you familiar with leaf fall rates for trees indigenous to Florida? In other words, what times of year they drop their leaves, at what rate? Are you familiar with any of that information?
Yes.
If I may. Is this when you're referring to Defense Exhibit 29?
Yes.
Right. So what you're saying is that because there are the amount of leaves on the ground here, which occurred in approximately 6 weeks, but the leaf litter isn't covering the ground, is it?
In some places it is, in some places it isn't.
Where do you, may I proceed?
May.
Do I need a model leaf litter?
It would help tremendously if you did that one.
Oh, he's on now. Thank you. We got it. May I have the witness step down the mic?
Yes.
Please sit down, Doctor. Now, Doctor, and just sort of step to the side there so the jurors can see, you would agree that largely this area, most of what you see is bare ground or bare roots, not covered by leaves. Is that like this area here is bare, this appears to be some sort of root here. What area do you feel is covered with leaves? You're talking about the area to the left of the photograph. Now, his leaf litter seen in this photograph is greater than the amount of leaf litter built up around the skull?
It could be the same as.
Actually, I'm sorry. We probably need a lavalier for her too. I apologize.
I can use my professorial voice.
Well,
It could be the same as.
is that good enough for everybody? Okay. Professorial voice will be fine then.
All right.
All right. But so your position is that this leaf litter we see here, even the greatest accumulation, is equivalent to the leaf litter going up approximately to the victim's jaw line or nose that we saw in the photographs. Your opinion is those are the same.
The leaf litter that was obvious in that picture certainly is equivalent to that.
Did you measure the leaf litter in any of these areas of accumulation?
No.
Now,
Did anyone else do that?
the neat thing about this is you don't get to ask me questions. But that's okay. That's okay. Now, I'm sorry, sir. Now, in this condition, you would agree that this area has been stripped bare, not only of ground vegetation, but of overhanging vines, correct?
Yes, according to what I read, but I wasn't there then.
Well, you've seen the photographs.
I have.
And you would agree that the photographs show this was a densely overgrown area with a number of overhead vines, et cetera. It's very dense.
Yes.
Now, this configuration would permit leaves to blow and build up in particular areas, correct?
Sure.
That might not necessarily be the same in the scene photos where you had heavy vegetation that would have prevented leaves from blowing and collecting in certain areas. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
In the area where the body was found, when it was pristine, is it your testimony that there was nothing impeding the blowing of leaves through the vines and the overgrowth and all the other stuff?
There are complications to things flowing freely here. And
Why are there no leaf fall on the right side of the photograph as opposed to the left side of the photograph? Can you explain that to the jury?
Excuse me, let me interpose an objection, Your Honor, because I think it misstates the evidence.
As the photograph speaks for itself.
Overruled.
You would agree that this side of the photograph has considerably less leaf fall. That is the right side of the photograph. You're facing it, it's considerably less than the left. You would agree with that?
Yes, at that moment in time, it does indeed.
So I guess my question is, why is that?
I can think of several possible reasons.
Okay, go ahead.
People trampling around. This was a frequently visited spot after the recovery became public knowledge. And that's one possible explanation.
What are they?
Wind action is another. Animals is another. And the nature of the trees themselves, just as root growth depends upon the kind of plant it was. Similarly, leaf fall rates depend on the kind of plant it was. This flora is not, it's semi-tropic. Some of those plants are evergreen and keep their leaves all year round, but that's deceptive. They shed leaves all the time. They drop pine needles. The other evergreen trees are constantly shedding a few leaves at a time. Other plants in this forest, certain species, just drop leaves in the fall.
Now, it's important in comparing this photograph to the photographs where the skull was found to compare apples to apples, to compare the same spot to the same spot.
Yeah.
Where on this photograph was the skull?
To the best of my understanding, because I was not there with someone who absolutely knew it was right in here.
Well, you don't really know.
No, but I was told that this particular tree had significance.
So you were told by somebody that wasn't actually there when the skull was removed by Mr. McKenna, correct?
Mr. McKenna had visited this site several times before I did, the week before I was there, with people who seemed, who should have been informed, and I suspect were informed.
Okay. Who was that?
Linda Biden?
Was it some defense attorneys in the case? Without saying names, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, and and other expert witnesses too, forensic scientists.
Now, so your opinion, your question was exactly where?
It was in this area.
Somewhere in this area here.
Yes.
No further I'm sorry, have a seat. Thank you very much. No further question on that issue. The bottom line, Dr. Bach, is you are not prepared at this point to render any opinion to this jury about when Kaylee Marie's body was left at that scene. You can't render any opinion, is that correct?
I thought I had rendered one.
Well, so let me ask you this question. Are you prepared to render an opinion in this case as to when the remains of Kaylee Anthony were placed at the location they were found?
No.
Okay, so you are not prepared to render an opinion as to when they were placed.
I did render an opinion.
Now you've lost me. Are you rendering an opinion as to when you think these remains were left there?
A couple of weeks before.
Do you recall me taking your deposition again on February the 12th of 2011, page 68 for counsel line 16? I ask you, okay, are you prepared to render an opinion in this case as to when the remains of Kaylee Anthony were placed at that location they were found? You answered no.
I don't remember what went on before that and after that with your questioning, but if I said it, I meant it.
May I
However, it was tendered.
May I approach the witness? Just want to take a look at it.
Oh, boy.
If you want to read the context, feel free.
We were discussing Greeley, Colorado at the time, but I know why I said that.
To explain to the jury why you answered no in February and apparently yes today?
I don't know exactly when it was placed there. My best guess is what I have presented today.
Well, now, on direct examination, you said that, in your opinion, it was a minimum of 2 weeks. Are you now indicating that it was a maximum of 2 weeks also?
No.
So you're not of the opinion that the body had only been there for 2 weeks, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. It's also possible it was there for a great deal longer than 2 weeks.
Yes.
No further question. May I approach to retrieve the deposition?
You may.
Oh,
Redirect.
Dr. Bach, you were asked questions about how long you'd studied plants in Florida. And then I think you mentioned that it was a semi-tropical area, the area in which you viewed where the remains had been found. Is that correct?
yes.
All right, let's be more specific. How many years have you studied plants, vegetation, and botany in semi-tropical areas?
30 years.
Okay, and how many years have you taught plants and botany and roots, growth, etc., in areas growing in semi-tropical regions similar to the areas in which the remains were found?
Throughout my time as a professor, 31 years, at least.
All right, and if a bone fragment has a hole in it, can you tell me whether or not a root can grow in the hole?
No.
A root fragment, if there's an let me put it another way. If there's an opening, whether it's a bag or any substance, is it possible for a root to grow into that opening?
Depending upon what kind of root it is.
Okay. You were asked about leaf litter. Did you see the log or the tree that was near the remains?
Yes, I did.
And did you see fallen leaf litter on that log?
No.
And what is the significance to you of that, if any?
It inspired me to look at that log.
Why?
Because I was curious about whether it had been turned over, whether it had laid in that position for a long time.
And was there any documentation in any of the material that you reviewed that weighed the log or identified how long it had been there or determined what specific vegetation was around it, was under it, was on the side of it?
In Officer Welsh's summary report, she discussed that it took 2 people to move it. So I suppose it was heavy.
Was there an identification of the plant material under the log
No.
or to the side of the log? What information could that have given you?
Speculation and relevance and exceeds the scope of cross.
Overruled.
I believe it could have indicated how long the log, the tree, had been in that position, had it been moved, how far along decay was, and something more about other plants in the area, perhaps.
All right, and you were asked about humus and leaf litter, and I'm about to, with the court's permission, approach the pad and make a drawing
Okay.
and ask the witness to stand down, if possible.
You may. Done.
I need the lavalier. Could you draw humus for us, Dr. Bach, and then draw leaf litter on top of that? And could you use your professorial voice?
Yes. Soil is made up of a series of layers, and the top layer is called the humus layer. It's the layer usually that has the most organic matter in it, broken down plant parts and animal parts, insects, bacteria, and so on. And as you move down in the soil, it becomes less and less organic. That is, it becomes more and more pure rock and sand. So this line is the top of the soil. The humus layer is this top layer. And on top of this, that sketch represents leaf fall, but it could be other things as well. It could be twigs of various sorts. And in this case, remnants of roots of things sometimes appeared right on top of the humus area. Those eventually, through the process of decay, will be incorporated into the humus.
Okay, thank you. And let me ask you a question. On the date in which the photographs that you observed that you understood had been taken on or around the time in which the remains were found, what were the conditions? Was it wet?
Your Honor, could I object and ask counsel to identify which photograph by evidence number?
Well, the photographs that you were shown.
Your Honor,
Sustained, need to identify by the evidence number so the record will be clear.
All right, I'll just rephrase the question, Your Honor. When you looked at the photographs which had the remains in place prior to their being moved, can you tell me, please, what the conditions or moisture appeared to be during that time?
same objection, Your Honor. We need to reference a photograph so we know what the doctor is.
I'll move forward. I'll withdraw it and move forward.
Okay. Motion withdrawn.
All right, doctor, if you have an item and you place it on leaf litter and the area is very wet and the humus is very wet, can that item sink?
Of course.
Thank you.
You may resume your seat, doctor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that's all I have of this witness at this time.
Any recalls?
Doctor, is it your testimony that the skull in this case sank into leaf litter or humus or anything like that?
It could have, I don't know.
Or it could not have.
Or it could not have, or it could have been pushed, I don't know.
Or it could have been laying on top of the leaf litter, and the leaf litter, by a natural process over several months, collected around it. That is also a possible explanation
Yes.
for it. Were you aware that one of the bones from this skeleton was buried in 4 inches of muck?
No.
Or humus? If you had that piece of information, that by operation of time or operation of water movement, that one of the bones was buried 4 inches into what is described as muck, would that not tend to indicate that the skull had been there for a great deal longer than 2 weeks?
The skull was in,
I'm sorry, a bone, a hip bone, was buried in 4 inches of what is referred to as muck, which I assume is wet. I assume you would call wet humus. Wouldn't that indicate pretty conclusively that the skull had been there a whole lot longer than 2 weeks?
or a dog buried it.
A dog buried.
They do, as do coyotes. I don't know if you have those here.
No, we're not blessed with coyotes. We have a lot of other things. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, may the doctor be excused? Thank you, Dr. Bach. You may be excused.
Sweet lady.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess at this time. Special one? Okay. All right, we'll take 15 minutes. Witness.
Richard Eichenbaum.
I have reviewed the requested instruction that the state,
But it does not.
there's affidavit supposed to give statement of their opinion considered cause, June 18th.
Or previously at issue.
I will file, this first item is the defense's proposed instruction, if I was going to give an instruction. The second item is the state's handwritten requested instruction.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
My name is Richard Eichenbaum, Eikelenboom, Eichenbaum.
Doctor, I'm Belvin Perry. I'm the presiding judge in this case. When were you first retained by the defense?
The first investigation was, or first request, official request for the case was when we had to look over the evidence.
And when was that, sir?
That was on 13 July 2010. And of course, it was a couple of days before that.
July 2010.
Yes.
Sir, were you ever informed that you were required to produce a report outlining the opinions that you rendered in this case as a result of your examination of the evidence?
Except for the affidavit, I was not told that I had to render opinions or other, write another report.
Sir, were you ever informed of the following? Where expert witnesses have not prepared reports of examinations or tests, both the state and the defense are required to provide the following information, which shall be filed with the clerk of the court in form of a written pleading. 1, the expert's curriculum vitae or qualifications of the expert. 2, the expert's field of expertise or medical specialty. 3, a statement of the specific subjects upon which the expert will testify and offer opinions. 4, the substance of the facts which the expert is expected to testify. And 5, a summary of the expert's opinion and grounds for each opinion. Were you ever informed of that order of the court?
No, I don't recall that order.
I take it, sir, that you do not live in the continental United States?
Well, actually, since February, we were living in Conifer. But before that, we were living in the Netherlands.
How were you communicating with the defense? Was it by phone, email, or by what other means?
By phone, email, and Skype.
Were you ever requested or asked between December 2010 and May 1st of 2011 to reduce your opinions and findings in writing in a report format as I've just outlined?
Sorry, reduce? To write a report?
To write a report in the format that I've just outlined, sir.
No, I don't recall it.
Who was the principal person that you communicated with for the defense? Who were you getting your instructions from?
Mr. Baez, and we also had communication with Michelle.
Now, from May of 2011 up until today's date, were you ever asked to reduce your report in the written format that I've just outlined, which would include all of your opinions that you were asked to produce?
Last Saturday, I talked with Mr. Baez, and then after the deposition, or after we went to the district attorney's office to do the deposition where we were refused, it was requested that I would write a report. So last Saturday night, we wrote a short report.
Between December 1st in the year 2010 up until May 1st, 2011, how many times have you communicated with members of the defense team?
Well, I'm not completely sure about that. I know we had communication short before we had to do the inspection of the evidence, and short after. And then for a long time, I didn't hear anything anymore. So we more or less lost contact and lost track of the case.
From December 1st, 2010 up until May 1st, 2011, were you readily available to be contacted by the defense team via email, telephone, or Skype?
Yes, the defense could reach us if they wanted. Yes.
You didn't disappear during that time period, did you, sir?
No.
Okay. Either the state or the defense want to ask any questions along those lines that I've just asked.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Mr. Eichenbohm, is this the first time anyone has ordered you to write a report on a case?
To write a report on a case?
No, not on a case, that had certain parameters, like this one.
No, in the Dutch courts, yeah, you sometimes get a request, and that's by an investigative judge, and they can order you to investigate certain evidence or certain reports or and write an opinion about these items.
And that would be based on things you've done, correct? Like run certain samples of DNA, inspected certain pieces of evidence?
Can be both. Can be on investigations which we have performed, but can also be on investigations of other laboratories, and then they want a second opinion about the methods used or conclusions drawn in those reports.
Okay. And the contact with your company back in January of 2011, that was done through your wife and Miss Medina, was it not?
Yes.
It wasn't directly with you?
No.
Okay. And in fact, what occurred and how this order was, the information got back to you came originally from Miss Medina to your wife and from your wife to you.
That's correct.
Objection. Assumes the fact not in evidence that the information about the order ever got to the witness. He's indicated it didn't.
I permit him to go ahead. Objection overruled.
Okay. Now, what you ended up doing is based on what your wife ended up telling you, correct?
Yes. You're talking about the very short affidavit?
Yes, the affidavit. Okay. And what you in turn ended up doing was filling out an affidavit of all the work that you had done up until this point, correct?
Yes, this is more or less about the evidence viewing.
Which was, you wanted to inspect a piece of evidence for your own testing, but it was denied, correct? Yes. And then also that you had actually gone and done an inspection of the evidence, correct? And took photographs.
That's correct.
Were you ever told in any way, shape, or form to narrow your report or to exclude things from your report?
No.
Okay. And the report or affidavit that you ended up submitting was based on what you thought was required of us?
Yes.
And you never spoke directly with Ms. Medina about what the court had actually ordered?
No.
That conversation actually took place with your wife and Ms. Medina, correct?
That's correct.
And then later on spoken to you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall exactly what your wife told you was required by the court? If you can remember.
No, I don't recall that.
Do you remember that conversation at all, only that maybe it happened?
No, I don't remember the conversation at all. And the affidavit, I remember something about the affidavit, but we were very busy in the time we were in the transfer, time we transferred from the Holland to the United States. So I didn't think much about this affidavit.
And the questions and the opinions that you raised and formulated on Saturday, they were first broached on Saturday, correct?
Yeah, when we were talking about the case on Saturday afternoon after after the court session, then the idea came up to write a report or to form ideas about what topics we were talking about.
And these are not opinions that you held before and had discussed with us previously, and we determined that you were going to testify about these opinions prior to Saturday, and you just didn't not include them in your report, correct?
That's correct. On Friday, I made a PowerPoint presentation, and just an average presentation for explaining contact DNA.
And Friday's PowerPoint presentation was just a general explanation of touch DNA, nothing more.
Yeah, and how PCR works.
They weren't specific as to any of the issues that were raised in this case, only in an attempt to explain touch DNA.
Yes.
Okay. And upon our conversation on Saturday, you were then immediately asked if you would consider taking a deposition at the state attorney's office to now discuss these new opinions.
Yes, so during the lunch, we discussed the topics, and then about which I might be allowed to talk during court, and then we had an appointment with the attorney's office to do deposit.
Okay. And what happened when you showed up at the state attorney's office?
We were refused entrance.
By who?
By the district attorney.
Who? Is he sitting here?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly did he say?
I don't recall exactly what he said, but as I understand it, I was at least not going to do a deposition.
Was he polite?
That sounded kind of rude.
Okay. And after that occurred, were you then instructed by Ms. Medina to immediately do a report?
Yes.
And you did that?
Yes.
And then you emailed that to me Saturday night?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ashton, any questions? You may.
Is there any opinion that you have expressed in your Saturday afternoon report that you could not have developed 4 months ago through the same conversation with Mr. Bias?
It depends on the information which was available at that time, but like DNA reports, that probably could have been, if asked, I could have written a report about it.
Did he give you any new information during, and you spoke at lunch on Saturday,
yes.
Correct? Did he give you any new information during lunch on Saturday that you had not been provided with before?
Well, for me, it was new information because I didn't follow the case. So the case, when we left, we got a subpoena a week ago, or it's almost 2 weeks ago now. So the case for me was not really clear, and I know, of course, about the case, but I really didn't follow it. So for me, maybe the information was there, but for me, the information was not clear, and it was not clear which direction everything was going. So I needed that guidance during the lunch.
I understand you may have gotten new information about what Mr. Baez was interested in, but did he give you any new reports, any new factual information that you didn't have already?
I got, I think that was during Friday and Saturday. We got new information, so about crime scene pictures and some extra reports.
What new information?
Reports from the FBI and some extra pictures.
So you hadn't had the FBI reports before Friday?
Not all of them. No.
What new ones were you given? What new FBI reports were you given on Friday?
Oh, I just, actually, I got the whole folder. So.
Well, can you give some more guidance on what you had already and what you got that's new?
I've seen reports before. That was, I think that was during the investigation of the evidence. So I formed an opinion about the case, and I know something about what was already then. And during last week, I requested for more information, digital, and I got all the reports, which were then, that's a lot of reports, of course.
And you made that request after you got the subpoena and realized that they were actually going to testify?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Pursuant to Richardson versus State 246 7 seconds 771, a 1971 decision of the Florida Supreme Court, is amplified in McDuffie versus State 977 second 312, a 2007 decision of the Florida Supreme Court. The court will make the following finding of fact. 1, whether the discovery violation was willful or whether or not it was inadvertent. On December 10th, 2010, the court entered an order. The order was entitled Order Granting State's Motion for Clarification / to compel compliance with order for additional discovery. On December 1st, 2010, the state filed a motion to clarify. At a subsequent hearing, it was determined that there was some dispute concerning a prior order that the court had entered and the intent of certain language.
I believe we're ready, Judge.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, Madam Clerk, may we swear the witness, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let me give you the following instruction. All expert witnesses were required by order of the court to provide reports of their findings by providing 1, a complete statement of their opinions, 2, the reasons for those opinions or conclusions, and 3, any data or other information considered by the witness informing their opinions or conclusions. These reports were due at a time prior to the trial of this cause. The report of this witness was not provided to the state of Florida until Saturday, June 18, 2011. You may consider this fact in judging the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may proceed.
Please, the court. Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Eichenbohm.
Morning.
Actually, can you state your name for the record?
Richard Eichenbohm.
And introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Sir, what is your profession?
I'm a DNA scientist.
Okay, and you have an accent. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the Netherlands, so I apologize for my accent.
Now, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit of your educational background? Can you explain that to them?
Yes, I started working for the National Lab in the Netherlands, which is at that time was the only laboratory doing all the homicide and crime cases for the Netherlands in early 90s. And I started on the Department of Serology. The Department of Serology later became the Department of Biology because in the early 90s in the Netherlands we also started with DNA. So I started on the serology department doing protein electrophoresis and root group typing, which is the front runner for DNA. So later on, I became more involved in trace recovery, so finding the stains.
What does trace recovery mean?
Trace recovery, well, actually for the biology department, is finding all kinds of biological cell material which could be used for either electrophoresis at the time in the beginning and later on could be used for DNA profiling.
And have you had any other training on DNA?
Yeah, I went to laboratory school first, and that was analytical chemistry, so that was not really in the field of biochemistry. And then during my working for the National Laboratory, I followed an education on biochemistry. Okay. And that means biochemistry, you work with DNA and you try to decipher DNA, so it's all involving decipher DNA, so it's all about DNA.
Okay. I'd like for you to speak as close to the microphone as possible so everyone can hear you a bit clearer. Now, how long have you been working as a DNA scientist?
Around 20 years now.
Okay, and how long did you work for, was it the Federal Police Department of the Netherlands, or?
No, the Netherlands Forensic Institute is under the Justice Department. Our system is a little bit different from the United States. So I was working for the Justice Department for around 13 years.
Okay, and after that, where did you work?
In 2005 or 2003, my wife started the company Independent Forensic Services, and I joined the company in 2005.
Were you ordered to do that?
No.
Okay. Now, sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the difference is between regular DNA and low copy number DNA?
Okay.
I'll pass over for qualification for the voir dire and then.
Mr. Eichenblum, the highest degree that you have obtained is what's referred to as an engineer's degree in Holland. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that engineer's degree is something between a bachelor's degree, but not quite up to a master's degree, somewhere in between those two, correct?
That's what you could say, yes.
Approximately. Your degree is in biochemistry, correct?
That's correct.
And your specialization for your degree in biochemistry was in the study of luminol, correct?
That's correct.
That's a substance that is a that lights up to show where blood is, correct?
Yes, actually it reacts with oxidized metals, but it is used in CSI a lot for finding bloodstains.
But you did not specialize in molecular biology or DNA in your biochemistry degree. That was not your area of specialization, correct?
That's not correct. Of course, biochemistry education has biology, all kinds of fields and training in DNA and biochemistry. And then as a part of the last year where you do an internship, which of course was at my work, then I choose for a luminol subject. So that subject didn't contain much DNA. Of course, we were finding out, so actually it did contain quite a lot of DNA, but we tried to find to make a new solution of luminol, which would not deteriorate DNA. So it had for sure something to do with DNA.
Now, when you were working at the same time you were in school, you were also working for the Netherlands Forensic Institute of Biology. But you did not do DNA testing for that institution, did you?
I worked on the biology department, and the biology department is divided in sections. And during the time we're talking about my training, I became coordinator, and that means that you coordinate cases, you get all DNA results, but it's all on paper. And I had you can have an accent on certain investigations. That would be DNA extraction, that would be analysis. My emphasis was on trace recovery.
Not DNA analysis or extraction?
No.
And in fact, though you had some training in DNA with the laboratory, you were not certified by that laboratory to perform DNA analysis, were you?
That's correct.
You did trace recovery.
Yeah, as an accent, and I coordinated cases and reported cases.
Coordinating cases means basically deciding which unit should get it first, how best to coordinate the various disciplines in examining an item. That's what you mean, correct?
And then you get all the results. So you have to know something about DNA in order to do interpretation. So analysis, in the sense you get the results, but you do the final comparison about suspect, victims, match or no match.
But you didn't actually perform, analyze, or interpret DNA cases during your period of time with that institution, correct?
I did a lot of interpretation. I did not do the performing the actual pipetting of extraction or analysis in the unit analysis.
But in 2005, your wife and you opened a business.
Correct.
Called Independent Forensic Services.
Correct.
And you and your wife appointed you as, quote, director of DNA.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor. We would object to his qualifications as an expert in this area.
More I'd like to elicit from.
Go ahead.
How many cases did you work where you actually recovered DNA and processed it in the Netherlands?
Netherlands.
Yes.
Processed the DNA cases, so that was during Independent Forensic Services?
Correct. Prior to opening up Independent Forensic Services.
Prior to?
Yes, yes.
So what I said for the Netherlands Forensic Institute, I worked in, as a coordinator, I did work on a lot of high-profile cases, but then as coordinator, you get the results from the laboratory technicians. During the time of Independent Forensic Services, we started doing everything ourselves. We didn't have a lab tech. So at that time, we did from trace recovery till report writing and court testimony all ourselves.
And did you receive any training on how to do these, how to do both the trace recovery, extraction, and PCR process, and everything else that is required when running a DNA sample?
Yes, of course. We had during the biochemistry lessons, of course, you get to know the DNA extraction. And in the Netherlands Forensic Institute, I followed all courses which were aligned to become an expert witness there.
Okay. And was your lab, Independent Forensic Services, accredited by any organizations?
Yes.
Which organizations?
In Holland, we have a Dutch accreditation board, and that is similar to what you have over here as the ESCLET accreditation. That's a board which accredits DNA laboratory of all kinds of laboratories, but in this case, DNA laboratories.
And do they require certain proficiency testing?
That's correct.
Okay. And what is proficiency testing?
With proficiency testing, you actually you get a blind sample, and in this case, or in our case, we used CTS because we know it's an American-based company, collective laboratory testing, and they send out a sample or more samples, reference samples, and as a crime sample, and then the laboratory has to perform DNA on that, and then send back the results without knowing whether or not they were right. And after you send that in, a couple of months later, you get results back, and you can see whether or not your test has been performed well according to 160 or more laboratories which were participating in that test. And till now, we always met the criteria of the other laboratories.
And have you, has your laboratory been contracted by law enforcement from your country to do DNA samples?
Yes.
How many times?
Over 100 times.
Okay. And in addition to that, have you ever been asked to testify as an expert witness in the area of DNA analysis?
That's correct.
How many times?
Over 70 times.
I'm sorry?
Over 70 times.
70 times. Okay. And to get this accreditation, are there any other requirements that they monitor your laboratory and its employees?
Well, the CTS testing is a very important one, of course, but also when the Board of Accreditation does a visit over here, I'm not sure. In the Netherlands, that's every year. I think over here it's once every 2 years. But in the Netherlands, every year they come by and they also bring an expert, a DNA expert, a forensic DNA expert, who can say and review reports. They can actually ask anything from you. So in that way, you're reviewed very thoroughly.
Are you referring to audits?
Yeah, the audit.
Okay. And how did you become involved in cases in the United States?
Well, the first case was the Tim Masters case.
Okay. The counsel's on this question, his qualifications.
Stan, you can ask him whether or not he's testified, but don't talk about a specific case, whether he's been qualified in courts over here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Eichenbaum, try and answer just my question. So you were contacted from a case from the United States, correct?
That's correct.
And what kind of case would you call it? I think it does.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Were you sought out for your unique expertise in any?
Sustained.
Were you sought out for what reason, sir?
Relevance.
Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Eichenbaum, have you been sought out to handle cases in the United States?
Sustained.
Have you testified as an expert witness in the United States on some cases?
Yes.
Where and how many times?
State of Colorado, 2 times.
Okay. And were these by law enforcement or defense or both?
I have to correct that. It's 3 times. Twice by defense, 1 time by law enforcement.
Okay. And you now have a laboratory in Colorado?
We're setting that up.
Okay. And the training that you received in DNA analysis, where did you receive that training?
A lot of the training was in the National Lab in the Netherlands Forensic Institute.
Okay. What kind of courses?
All kinds of courses. It's a laboratory training. It's about interpretation, analysis, statistics, moot courts. So the whole field.
Would it be fair to say from the actual recovery of a collection of evidence all the way through the statistics of being able to interpret results you've received training on?
To the court, yes. So
actually even through the court. Okay. And was this accredited training?
Well, I think it's part of the accreditation procedure. If the training itself is accredited, I don't know.
Okay. And did you also have experience in all different aspects of DNA analysis?
Yeah, maybe I should explain that the reporting officer, I was in training for reporting officer, and then you, of course, have to know everything about the topics about DNA, which you have to testify in court. In the Netherlands, because the laboratory or the biology department became so big, it was separated. So you did not, as a reporting officer, you don't have to work at DNA extraction or DNA analysis. In this stage, they have reporting officers which have never been in the lab, I think. So to become a reporting officer, you have a different training than if you only do trace discovery or you only do DNA extraction. That is done more by lab techs. So the difference was that I went from trace discovery to become a coordinator and to become a reporting officer.
Okay. So is it fair to say you've received training on all aspects of DNA?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that you have over 20 years experience on being able to identify issues on all aspects of DNA?
That's correct.
And you've been certified both as an expert witness 70 times in the Netherlands and 3 times in the United States?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been certified as an expert witness in DNA analysis?
That's correct.
At this time, Judge, I would submit Mr. Eichenbaum as an expert in DNA analysis.
Witness would be accepted as an expert witness in DNA analysis.
Judge, would this be a good time to break for lunch?
It would be a good time, Mr. Bias. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to recess for lunch. I'm going to ask that you return here at 1:30. Do not discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bias, you said you had another issue you wanted to raise? Sir, you may stand down. You can go to lunch.
Well, we'll
be back by 1:25. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Let's return the witness.
While we're doing that, Judge, can I make a humble request?
Yes, sir.
I realize we have a short day tomorrow, but we would request that the court inform the jury that it is due to your honor schedule, not the defense, so
I will
they don't hold it
happily.
against us.
Did I tell them the reason why? When I
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, sir.
No, I would gladly do that.
Thank you, sir.
It also occurred to me that the court had discussed at some point saying something to the jury about witness Rodriguez and his not coming back, and I didn't know if you recalled that, but I think at some point we did.
At some point, we're going to need to do that. So, y'all might want to consider crafting some language.
We have probably some further inquiry that we'd like to approach on that topic. We're discussing that
Okay.
with the team now. So,
You want me to explain to them about the half a day when they come in now? Because I may forget later on.
That's fine.
Okay. Let's return to jury. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay. Remember tomorrow, which is Wednesday, we will only work until noon or shortly thereafter. The reason for that is because I have a long-standing commitment for tomorrow at 1. And just to give you a brief explanation, it deals with the state trial court's budget, which I serve on the executive committee of the trial court budget commission, which is having a meeting here they have a meeting the next day, which I will miss. But that meeting is very important for the well-being of my circuit. That's where we discuss the distribution of funds for the next year. So I just want to make sure that we are represented when the bargaining begins. Okay?
All right, I'm not able to put on the captions. For some reason, this video is not allowing me. So sorry about that, but nothing I can do.
Mr. Byers, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Eichenbaum. Okay, we're going to talk about DNA. Now, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an example of what touch DNA is?
Well, touch DNA means you have all kinds of DNA. Everybody knows about blood, saliva, semen. Touch DNA is DNA which is transferred mainly through the hands. So that's not object, I believe, DNA.
Is there different types of touch DNA, or actually phrase that's a poorly asked question. What affects how much DNA when you use touch DNA is left?
Yeah, there are different factors which will decrease or increase the chance of obtaining DNA profile. If I touch this table here very slightly, the chance of obtaining DNA profile is very, very remote. The upper layer of my skin contains DNA cells or contains cells, skin cells. But these skin cells are dying cells. I actually have this in the presentation. I'm not sure.
Your Honor, may we, the witness has a PowerPoint presentation that would assist him as demonstrative. May we publish that?
You may, what's the exhibit number for the demonstrative exhibit? Attach the exhibit number.
27.
Okay, it's for demonstrative purposes only. You may.
I don't believe it would be evidence.
It's not an evidence. You just need to have an identification number, Madam Clerk.
Actually, it's on his. It's a disc. I can.
Okay.
Give you
We
a
just
disc.
need to reference it at some point. It's a dish, but we just need ID number for it.
Yes.
Okay.
CI.
And just label it a demonstrative exhibit.
Go ahead. Bring it up.
Okay. Just without the slides then.
No, you can bring up your PowerPoint presentation if it helps you. Maybe publish this to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
You may.
It's visible for you.
Hold on a second. We're gonna make sure they can see. Can everyone see?
Yeah, it's a delay.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead and explain what we're looking at here.
So yeah, the first slide was the common types of DNA everybody knows about, and here's about. The second slide is about skin cells, epithelial cells. And these epithelial cells are the covering cells of the organs, but mainly when we talk about touch DNA, we talk about, of course, skin cells from the hands. If we go to the,
So when you say epithelial cells, you're referring to skin cells.
epithelial cells is every covering cell. That could also be the mucosa from the mouth, or the covering cells from the lips, or vagina cells. But for touch DNA, yeah, we mainly talk about skin cells from the hands.
Okay.
Where we are
And what are we looking at here?
In this slide, you can see the top layer of cells doesn't contain any nucleus. That is the part of the cell where we do get our DNA from. So that means that if I touch something, I will leave this top layer mainly, which is hardly containing no DNA material. And of course, in order to obtain a DNA profile, we need cell material or cells which contain the DNA. If you look a little bit lower below the top layer, you can see that there's you see these kind of square bricks.
And that's this section here that I'm highlighting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So under the pink and under the blue ones, you see the section below that. And in the square, those are cells. In the squares, you see the small oval round.
That would be this section here, the spiniest layer.
Yeah, but also in the granular layer, you see a round circle, and that's what we call the nucleus. And that nucleus, that contains the DNA which we need in order to obtain a DNA profile. So in order to get DNA from skin cells, you can see that if you only have a slight touch, the chance of obtaining a profile is very, very remote. If I apply more force, and of course, that happens more often with violent crime than a casual contact where you just touch somebody on the shoulder or touch a doorbell, then the chance of obtaining a DNA profile increases. With blood, saliva, and semen, we all have presumptive tests. These are tests which gives us an indication that blood, saliva, or semen is present.
Would that be like a phenolphthalein test?
Yes, that's correct. But there are lots of tests, like luminol or fate vials for saliva, or it's like a phosphatesmal for enzymes which are present in semen. So you have all kinds of tests. The problem for the epithelial cells is that there's no test. So we get into a problem in detecting these cells. One possibility of detecting cells is using an alternate light source. You see this on CSI all the time. They use a darkened room with blue light. Well, that's what we call an alternate light source. And then if you wear orange goggles, then body fluids can fluoresce. And especially body fluids like saliva or semen or urine will fluoresce very well. A little bit less than these three I just mentioned is the sweat. Sweat also fluoresces. If you will look under the armpits of a t-shirt, you can see that very well. But sweat from the hands are a problem because there's not coming so much sweat from the hands. So if you touch someone or an object, there will be sweat there, of course, depending on conditions like it's warm outside or I'm heavily sweating.
What about sweat from the face and the forehead? Does that show up fairly well?
Well, it depends. If I just touch it once, it's very difficult. So in a lot of times you don't see it if you use alternate light source. But at least we always try first, also in this case, see if we see certain stains with the alternate light source. And if it is sweat, then that could give an indication that somebody touched the location and maybe there's also skin cells there. So you're not detecting skin cells then, but you're detecting, you try to find sweat. And then you assume or you make a working hypothesis, think, okay, where there's maybe sweat, there also could be skin cells. Well, if you don't have that, and in a lot of cases we don't find that, Then you have an alternative way of taking samples, and that's why you use a working hypothesis. And you look for locations where force was applied. If, for instance, you have a rape victim and the shirt was torn apart, then you can look at certain locations where you can see, okay, it is very likely, or it supports the hypothesis that this is a location where the perpetrator might have grabbed the shirt and torn it apart. So force is applied, and that also means that the chance of obtaining a profile is bigger. So that's not a possibility. Still, you don't know for sure that there's skin cells there, so you have to do the testing in order to find out whether or not you get a profile. Then the second problem which you encounter, it's difficult to find, but it's also very difficult to obtain a DNA profile. As said, these dying cells hardly give a profile. With blood, saliva, and semen, in more than 95% of the cases, you will get a profile. With the skin cells, it's different. It's far less, depending per laboratory, but well, I think 50% would be a high score if you make it as a laboratory. So
let me stop you there. How do you combat these problems? How does a forensic scientist actually find these types of cells and this types of DNA? What kind of tools are available for that?
Well, as I was going to explain, we form the working hypothesis, and then you can use a number of amount of methods in order to obtain cell material or DNA from those cells, even though they're broken down so much.
And how would you go about that?
That's the next slide. The point I want to make here is that the type of contact force is very important in order to, on the chance of obtaining a profile. And then we have three different types.
So let me see if I understand what you're saying is you end up developing a working hypothesis by taking a look at the scenario and the type of contact and the location where that contact would be. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. And starting from there, what do you do next?
Well, this is going into, you don't want to see this about the three types of contact?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. But I think in the Netherlands, at least, we use three types of contacts. And then you have due to wearing, which of course is very often people wear clothing for a long time and watch. And then you have the forceful grip, which is of course more related to crime scenes and crimes. And then the contact due to touching. Due to wearing, you can understand that there's not so much force applied, of course, when you're wearing your clothing, but there's a prolonged time, and these clothing or items are more or less rubbing against the skin for a prolonged time. So you can understand that over time, the longer that takes, the more DNA will accumulate, and you get a profile. And then these are a couple of examples like knife handles, clothing, watches, which could give profiles. So this category is the highest category of chance of obtaining a profile. The second category is important for crimes, because if a suspect doesn't know the perpetrator, then or a victim doesn't know the perpetrator, then of course it would be interesting to know whether or not you could find DNA on locations where a perpetrator might have touched the victim. This is talking about forceful contact. So now I'm not only touching it, but I strangulate someone, or I grab somebody very hard by the arm, or by the shirt, or by the trousers. So I go through the top layer of the skin cells, the dead skin cells, but now I come into a layer of skin cells which contain DNA. And then the third one is, I already explained, just a slight touch, a doorbell, a pen in a bank. Those are is the worst category of chance of getting a DNA profile. There are a couple of factors which are also important. Some people shed more DNA than other persons. It could be that somebody has a skin disease, or somebody's just shedding a little bit more. So a good and a bad shedder means that some people who donated more cell material, when they touch something, we call it a good shedder. You also have people which, if they touch something or they even apply force on something, you don't get a profile from. They just don't give enough cells with DNA in order to obtain a profile. As explained earlier, long and short contact, the longer the contact, the bigger the chance of a profile. Strong, weak, also explained. And of course, you can imagine if you have a very rough object, it almost etching your skin, then of course, you will also go to the top layer of the skin cells and you will grab material from the skin which contains DNA. Of course, to separate parts is a sticky material. For instance, we have a method in which we use tape to collect DNA from clothing. So sticky material, of course, will also help to collect DNA better than just a smooth object which touches something. And
let me stop you there because I want to try and tie it in a little bit to this case. So let's take a piece of duct tape, for example.
Yes.
If a person were to cut a piece of duct tape, would they have to grip the non-sticky side in conjunction with the sticky side to cut it?
Yeah, if you cut it with your bare hands, then you get two locations. Of course, the sticky side where you have one finger and the other side where you have the other finger.
What type of pressure would be required to cut duct tape?
Well, it's more than a slight touch.
Sustained.
Have you had to ever recover DNA from duct tape before?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you find in your experience that you can sometimes get DNA from the non-sticky side?
Well, you have different types of sampling, and with the duct tape, if we know a location where, or we have in the working hypothesis location where it was torn off, and you can see that every now and then because the tape is more or less worn out, it's like stretched. Mm-hmm. Then we take a sample, and from those locations we are able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. And which side of the duct tape would be the most prone to being able to retrieve a DNA profile from? The sticky side or the non-sticky side?
Well, the sticky side, together with the force, of course, is the best location, because then you not only have the force you apply, but also the sticky material, and especially with duct tape, which is known to be very strong adhesive. Yeah, you will collect more DNA, of course.
Now, given the hypothesis that the sticky side of duct tape was applied to someone's face, what would you expect to find in regards to DNA on that?
Objection to hypotheticals not involving all the facts of this case.
Overruled.
Yeah, we have several cases where duct tape was used in robberies and that kind of and homicides as well. And the duct tape or the tapes, because it was not only duct tape, were fit for DNA.
What kinds of cells would a face, if it were covering a mouth and a mouth area, would you expect to see? What kind of cell material gets on that tape?
So if you cover the mouth, then of course the skin around the mouth. But then, as I mentioned earlier, if you cover the lips, the lips are wet, and there are also epithelial cells there. And of those, you all heard about the buccal cells, which are used for a reference sample. So there's a lot of DNA in the mouth area. So those buccal cells are also very good for obtaining a DNA profile.
Now, given the scenario and the facts of this case, have you formed an opinion as to whether if duct tape was applied to this child's face, given the fact that it would have been applied forcefully and stickiness, do you have an opinion as to whether you think DNA could have been collected from this sample?
Objection. Compound question, and there's no clarity as to what facts this witness knows about this case that counsel is asking about.
Overruled.
Go ahead, answer.
Yeah, if the tape was put on the mouth and then was removed, it's about the case where it's just in common now. If you would put tape on the face, you would get, it's very likely you would get a DNA profile.
Counsel, the answer is not responsive to the question about, can you explain more to the bench? He indicated tearing it off, which is not the fact of this case.
Yeah, that's his answer.
Let me ask you it in this way. If you had duct tape laced over someone's face and mouth, and that person died and was placed in a wooded area, even with the elements of an outdoor area, would you still expect to find DNA on that duct tape?
So at the start, of course, if you put it on the face, you would expect quite a lot of DNA there. Okay. Of course, the circumstances of in which a sample is contained, and of course I'm talking about the whole duct tape now, if it's in bad conditions, then DNA could break down. But, well, I had it later in the presentation, but of course with the PCR techniques, which are very sensitive, you could expect still to find DNA.
Okay. Go to the section of your presentation, because I want to try and keep it as directed to the issues for the jury. So let's go straight to that portion of your presentation so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you have that opinion. Yes.
So what we do is DNA investigation. We investigate certain locations on different chromosomes, and those chromosomes contain information in which you and I are different. So because of these differences, we can make a difference between certain donors of the DNA material on a crime scene, for instance. We amplify DNA, so we don't completely clone a person, but we look at small locations. And if you look at this picture, we have these small locations in the nucleus, on the chromosomes, where we do DNA investigations on. And what we do is we amplify those small locations. So now we have, with standard conditions, of these couple of DNA or fragments which are present in the sample. So you start out with taking a sample, for instance, from the tape. You cut out a piece, or the FBI did swap location, and then we have very little DNA. So what we always do is we amplify the fragments of interest, and that's what you see over here. You get all these fragments, and we amplify them. Normally, that's done between the 28 and 30 cycli, which means we have 28 to 30 amplification steps of these small particles of DNA. And then at the end, if there was DNA present in your tube, this DNA is amplified. Is that answering your question here?
Yes, go on.
In order to make it a little bit more clear, is that we can, theoretically, one cell is enough to get a DNA profile, not with standard conditions. So let's say between 50 and 100 cells are enough under standard conditions to obtain a DNA profile. That means that you cannot see it. So in this picture, you see a slide. Well, you don't see, you cannot see what's on the slide, but still, if you look under a microscope, you would see cells, and that would be more than enough to obtain a DNA profile from.
Now, let me stop you there, because I want to stay on the duct tape for a moment. Now, were you made aware that there were 2 partial profiles on this duct tape, specifically the Q63 duct tape that's been admitted into evidence? Evidence 302. My question to you, there were 2 partial profiles, one on the non-sticky side and one on the sticky side. Take this hypothetical for a moment. If on the, and now I'm only speaking about the non-sticky side, if the non-sticky side was contaminated, is there a possibility that that contamination could override DNA that's already there?
If you have large amounts of DNA, then it is possible to that you don't see peaks or alleles, what we call them, from small amounts of DNA.
And did you have an opportunity to look at how much DNA was there from the contamination?
The contamination peaks were around 150 RVUs. I have that in explanation later, but the RVU is a measurement which DNA scientists use in order to get an indication about the amount of DNA. And 150 is not very high.
Okay. So is there the possibility that there could be lower DNA masked by that, or does that rule that out completely altogether?
No, it's never ruled out. The problem became, okay, we have this very sensitive technique with the amplification, but we don't have the stain. So we have cases which we know a perpetrator had contact with the victim, but we didn't find semen or saliva or blood from this possible perpetrator. And that's when we started with touching it, because we know there was a violent crime, the victim was killed in Holland. That often doesn't happen with knives or bats. We don't have so many guns. So in a lot of cases, there was contact between the victim and the suspect or the perpetrator, and we had to find this DNA. And then you come to the contact DNA.
Now, you said that your methods were validated in 2002. Were these methods, or maybe I misunderstood you, I thought you said 2002.
I think that was in the national lab. So they did a validation study in 2000 already. And actually, when they were busy with the validation study, I used it in a high-profile case already. Okay. So from that time on, it was in the Netherlands. It was used in difficult cases, cold cases. I was project leader on cold cases. So yeah, I used it in a lot of my cases at that time.
My point, I guess the original question I asked was that the only additional step that you do is you just take additional runs of the PCR method to make additional copies. That's the, is that correct?
No, I didn't answer your question correct, so I apologize about it. Now, the problem, the point I wanted to make was that with the sensitivity of techniques, it is possible to get DNA. It became more important to find the DNA. And till the day of today, that's still the problem. In a lot of cases, it's certain that the perpetrator had contact with the victim was dragged, but they don't find the location. So at that time, in 2000, it became clear that the technique was very sensitive, but you had to find it. And if you find something, or you have a location where you think, oh, this is a very likely location where the perpetrator touched it, you still, by normal sampling methods, you were not able to get a profile. So you had to play with the way in order to take a profile. For instance, over here, I know the swabbing of clothing is a common sampling method. Well, in Europe, it's hard to use because the results are not so good when you do swabbing. So we use a cutting method where you really pinpoint and you cut out a piece of sample and you dissolve the sample in the tube. And that's where we had a lot of success with cases that we were able to find the right pinpoint location of DNA and then extract the DNA from that. But then, of course, the problem there is that if you have a piece of clothing, it could be that you need, if you don't know where to sample, you can take thousands of samples. And of course, as a state laboratory, you always are bound by certain amounts. You cannot do 1,000 samples in one item. So that was a big problem also in the national labs. You have to take the right position.
Well, my question really had more to do with the actual testing of the DNA, not the sampling. So I wasn't asking about the sampling, but the idea of running the test itself, it's simply a matter of running the PCR amplification for additional cycles.
For local minimum, yes.
That's the only difference in that part. Okay. Now, let's talk specifically about a couple of the areas you talked about. Counsel asked you about finding DNA in insects. Have you ever tested a particular insect called Megacillia stellaris, a fruit fly, a very tiny fly, and successfully obtained DNA from that type of fly?
No.
You indicated in your testimony that those situations where getting DNA from an insect is successful are situations where the food, that is the blood or flesh, has been recently ingested, and that if it's recent, that sometimes you can still find some DNA that hasn't been digested yet by the insect, correct?
Yeah, well, I think I have to adjust that a little bit because the case we worked on where we got the result was a 5-year-old case. So it's the remains where we got DNA profiles from. Whether or not at what time the insect died and or the pupae, the leftovers of the cocoon, how you call it? Cocoon where the insect is coming out. If they contain DNA, I don't know. But it could be in different stages. It could be that the insect or the larvae was dying at the moment, for instance, by drying, that the DNA stays in there then.
Okay. But you did say in your direct examination that it has to do with some recency between the consumption of the food and the test, because obviously, eventually, the DNA is digested by the fly and is no longer.
If it's digested, of course, the digestion of DNA, the digestion of DNA would break down, and the further the digestion goes, the more the DNA breaks down. And we measure small pieces, but of course, also with UV light, for instance, if you break the chain, you cannot amplify it.
So basically, even if you were able to obtain DNA from a fly as small as Megacillia stellaris, if it had been a month or more since it had consumed whatever human food it consumed, it would not most likely be available.
If the fly consumed the blood or other cell material and then lived through and died at the end of the cycle, then the chance of DNA obtaining is of course small. If it died in between, before the consumption or the complete breakdown of DNA, then that's what I assume where we got the profiles from, is that, okay, then the digestion is halted and then it's a way where the DNA could survive.
Have you ever done any published research studies on environmental effects on DNA?
I myself didn't.
You yourself?
No.
What is the most destructive environmental effect? What has the most destructive environmental effect on DNA? Number one enemy of DNA.
Well, it's a combination, I think, but moisture and temperature is a combination of moisture and temperature is a really detrimental effect.
So a hot, wet environment is the worst thing for DNA.
Yes.
And also the presence of bacteria is also extremely destructive to DNA, is it not?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that a piece of duct tape, but let's talk about the duct tape for a minute. If you place a piece of duct tape on a person's skin and rip it off, it is likely to bring with it not only the dead surface cells, but the living sublevel cells, correct?
That's correct.
That's the point you were making on direct, correct? But when DNA is placed on a surface of the skin and not violently removed, then the cells that are in contact with the tape are in fact the dead cells, in direct contact with the tape.
Well, the dead cells, of course, the covering cells. I think that's correct.
The dead cells are the ones that are up against the tape.
Yeah, of course, depends how much force is applied. And then, yes.
When it's torn off, it may pull with it some live cells, but what's in contact is dead, correct?
Well, in order to tear the other cells off, it should be also into the deeper layer, I think.
I mean, assuming it's not torn off. That's the point. Okay. And you would agree with me, would you not, that duct tape placed upon the face of a human being, who is then placed in a semi-swampy, occasionally underwater, hot environment in Florida, in an area that is an erstwhile trash dump, and sits there for 6 months as every bit of skin cell decomposes off the body, leaving it completely skeletonized. You would agree with me, would you not, that the likelihood of finding any intact DNA on that tape is extremely remote?
Well, of course, the conditions which you describe are very bad for DNA. This is not a condition where you would have your DNA in. But of course, depending on different circumstances, whether or not you lose all of it, as explained, we only need a smaller number of a small amount of cells in order to get a DNA profile. So the question then is, okay, would you lose all cell material? And that's possible, but it's all
bone, do you?
No, if you want to identify the person of the bone, you cut out a piece of the bone or the skull. That's two.
There was no bones brought up.
Because you don't expect to find any intact, recognizable DNA on the outside of the bone because it decomposes. Isn't that the reason?
The reason is that the body mass on the outside of the bones, of course, during decomposition has more, the DNA is degrading much more there. So why we use the bone and the skull is that because the chance of obtaining DNA profile from those locations is much bigger than from, I'm talking about decompositional bodies which are in late stages. So there's no good blood anymore, and the skin and flesh are coming off of the bones. That's the reason why we use it. Still, there is DNA in those locations. So it is possible, but it's way more difficult to get it from those locations, like from skin or the decomposing flesh or blood, than it is from the bones.
And while you have indicated that you believe it may be possible, you would agree it is extremely unlikely.
It will be very difficult to obtain a profile.
All right, let's talk about this masking issue that you discussed with Mr. Baez. You indicated that contamination in a DNA profile can mask existing DNA.
Yes.
But it would only mask existing DNA at exactly the same loci, correct? So going by your chart here that you used from your PowerPoint, the only thing that this 17 allele would mask would be a smaller 17 allele, correct?
It's not the profile that we were discussing.
It's an example, Judge.
Overruled.
Correct?
So with the lower 17 is like 55. No, that would not be very likely. I think it was the other profile, the contamination, where...
Do you have a slide of that profile? Put that up, and we'll talk about that.
So
let me clear this.
This is a profile where there's more information visible.
Let me ask you the question then. Let's look at the various loci that we see here. Taking this 15 loci here. The only thing that would mask would be another 15 loci, correct?
That's correct.
It wouldn't mask a 14 loci.
No.
The same thing with the 16. It would only mask another 16. It wouldn't mask a 17.
No.
And the same could be said for each one of these loci. It would only mask its identical loci, correct?
Correct.
So in order for this profile to mask the profile of someone else, that person's profile would have to match at every single loci.
Yeah, it depends. What you see with the 17, for instance, what I already said, it would not be very likely that this profile is covering a full profile. So you will not lose a lot of information. What it would mask is, of course, locations where you have the detection already, which you just circled. Right. And it's not so likely that the full profile would have been covered here. What could have happened is like a 17, well, in this case, there's no 17, but like a 16 or 15. If you have a very partial profile, caused by a very small donation of another party, that would have been covered. So then you would not expect that this covers a full profile.
Right. There's no way this covers the full profile. No. This masks the full profile. No. The only thing it would mask would be identical alleles.
Lower. Of course, you see some alleles on this plate which are not mentioned, which are not detected by the threshold or by the analysis software. So therefore, you don't know completely if it's all these alleles. And also, if you look at this would be a good profile to enhance with low copy number DNA. Then maybe there would be extra information. So yeah, we would use this as a start for the investigation. Say, okay, maybe we should do low copy number and see if we get more information there. Also, maybe with a third person. If you look behind the 15, there's a very small peak with this low copy number. It's possible that you get a 16 there.
I'm sorry, you're talking about this?
The peak behind. No, that's in front.
I'm sorry.
That would be a startup peak.
Hold on. Show me what you can illustrate with yours on the bigger screen here. If you use your finger, no, the one right in front of you. If you use your finger, you can circle or illustrate what you're referring to.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I'm not so good. No, behind the 15 you see a small peak, and of course.
When you say behind, that's where you're losing me. I'm not sure what you're talking about behind.
After? Just you have the 15.
Talking about that didn't work. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. Sorry. Okay, so just kind of put a little spot on what you're talking about. Yeah. Is it where you have your that little peak back there?
The second blue one. There's a small peak above that.
Well, there's a lot of small peaks in here, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that some of that could be noise.
Well, if you use the low copy number technique, it could be happening that you get information out of there. From this is correct, and the factory, I think, they use 50 as a cutoff for the analysis. Actually, the analysis is done by the computer mostly, and then later on, after the computer is finished analyzing, then a scientist comes and rechecks if all the data is correct or he agrees with that. So the data is correctly analyzed, but there's information there. If you look at these rounds, and these ones.
And what could those be?
So.
What could those be?
Those could be, well, I think if you use low copy number on these would go above the threshold and you would get information out of that.
What else could they be? If it's not DNA, what is it?
It's not DNA. Well, these peaks can also be artifacts.
Okay. And again, your comments about what low copy number DNA could possibly do are completely speculative. You don't know whether it would come up with an additional profile or not.
Well, I'm
pretty
right? Sure recognizing these locations. The peaks we see over here in the two circles are on locations where normally also markers are. So it's not pure speculation. That's that's the experience you need when looking over these profiles. That you recognize locations where you could get DNA extra information if you would use the low copy number method.
And And every laboratory validates its equipment with certain limitations as to what will be called as an actual DNA peak versus what will not, correct?
Yeah, what I said here, it's the 50 RFU is a standard from the factory.
What is your RFU limits at your laboratory?
Same. We use the same.
So even in your laboratory, you would not call that as a DNA peak?
No, we would not mention this in the report, but we would enhance it.
You would potentially run a couple more runs of
Yes.
PCR?
Yes.
And then if it still didn't show anything, you would call it as nothing?
No, if the computer and analysis software, which is highly sophisticated, don't mention it, no, we're not going to mention it.
Did you ask to retest this tape?
Yeah, we mentioned that we could investigate a lot of items.
But
did you, tape, yes.
Did you ask specifically to retest this tape?
Yes, we could retest the tape, yes.
That's not what I asked you. Listen carefully. Did you ask to retest this tape? Specifically this piece of tape?
To Jose Baez?
To anyone?
Anyone. Well, we mentioned that we could investigate this tape, yes. This piece of tape.
Are you aware if items were, at the defense's request, sent for additional DNA testing?
Outside of the scope and outside of this witness's knowledge.
Overruled.
Do you know?
Well, yesterday during the deposition.
Well, other than what I told you,
yeah.
because you can't really quote me.
Oh, okay.
Do you know?
So he moved to strike.
I just told him not to quote.
Objection overruled.
Okay. So aside from something I may have told you at deposition yesterday, as of yesterday, you have no idea if any item in this case was retested at the request of the defense.
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Eichenboom, you were asked about your laboratory being on a farm. Do you recall those questions? Your laboratory is actually known internationally as the crime farm, is it not?
Objection, Your Honor, to what other people may call something.
Overruled.
Did I quote?
No.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you've been sought out by other different countries to have DNA tested at your crime farm.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
That's correct.
And Mr. Ashton asked you about exposure. Your exposure, you've already had exposure internationally from your laboratory, have you not?
Objection, leading and relevance.
As the leading, sustained.
Have you had any previous exposure just in the United States while you were in Holland prior to you being involved in this case?
Yes.
What kind of exposure have you received?
Objection, may we approach?
You may.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Eichenboom, I want to talk about the recognition and exposure that you received prior to ever being involved in this case. When did you first start getting recognition from the United States?
Objection, it's not the question the court authorizes you to ask.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I can mention the name of the case. The first case was the Tim Masters case, which was an exoneration. We started with that case in 2006.
Okay, let me stop you there. What were you asked to do in that case?
We were asked to do contact DNA in that case.
And what do you mean by an exoneration case?
We were approached by a police officer who worked on the case, and she came to the Netherlands, or she was in the Netherlands on a visit, and asked, she visited us and talked about the Masters case, and she asked if we would be able and willing to do DNA in this case.
And was this to help free him from prison?
Sorry?
Was this to help free Mr. Masters from prison?
That's correct.
And what happened? What did you do?
We came over to the United States, talked with the defense team. Because there was no money at that time, we evaluated the case. I worked on quite some miscarriage of justice in the Netherlands, and thought, well, this could be a miscarriage of justice. So we decided to continue with the case. Say, okay, we will, if the court allows us, do contact DNA in this case. And I testified about contact DNA in the case, and the judge allowed the evidence to go to the Netherlands.
And the evidence came to the Netherlands, and what did you do there?
We did do the DNA investigation, trace recovery, and DNA profiling. And then we were able to obtain a DNA profile, which was not matching the person in jail, Tim Masters. We obtained a lot of DNA profiles, all not matching Tim Masters. In 2006, there was not much interest, there was not a lot of media attention, but by the end of 2008, we were able to get a match with a suspect, or a former suspect in the case more than 20 years ago. And that was the time that they released Tim Masters, and it was the first miscarriage of justice which was acknowledged in the state of Colorado. And by that time, there was a lot of media attention.
Okay. And you received international media attention as a result of that?
Yes.
And that was from being able to obtain a DNA profile from 20 years past on Touch DNA?
Correct.
And this person was found outdoors?
Yes.
And the clothing that you tested was subjected to numerous elements?
Yes.
And held for 20 years?
Yes.
And then you finally were able to find something that wasn't found before?
Correct.
And subsequent to that, have you received other exposure from other cases?
Question is not completed yet. Overruled.
Have you received other exposure from other cases in which you have worked?
Yes. Because of this case, we got other cases from the United States, which also get some exposure in national media here.
Okay. And did law enforcement agencies, as a result of that, travel to the Netherlands to consult with you?
Correct.
And were you able to assist them in their cases?
Yeah, we were currently working on several cases.
Okay. So this case is not the first high-profile case you've ever worked?
No.
Okay. Now, when you talked about running extra cycles and that's the only thing you do, there are actually kits that are sensitive, that are more sensitive than your standard kits when running DNA, is there not?
That's correct. I had it in the presentation, but shortcut it.
Sorry, I try to keep it as simple as possible. Now, when we say kits, we're referring to the type of what is used to try and generate the profile, correct?
Yeah, you could say these are the chemicals used in order to, of course, it's a very complex procedure, but it's chemicals used to identify the different locations on different chromosomes and make a profile.
Okay, and one example of this would be the mini-filer
Yes,
kit.
the mini-filer is specially made for broken down, deteriorated DNA, so that would have been helpful in this case.
And it's not just running extra cycles. There's also possibly extending the injection time.
Correct.
Okay, and that would, there are basically techniques that you use that might amplify the DNA or make it a little bit clearer so that the computer reads it. Is that correct? That's a poorly asked question, I realize. I'll try now.
Well, I think it comes back to what I already described. The trace recovery is very important. And it was underestimated in the 90s. Everybody was looking at DNA. But if I have a big stain and I just cut it out and there's so much oil or grease in it, or especially metals with the PCR, it could happen that there's a lot of DNA there, but you still don't get a profile. So you need to have a lot of knowledge about the amount from such a stain. You cannot just say, I cut out 10 by 10 centimeters of stain. So cutting it at exactly the right location with the exact amounts of pollution, and also with DNA extraction, which I didn't talk about here as well, but DNA extraction, what kind of method do you use? The phenolchloroform will not be able to perform as good as a cleaning action as, for instance, the Kaizen material. So certain filters, we use filters to clean the DNA, that would also make a difference in the chance of obtaining a profile. So it's the whole process from finding the stain till the end, or till analysis, in order to gain success with the DNA.
Now, and another reason that you are able to generate profiles where other labs do not. Also,
Sustained.
another thing that you
Just a second. Motion to strike granted.
Another thing that you do differently is, or another consideration is also the type of machine used to run a profile, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I know you have a slide for that. Can you bring that up and explain why that might help you generate profiles that other machines do not?
DNA, can everybody see this?
Yes, yes. May we judge?
That's the same demonstrative exhibit number what, Madam Clerk? Okay.
So we see two machines over here. The one is slightly bigger than the other one.
They look the same size to me. Which one's bigger?
The right one is bigger.
Okay.
That will become visible if we look more closely. This is the 310, which we use. It's a small machine, and it's just one capillary.
And that's this line right here, correct?
That's correct. There's a line. And actually, this is a very small tube in which the DNA is separated. And then the laser detects fluorescent labels, which you put on small pieces of DNA, which we saw with the PCR amplification. And when the laser is hitting the label, it will fluoresce in different colors if it's a different marker or different location on the DNA. If you go to the bigger machines, they have 16 capillaries there. So now the laser has to go to 16 capillaries.
And that's these things right here, right?
So the ABI 310, you can see it in the text, and the ABI 300 are different in the way that the bigger machine has more capillaries, and that means that at the same time, where we do one sample, they can do 16. Well, one can imagine that for bigger laboratories, the state labs and national labs, of course, they have lots of cases. And
Objection, Your Honor, this is not in the scope of cross.
It is actually, Judge. Mr. Ashton discussed that the only thing that he does different is run extra cycles. I'm pointing out that there's significant differences.
So the choosing of the machine is also of importance in order to get a profile. And we really tested this thoroughly because we do a lot of counter expertise in the Netherlands. So we test laboratory, or we do counter expertise on laboratory, which use the, all the bigger laboratories in Holland use the ABI 3100, so the one with 16 or even more now. And we found out that extracts where those laboratories actually didn't get any result, we were able sometimes to get full profiles, partial profiles, but we get a lot of results. And the only thing different, because we're using the same extract because they made the extract, so the only difference in the whole method was the machine. So that's why how we found out that the machine makes a difference as well. And of course, it does make sense if the laser has to go to one capillary. This is a glass capillary, it has to go to one. Of course, it's more sensitive than it has to go to 16 because you can lose some power of this laser light going through. So the machine using that it's slow, so that it takes time, and that's why I say we have a turnover time, which is longer because we don't do 16 samples at the same time. We do one sample at a time.
Now, Mr. Ashton questioned you about degradation of DNA and how water and heat are bad for DNA. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Have you found DNA profiles, and do you have any examples of what you can show the jury of profiles items that you've been able to obtain profiles in that have been exposed to these types of elements?
Do you want to see the slide?
Sure.
Yeah, in the slide you see three different kinds of pieces of evidence. You see a panties, which is more than a pantyhose.
Yes.
On the left upper side, and that's a piece of panty which is more than 20 years old. And after 20 years, we were still able to get contact DNA from these panties.
Now, I'm a little confused because this looks like there's a lot of blood here. How do you know? I mean, isn't that just the blood, the DNA profile that you got from the blood, or is that?
The blood was from the victim, and of course, and it's more or less a given in the homicides we work on, is that you always have a lot of DNA of the victim, and of course. During our investigations, we're not looking for DNA of the victim, especially not on the clothing of the victim. So we're looking for DNA of possible perpetrators. And in this case, of course, and that's why the sampling is so important. If you take a stain straight into the middle of the blood stain, you will have an enormous amount of DNA of the victim. But what you need is the DNA of a possible perpetrator. So taking a sample on a location, for instance, where there's less blood, where you're able to still enhance a profile of a second donor, that will help in order to get a profile. And that's what happened in this case.
Okay. And what else do we have here?
The second is the right hand of a victim, which has been lying almost 3 weeks in the water. And also in this case, we were able not only to detect DNA from the victim, which of course also 3 weeks in the water is not a very good condition, but also DNA from a suspect, which was later convicted, based also on the DNA.
Okay, and what about here, the jacket?
And the jacket is more or less the same. This jacket was not the body, but it was worn by a victim, which was lying in the water for around 3 or 4 days. And we were still able to obtain DNA from a suspect there.
So while, if I understand you correctly, while these conditions certainly don't help, they don't preclude you from being able to obtain a profile. Is that correct?
That's correct. Very often the bigger labs or the labs say, well, this has been in the water, we don't investigate it. And that's why we say, okay, well, give the evidence to us, we will try to investigate it. And then we were able to get DNA from that.
Okay. Now, you had requested to do DNA on items in this case, did you not? You were willing and able to do it?
Yes.
And you were willing and able to do it pro bono?
Yes.
Relevance.
Approach.
Let's just move along. Yeah. And the only reason you did not do the DNA testing in this case is because the prosecution objected to taking it.
Your Honor. Relevance. Yes, please.
Okay, we'll take our mid-afternoon recess to 20 minutes past the hour of 3. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. You may be seated. Okay, objection will be sustained in the sense that you can question him about the question that Mr. Ashton asked about, did he ask to examine that piece of duct tape? I guess that was on the mouth.
Allegedly so.
Well, wherever it was.
Yes, 264 group of items, yes, sir.
And as to the other issue that you raised at the sidebar about asking the court to take judicial notice of different testing, give me exactly what you want, because I am really going to need to research that because of the issue of burden shifting. There is a very delicate and fine line with that. And that's something that I don't want to have to deal with at the last minute, because if I get it at the last minute, I'm going to err on the side of being safe and disallow it. But I need plenty of time, because those cases are all over the board, and it depends on which group you have, and the cases have shifted from time to time, just as the composition of the Florida Supreme Court, or if you look at the District Court of Appeals, whichever panel you happen to get. So that is not a very easy legal issue to decipher. Some things are best left unsaid. We'll be in recess. Okay, you may be seated. All right, both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury and the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue.
Mr. Eichenboom, the 17 allele that was found on the sticky side of the duct tape, it was found at one marker, correct? The D3 marker?
Yes, 17.
And in order to include someone as a match, you have to have all 13 markers identifying that person, correct? For inclusion, I guess, generally speaking.
No, what you normally do is you have a reference profile, and that's in the United States, it uses 13 core loci, profile co-filer, and ideally, you would have a match on all those loci. With a partial profile or very partial profile, as in this case, you can only compare a reference profile, complete reference profile, with the 17 or the locus D3 here,
now,
and the amylogen.
Now, you testified earlier that you believe that this was human DNA, correct?
Yes.
17. Okay. Now, for exclusion, to exclude someone, how many markers do you need that is different from that person's profile? Did I ask the question?
As I understand correct, if somebody doesn't have the 17 in his profile, of course, if you don't have the 17 in the row of numbers of the 13 core loci, well, then you cannot have donated the 17. Is that what you mean?
Correct. So if I am a 1415
yes.
at this marker, which is the D3, and a 17 shows up, could you exclude this person?
Yeah. You would not be the person who could have donated 17 then, because it's not in your profile.
Okay.
Recross. Thank you, sir. So one of the challenges with, let me restart. Original DNA testing was done with a system called restriction fragment length polymorphism, correct?
Correct.
And that system required a fairly significant amount of genetic material in order to get a profile.
Correct.
Sort of a quarter-size spot of blood, or a bigger, or substantial amount of semen.
Yes, correct. Blood and semen mainly.
With advances over through the early 90s, this PCR approach became the approach used by most laboratories, correct?
That's correct.
Because it replicates even a small amount of DNA to make it larger, to make it visible.
Correct.
As that has happened, the concern for contamination has become greater.
Correct.
In fact, the smaller amount of DNA you're looking at, the more difficult it is to relate it to the crime itself. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
So in other words, that you might find a speck of DNA through even just regular PCR or low copy number doesn't necessarily mean it relates to the crime.
No.
So the fear for contamination is much greater.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, I'm going to... I think it might be able to pick me up. If you had tested the tape in this case, there are 3 possible results that you might have achieved. The first is that you might have found nothing.
Correct.
And if you found nothing, that would not be inconsistent with the tape being placed on the child prior to decomposition, would it? Because as you said, the DNA could have simply degraded and decomposed, correct?
That is possible.
The other possible result is that you might have found Kaylee's DNA on the tape, correct?
Correct.
And that obviously would be pretty strong evidence that the tape was placed over her mouth before she decomposed, correct?
Correct.
The third option is you could have found an unknown DNA profile on the duct tape. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there would be absolutely no way to ever know whether that unknown profile had anything to do with the crime. Isn't that correct?
Well, I think the statistics security was hypothesis, what we call a working hypothesis, was that the tape was crime related. So what you do with DNA testing is test whether or not you get a result, and you can substantiate or refute, find support or no support for a certain hypothesis.
But my point is, if you got a result, an unknown result, a result that didn't match anyone that anyone knew anything about, you would never know whether that DNA came from something related to the crime or some contamination, which is very, very possible with low copy number DNA. Isn't that true?
Okay, low copy number DNA is more sensitive or prone to contaminations. That's true. We see that in the case we work in the Damascus case, for instance, we had a lot of contamination, which makes the whole investigation even more difficult. Having said that, what we do now is, and that's actually what the FBI also did, is testing that against all the persons in which you know who worked on the case, the crime scene investigators, lab technicians, everybody who had contact with the evidence, you have a profile from. And I think in the United States also you have this database of profiles, not only from suspect, but also from lab co-workers. At least in Holland we have that. So everyone working on crime scenes or working in a laboratory has to give his profile and will be compared to obtained profiles. So if you can exclude, or there's no support for hypothesis that any of these co-workers contaminated the crime scene or the evidence, then of course it becomes more likely that it is in some way crime related.
Well, but because this test is so sensitive, you can't ever know whether somebody had contact with their wife and then got transferred DNA onto an item because it's so hypersensitive. You just can't ever really know. Isn't that true?
Well,
never really know.
No, it was low copy number. It's an issue which is more common. Of course, the type of transfer you describe now is a lab technician having contact with his wife and contaminating the DNA with the DNA of his wife, but then still you would expect more DNA of this lab technician than from his wife. So this is called secondary transfer. It's all possible. I won't deny that's possible. Secondary transfer is described, and there actually is literature about it. But it is less likely than direct contact, and so contaminations are easier found. And we, in the case we work on, we regularly find contamination by police officers or lab technicians. But then we recognize those.
Of course, the problem with low copy number is you may find unknown DNA, and then you'll never know whether it's contamination or an unknown suspect. That's the confusing part.
It's possible that you don't find out.
In fact, that happens very frequently, where you get an unknown profile with low copy number DNA, and you really don't know where it came from.
That's possible.
Could you pull up that slide that you pulled up with Mr. Baez, the one with the jacket and all that?
Demonstrative exhibit by the defense, number what, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The first object in the top left, was that associated with skeletonized remains?
No.
The object to the right, that obviously is a human hand, is not fully skeletonized. There's still tissue there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the jacket that we see here, was that associated with fully skeletonized remains?
No.
No further question. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think that. I just told that mail to publish, and that's my fault. Let me go through that again. I apologize. Just so the jury knows what we're talking about. Yeah. None of these three, just to sum up, were associated with fully skeletonized remains, were they?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Based on what you do, these issues, the fact that they were, whether it's skeletonized remains or not, have no bearing on whether you would get DNA or not, correct? An item is an item.
Yeah, if there's DNA item.
Like, for example, these panties, you're not testing the skeletons, you're testing the item.
Correct.
Okay. Just like duct tape is an item.
Yes, correct.
The fact that the remains are skeletonized have no bearing on the item, do they?
Well, of course, it can give problems, but the item itself, it can be investigated. So, and then the condition of the item is more important than the skeletonization of the body. So, condition of the item, of course, is important.
And Mr. Rashid's three scenarios also leave out a fourth important scenario, do they not? Number 4 could also be that this duct tape was not wrapped around Kaylee's mouth. Is that not true?
That's correct.
And in fact, based on what you've testified already, you would have likely seen some DNA based on the scenario that the state presents, does it not?
Well, if there was DNA, if the tape was placed over the nose and mouth, and especially the mouth and the mucosa from the nose, then there would be, at least at the beginning, there would be DNA.
And Mr. Ashton asked you about contamination and how sensitive DNA is now. When you find the perpetrator's DNA on an item, and you've testified in your experience that DNA profile matches the perpetrator or the suspect.
Suspect and
yes.
later convicted persons.
You have never gone into court and said, you just can't ever know.
In what sense?
Well, Mr. Ashton was questioning you about, you just can't ever know if someone's DNA is on an item relates to the crime.
The final decision whether it's crime related is in our system up to the judge and in this system to the jury, of course. So no, we would never go further than the support for the hypothesis this DNA came from this person. And on activity level, so it could be transferred. There's support for the hypothesis that is transferred during the crime or during pulling down the penalties, for instance. So that's where we would go with this evidence.
Right. The evidence is either there or it's not. You don't give any interpretations and say things like you just can't ever know.
No, it's on a crime level. Yeah, it does match or doesn't match, or it would support a certain hypothesis or it wouldn't support a hypothesis.
There's either DNA there or it's not. Correct? I'm speaking generally. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, if you have at least there's DNA, and if you don't, then there's no.
No further questions.
Are you telling this jury that the proximity of tape to rotting flesh does not increase the likelihood that the DNA on the tape would decompose as well?
It depends, of course. If the tape was on the body, which is decomposing, that would increase the chance that the DNA on the tape would also decompose.
No further question. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Apologize. Go ahead.
Of course, it's depending. If it's not on the body or it's a little away from that, then of course the chance of degradation of DNA is smaller. Of course, the outside conditions are still bad for DNA. On the other hand, of course, we have the PCR method, which is so sensitive we only need a couple of cells to obtain alleles or profiles.
So it does make a difference if the tape or item is in contact with decomposing flesh. It does make a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, in my opinion, it does.
No further questions.
Yeah. Okay, may the doctor be excused for today. Thank you, doctor. You may stand down. Well, whatever he is. The defense may call the next witness.
Defense calls Yuri Milich.
Yuri's back.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. My name is Yuri Melish, Y-U-R-I-M-E-L-I-C-H.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You are the lead detective in this case.
Correct.
And as part of your job as lead detective in this case, you have executed several search warrants of the Anthony home.
Yes.
And the first one was in August?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And at the time that you did the search in August, did you find any papers dealing with chloroform in the home?
I don't recall finding any papers in the home, no.
No printouts from how to make it or any instructions on anything having to do with chloroform?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. Did you find any containers that at one time or another contained chloroform?
No, not at all.
Did you find any rags that at one time were used to that had chloroform on them?
No.
Did you find any products that were used to make chloroform?
No.
Okay. Did you find any receipts on purchases of chloroform?
No.
Did you find any chemistry kits of the kind that might have been used to make chloroform?
No.
Okay. You then executed a second search warrant in December, on December 11th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And on that occasion, did you find any receipts of purchases of chloroform?
No.
Did you find any containers that may have contained chloroform?
No.
Any rags or any cloth material that might have contained chloroform?
No.
Any chemistry kits that might have contained chloroform or been used to create chloroform?
No.
Any of the other items that I previously mentioned?
No, sir.
Were you looking for that?
I'd have to check the search warrant to see what was listed as far as the scope of the warrant.
If
I believe.
If I showed you a copy of the warrant, would that assist you?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
Where you're specifically looking at the search warrant of December 11th, is that not correct, sir?
That is correct.
Take your time and look.
Yes, sir. Any question again?
The question is, did you look for any of these items?
Yes, in the search warrant we did.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you the third search warrant that you did on December 20th, 2008. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, I believe this is still December 11th.
Oh.
December 20th is right behind it, stapled.
Oh, okay. Did you, on your search warrant of December 20th, the third time going in there, did you also look again for chloroform items and all of the items that I just finished running down?
No, sir. The scope of the search warrant didn't include anything to do with chloroform or items used to make chloroform.
Okay. And the reason for that would have been?
We already conducted the search for the chloroform products on December 11th.
Okay. And you don't think you would have missed anything on December 11th through when you went back in there on the 20th?
Not to say I wouldn't have missed anything. We just didn't include it in the scope of the December 20th search warrant.
And would that have been because you did such a thorough job on December 11th?
I wouldn't disagree. We had no reason to incorporate it in that December 20th search warrant. We'd already looked for it in December 11th.
But if you had happened to come across a chemistry kit, you certainly would have confiscated it or photographed it.
We would have done it legally and stopped it and gotten an addendum to the search warrant, yes.
Okay. Did you find any chloroform at any given time in the Anthony home throughout the entire time you've been investigating this case?
No.
I have no further questions. May I?
You may retrieve the items. Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
On August 8th, when that search warrant was done at the Anthony residence, you did not have any preliminary or other results from the Oak Ridge National Laboratory regarding high levels of chloroform on carpet samples in the trunk, correct?
That is correct.
When that information was provided to you and ultimately became public knowledge, that was closer to the end of August, beginning of September of 2008, correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, Ms. Anthony was out of jail and living at home?
I don't recall specifically the date she was in and out of jail, but I would presume so, yes.
Okay. Was she not out of jail between August 22nd and October 14th, 2008?
Yes, I do believe so.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect us to those issues.
When someone is out on bail, that doesn't preclude you from getting a search warrant and searching their home, does it?
I can get a search warrant whenever I believe there's probable cause to have a search warrant issued. So I can get a search warrant anytime as an investigator I would believe it would be necessary. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. And you got the preliminary results from the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in late August, did you not?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you got the computer results shortly thereafter.
That's correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after you got that information, how soon you went in to get another search warrant.
After getting that information, the next search warrant would have been on December 11th of 2008.
So you waited how many months?
From the time in August to December 11th. So it'd be September, October, November, and into December.
And you didn't think that that evidence was significant enough for you to get a search warrant to go look for those items, did you?
Not necessarily. It was obviously very significant, but as to just using that to get a search warrant for the house, no, I did not do that. That's obvious.
Okay. And when you finally did search the home, both times, you never saw anything of the kind.
Now, may I also address your previous question?
Sure.
Also, at the time in August, we were still looking for a live child as well. So even though we had these indications of chloroform in the trunk and in the computer, we were still looking for a live child. So
when Casey was first arrested, that was the day after, it was July 16, 2008, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on October 14th, she was then arrested again for more serious charges, correct?
Yes, sir. After October 14th, we were looking.
And you were no longer on October 14th because you charged her with murder, looking
Correct.
for a live child, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So October 14th, November 14th, December 1st, all those times, you never went in there with a search warrant to look for these items.
Until December 11th. That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
May the detective be excused?
Yes, no.
Okay, thank you, detective.
My excuse, subject.
Ready? Mr. Valles says subject to recall, so you're excused for the day. You're welcome, sir. The defense may call the next witness.
Yes, sir. The defense calls Dr. Marcus Weiss.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir.
I'm Marcus Bain Wise, Marcus Bainwise.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see me over there?
Yes, sir.
All
Good
right.
afternoon.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your occupation is?
I'm a research scientist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. My specialty is analytical chemistry and particularly the development of analytical methods and field analytical instrumentation.
Okay. And can you tell us, sir, your educational background?
I have a PhD in analytical chemistry from Purdue University, chemistry degrees, master's degrees from Furman University.
Okay. And do you have any additional training in the areas of analytical chemistry?
That is primarily my education, plus my on-the-job training over many years.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Oak Ridge National Laboratories?
I've been at Oak Ridge National Laboratory almost 27 years.
Okay. And did you start that job right out of school?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, that eliminates your job history. And do you belong to any specific types of organizations?
Yes, I do.
Which ones?
I belong to the Boy Scouts of America.
Professional organizations?
I do not at this particular time.
Okay. And have you ever published any articles on chemistry or analytical chemistry?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times?
I don't know the number right off the top of my head.
Okay. Can you give us a ballpark?
Oh, probably 15 to 20.
And have you lectured on the topic of analytical chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And have you given any presentations in that area?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what about any awards? Have you received any awards in that area?
Yes, I have. I've won some awards in the past.
Okay. Is this the first time you've ever testified in court?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move to enter Dr. Weiss as an expert in analytical chemistry.
Absolutely no objection, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Weiss will be accepted as an expert witness in the field of analytical chemistry. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. Now, sir, you mentioned you're a research scientist.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly does that mean?
A research scientist works on challenging scientific problems that need to be addressed and solved in order to push the frontiers of science to the next level.
Okay. What's the difference between a research scientist and a forensic scientist?
A forensic scientist can be a research scientist. Forensic scientist does a lot of research, oftentimes in the area of forensics.
Okay. And when you say when we say forensics, we're referring to utilizing science in the courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the Oak Ridge National Laboratories, that is a research lab, is it not?
It is a research laboratory, that's correct.
Okay. And what is the difference between a research laboratory versus a forensic laboratory?
A research laboratory works on very challenging scientific problems. We can develop techniques for forensics, pushing the frontiers of science and technology for forensics. We do not typically run routine forensic samples according to same protocol necessarily that a forensics laboratory would do.
So is it fair to say that you're not used to handling items of evidence, whereas in a forensic science lab, that is commonplace?
Overruled.
Evidence type samples are not as common in the kinds of work we do.
Okay. And in a forensic lab, another difference between the labs, or let me ask it this way, is the other difference in the labs protocols that are usually in place in a forensic lab that is not in a research lab?
Basis of knowledge has been established because they work in the forensic lab and be aware of that.
Objection sustained. Establish a foundation.
Yes, sir. As a scientist, you're aware of different types of laboratories, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you're somewhat familiar with their practices, are you not?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you're aware of in a forensic lab is that they usually have much more rigid standards as it relates to protocols.
Objection, foundation, and hearsay. If okay, project explain more.
I think the witness has testified already as the foundation, and if it's within his area of knowledge, he can certainly testify to that.
Objection overruled as to the last question, if the witness can answer the question.
I have not worked personally in a forensics laboratory.
But you're aware that they have much more rigid standards because the evidence that they handle may someday end up in court.
Foundation and leading.
Sustained as the leading.
Are you aware, sir, as to whether their protocols are much more rigid than a forensic lab? Than a research lab, excuse me.
I have not run forensic protocols, so I don't know just how detailed they are.
Okay. Now, in a research laboratory, you do not have rigid protocols, correct?
Much of the time when we're doing research and development, we are working according to protocols and methods that can be varied according to the needs of a particular analytical problem that arises.
And you are not concerned necessarily with protocols, and what I mean by protocols, that's written steps of what must be done in each and every case, correct?
There are methods that we use routinely that are not written. We do it all the time. It's like driving a car. We do it as a routine part of our job, day in, day out, year after year.
You just do them. You don't necessarily have to fill out any reports or anything like that.
That's correct.
Okay. And you do not have what are known as proficiency examinations, correct?
We do not conduct proficiency examinations for forensic samples, no.
And as well as what is called quality control.
We, in these cases, are not running a routine procedure. That is correct.
And part of the reason for all of these types of standards is to prevent, of course, contamination. You're aware of that, are you not?
Leading and foundation.
Sustained.
Are there any protocols in place in your laboratory to prevent contamination?
We run blank standard samples to see if the instrument has a large background of contaminants in it.
But that's for the actual instrument itself, correct?
Yes.
You have nothing in place for an item before it actually reaches that instrument, correct?
Overruled.
And what are you referring to? Can you clarify that, please?
Sure. If you have an item that you're going to test, there are no protocols or quality control measures in place that would prevent contamination prior to you reaching the instrument.
And how do you mean that? I still don't really quite understand what you're saying.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Do you have any quality control practices and procedures in place that would prevent any type of contamination in your research lab before it actually reaches the machine for testing?
And how would it become contaminated? I still don't quite understand what you're trying to lead to here.
All right. Well, let me rephrase that then. Are you aware of any methods of contamination for your laboratory?
No, I'm not.
And that's because, as a research scientist, you are expanding the boundaries of science. Is that not correct?
Leading.
Sustained.
As a research scientist, is it your job to expand the boundaries of science?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that is your primary focus and goal, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Not necessarily to be alert or to be worried or concerned about contamination of items of evidence.
As an analytical chemist, I am typically aware of major sources of contamination that could occur, which would be...
And where you realize that is when you actually test the item, correct?
Sustained.
Is there anything that you have in place in your laboratory that would be able to alert you to contamination other than when you actually reach your instruments?
We do not have a background monitor of sorts, no.
Okay. Now, you were given items to test in this case, were you not?
Yes, I was.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I was given items.
Okay. And how were you initially asked to test these items?
I was asked to run those samples by gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, to perform a qualitative analysis to determine what was in them.
Okay. Now, how were you asked to do this? Somebody called you on the phone? How did it happen?
Dr. Arpad Bass requested that.
Okay. Did he come to your lab?
He talked to me somewhere, and
okay.
His office is near mine.
Okay. And where did you get these items from?
They were in his office.
Okay. And he was not there that day, was he?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. So was his door open?
He left me a key to get into his office.
Okay. He trusts you. So you opened the key in his office, and where did you find these items?
I don't recall exactly where they were in his office.
Okay. They're not on his desk?
They were on a desk or a file cabinet or somewhere. I don't recall exactly. It's been a while.
Okay. What container were they in?
I don't recall what kind of shipping containers they were in. One of them was a bag with a gas standard or a gas sample. The other was a metal can.
Okay. And then you took this item to your laboratory?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you got to your laboratory, you ran a test using an instrument, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, you had no idea or no knowledge of the prior history of that item, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you just mentioned that you ran what is called a qualitative analysis. What does that mean?
Qualitative analysis tells you what constituents are in the sample.
Okay. And does it tell you how much?
A qualitative analysis is not a quantitative analysis, which by definition tells you how much is there.
Okay. And when you were initially asked to do these things, did you advise our pod boss that a quantitative analysis would not mean anything in this case?
Do these things without specifying what things he's referring to.
And what's the objection?
The objection is the question is vague in reference to these
It's
things.
vague, sustained.
The item that you were asked to test, sir, in fact, all of the items that you were asked to test in this case, did you advise Dr. Voss that a quantitative analysis, which means how much, would not mean anything in this case?
He asked me to conduct a qualitative analysis, which was the first thing that was done. At that point in time, we did not talk about quantitative analysis.
Okay. At a later point in time, well, let me take it step by step. So then you got a result, correct?
That was correct.
And the result that you received showed a high peak.
It showed a peak that was significantly above the baseline of the response of the instrument.
And the readout is called a chromatogram, right?
Yes, it's called a total ion mass chromatogram.
Okay. And what that tells you is, it tells you the peak versus what the next chemical is compared to how, let me rephrase that, that's a really nice question. It gives you a peak and then shows you the next peak and tells you, I guess, shows you the difference between what's there, what the different chemicals are there, correct? Tell us what a chromatogram shows.
A total ion mass chromatogram shows a series of peaks, can be as little as one peak or no peaks if there's nothing in the sample, but oftentimes there are several peaks there. The approximate relative height of those peaks is an approximate indication of the relative abundance of those compounds in that sample.
And it does not tell you how much of that item is there. It just shows you a comparison from one chemical to the other, right?
That is correct, yes. It's not a quantitative analysis.
Okay. And after doing this examination, you advised Dr. Voss that a quantitative analysis would not mean anything in this case, given the scenario, correct?
We actually performed a second test before that decision was reached, yes.
Okay. And that decision was made by you because you're the chemist?
To not do a quantitative, well, what decision are we talking about?
To not do a quantitative analysis because it wouldn't mean anything.
That was my advice, yes.
Okay. And was there ever done a quantitative analysis in this case to determine how much chloroform was there in those samples?
Okay, so in the sample where we found chloroform, it was not quantified in any of the samples because that would have been a meaningless number.
Okay. And it would have been meaningless because a trunk is a free-flowing environment, correct?
Sustained.
Why would it have been a meaningless
A
exercise?
quantitative analysis of chloroform, let me explain. Chloroform is what is called a volatile chemical. That means that it evaporates easily. A good example of a volatile chemical is gasoline. And for example, if you pump some gasoline and you get a little drop of gasoline on your finger, you can see it and it smells very strongly of gasoline odor. After a few minutes, that odor begins to decrease. And then after about 10 or 20 minutes, you can't smell it anymore. The reason for that is that liquid has vaporized. The molecules have moved from that surface of your fingers into the atmosphere and they're swept away. So the concentration on that surface is continually decreasing over a period of time to the point where you can no longer detect it, in this case, with your nose. Chloroform is that type of a compound. It's a volatile compound. And so if you put a drop of chloroform on a surface, starting off when you first put it on there, it's going to begin to evaporate. And over a period of minutes, hours, days, it's going to decrease. The rate at which that concentration on the surface decreases depends on a number of factors. One is the temperature that the surface is exposed to. The chemical nature of the surface is important. That will affect the rate that it evaporates. Whether or not the surface is exposed to flowing air or if it's closed up, all of those are factors that are going to affect how quickly that concentration decreases.
Let me stop you there. And if a trunk is closed, that would prevent that would slow down the volatility of the chloroform, would it not?
It won't slow the volatility, but it may not escape from the air in the trunk as easily.
Okay.
So there are a number of factors. In this case, if we had made a quantitative analysis of the amount of chloroform on the sample that we had, which was a small piece of carpet, we would have come up with a number that said there's X number of micrograms, for example, of chloroform on that piece of carpet, which is the amount on that piece of carpet at a particular snapshot in time. That little piece of carpet does not reflect the entire piece of carpet that was in this vehicle, and there's only a small little piece of that puzzle as well. So if we made a quantitative measurement on that little piece of carpet at the time that we received it in our laboratory, the amount that would be on that surface would be somewhat lower. Could be a little bit less. It could be a whole lot less than what was originally there. So the amount on the original carpet when it was first exposed to chloroform could have been twice as much, 5, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times greater. And we don't have the pieces of the puzzle in order to back calculate from a quantitative measurement to what we really want to know, which is the amount that was there in the very first place when it was first exposed to chloroform.
And because you don't have the history, you didn't even bother checking as to how much was there. Because is the reason you didn't check because you didn't know the history?
Did not know the history, you would have to know the temperature in that trunk over a period of time, how it varied every single day. You would have to know when the material was deposited there because it's been evaporating. However many days it first got there, it's been going down. So if it was there for 1 day versus 30 days, the amount that was there originally could have been considerably higher. In a sample that was 30 days old versus one that was 1 day old.
And because there are so many unknowns, you did not ever come out with an amount of chloroform.
No, I did not, because if I had said that on this sample it contained a certain concentration of chloroform, that would have been set in stone from that point on as being the exact concentration of chloroform in the trunk of that vehicle, and that number would have been totally meaningless because it cannot be related back to what was truly there at the very beginning.
Okay. Now, when you did these tests, you were given air samples from the trunk of the car, correct?
There was a gas bag sample, which is a little plastic bag that are sometimes used to collect a sample of air for chemical analysis.
And when you tested that air, there was virtually nothing there.
There was virtually nothing there, but my experience with many gas sampling bags is that the chemicals that you put into those tend to diffuse out over a period of a few days, and they're not good anymore. So it's not surprising that a gas sample bag did not show the presence of chloroform.
That's not surprising, but certainly you don't know what was in the air of the trunk of that car.
And I don't know what was in the vapor in that trunk.
Correct.
From what we measured, the piece of carpet that we had was a point source. That was where chloroform appeared to be coming from based on the analyses that we did.
Now let's start right there. You took the carpet and then you actually put it in a Tedlar bag, is that correct?
The very first analysis that was performed is we got a metal can that was sent to us that had the carpet sample in it. And the analysis I did while Dr. Vass was out of town was to barely crack the lid on that metal can, put a syringe in there, and pull a small sample of the gas out and inject it into my gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. Okay. That showed us that there was some chloroform there as the largest peak in that chromatogram.
And subsequent to that, you heated up the actual sample.
Okay. What we did after that, I talked with Dr. Vass, and I told him what I saw. I told him that the largest peak in the chromatogram was chloroform, and there were some other peaks in the chromatogram that were lower in abundance, and that in order to see those more clearly with our analytical instrumentation, we needed to concentrate the sample a little bit so that we could amplify the signal on the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. So what we did...
Let me stop you there, sorry, just so we can answer my question.
The witness being interrupted.
He's being non-responsive.
Sir, you can finish answering the question.
Thank you, sir. Where was I? Let's see. We got the sample. We ran it, the sample from the can. We saw something. The chloroform and other constituents that we saw from that can sample was vapor that was inside that can. Okay. Couldn't say for sure where it was coming from, but it was a vapor that was in that can. Now, to establish where that vapor came from...
At this time, he's being non-responsive to my question. I'd like for him to answer my question.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
In order to determine where the constituents came from, we took that carpet sample from the can, out of the vapor that it was in, put it in a clean gas sampling bag by itself, so the vapor is left behind, and we injected some clean air into that bag. That bag was then put into an incubator, which was held at, I believe, 35 degrees centigrade for 2 days. 35 degrees centigrade is about 95 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe. So it would be similar to a hot summer day here in Florida. After 2 days, a sample of that air was removed that was inside the bag and then analyzed subsequently by the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, in which, again, we saw chloroform as the major peak, the largest peak in the chromatogram, and we saw other peaks in there as well.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer is a highly sensitive instrument, is it not?
It certainly can be, yes.
Okay. And in fact, I can give you a drop of water and you can tell me all of the different chemicals that are in there.
Down to a certain concentration level, I run my instrument so that the sensitivity for about 1 milliliter of air is in the low parts per million concentration range in air. So we can see constituents that are present at a level of, say, 2 parts out of 1 million parts of air.
And there were standards of chloroform purchased for this case, were there not?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And you did not use those standards to help measure how much chloroform was there, correct?
That's correct. As I've already stated, we did not do a quantitative analysis for the exact reasons that I told you. A quantitative analysis would have been meaningless. It would not have made any sense to assign an absolute number to the amount of chloroform that was there.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you used the standards for?
The standards, when we run a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, what we get is a series of peaks. Those peaks correspond to the amount of time that it takes for a particular chemical compound to move through a very long, thin glass tube that's inside the gas chromatograph and get to the other end. The amount of time that it takes to get from one end of the glass tube to the other end is dependent on the particular type of molecule. So chloroform, for example, takes about 16 minutes to move through that column to the end where the detector is, which is a mass spectrometer. And so when we run the instrument initially, we look at that peak, and we find a peak that occurs, in this case, at 16 minutes, and we, with the help of our computer, take that peak, and we can examine what is called the mass spectrum underneath that, which helps to identify the nature or identity of that particular compound. And we can do what is called a library search or a library match that takes that mass spectrum and says it looks very similar to this compound or that compound. That's called a tentative identification. In order to confirm the identification of that compound, we buy an authentic sample of that chemical, we inject it into the mass spectrometer, determine if the time that it takes to go through the column is the same as we found for our tentatively identified compound, and that the spectrum matches that. So it's a way to take something that we know the confirmed identity of and match it to the experimental data that we got.
So to be crystal clear, the standard was not used in any way, shape, or form to attempt to determine how much chloroform was on these samples.
It was not intended to do that.
Okay. I'd like to now show you Defense Exhibit CJ composite.
You may.
I may need a microphone. Do you recognize those notes?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and are they handwritten notes of what you're doing in the laboratory?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to the first page, page 72. No, 72.
Oh,
These pages.
okay.
Okay. You indicate here, while you're testing the triple sorbent traps, that the system blank was reasonably clean. Is that correct?
Right, that's just a note to me, just to let me know what I think about the blanking system.
Okay. And because you're a research laboratory, you don't have any standard protocols that say they must be absolutely clean.
And in this case, that was not the objective, no.
Okay. In fact, you looked at it and you said it's reasonably clean.
Yes.
Okay. But there's no standard for you to determine that, and that wasn't your
No, that was not the objective in these, that's correct.
And then on page 73, you indicate that there is a very large benzene peak from the trip blank.
Yes.
What's the trip blank?
A trip blank is a triple sorbent trap that goes with a sample to the site and comes back. If it's compromised in any way, then there could be something on that.
Okay. And does that very large benzene peak give you any indication as to whether it's compromised or not?
It would suggest.
Can I object to relevant? Just ask counsel to specify which item in evidence this is an examination of.
Yes, sir.
Bias, rephrase the question so counsel would know what item you're talking about.
Yes. What item are we talking about in this as that you have indicated there?
It is a trip blank from a triple sorbent trap.
Okay. Of which item?
The file name was OCSOTB01.
Okay. And would that have been one of the from one of the carpet samples?
No.
Okay. Would that have been from one of the air samples?
It would have been an air sample collected somewhere down here.
Okay. Now, the items that have what is the significance of a very large benzene peak in a trip blank?
It suggests that benzene contamination has gotten into it.
Okay. You don't know how that got there?
No, I don't.
Okay. All you noticed is that you picked up on it in the middle of your testing.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to refer you to page 74, where you're still discussing the triple sorbent traps. Can you put an asterisk there? What did you write? What are you trying to indicate there? I can barely read it there.
Okay. I've asterisked the fact that triple sorbent trap can absorb some water, and in order to avoid having that water plug the system up, try to purge it off.
Okay. And was that a surprise to you?
No, it's not. That happens frequently with triple sorbent traps.
Okay. And that's the reason why you indicate that there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the following page, you put that the trap froze. What does that mean?
Approach.
Yeah. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a stretch break to 20 minutes till hour, about 7-minute stretch break. Okay.
We don't need any breaks here.
Seated.
Almost there, Judge.
Okay.
This is
Okay, let's return to jury. You may be seated. State recognized, President of the jury. Defense,
Yes, sir, we did.
you may continue.
May I approach witness?
You may.
The items that you have, I'm now showing you page 74, where you put an asterisk, that portion of your notes. What do you write there?
I'm writing that I'm trying to purge the water off the trap. I think it's important for the jury to understand what water in the trap is all about.
I'm sorry.
Okay, let me explain that. The triple sorbent trap is a little 3-inch long stainless steel tube, about 1/4 of an inch in diameter, that's packed with a material that is similar to activated carbon. And in very simple terms, it is a chemical sponge that soaks constituents up out of the air so they can be concentrated and then taken out of that sponge and injected into the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. The way that's done is heating that trap up, which vaporizes the absorbed materials and drives them into the end of the gas chromatograph. There's a 2-step process there. One is to pass a lot of air over that trap, which allows the air to go through but causes the chemical constituents to stick to that chemical sponge. There's a lot of water in the atmosphere, particularly down here in the summertime in Florida, and so a little bit of that water vapor sticks to that chemical sponge. The second step in the process of analysis is to heat that chemical sponge up, TST trap, drive the chemicals off of it, and to take those chemicals and pass them through a very short, narrow stainless steel loop that is immersed in liquid nitrogen. And so the chemicals are heated, they come off of that chemical sponge, the stainless steel trap that we're talking about, they vaporize, they pass into this little loop that has liquid nitrogen in it, and that freezes the chemicals right at the very beginning of that glass tube I was talking about, the gas chromatographic column.
I'm sorry, this is related to evidence, State's Evidence 122, correct?
That's correct. What happens is that a little bit of that water, sometimes it vaporizes out of that TST trap, the sponge will get into that stainless steel loop, and over a period of a couple of minutes, very small ice crystals can form inside that loop and block the flow of air, in which case we have to warm that loop up just enough to melt the ice and to reestablish a flow of the sample through.
Why are you writing that down?
Just to make sure that I know that it's there. If this were a quantitative standard or a sample, I would be concerned that maybe some of the lighter chemicals that would boil at a low temperature could be lost from that trap and not be there in as great of abundance as they might otherwise have been.
So because this is a qualitative examination, your methods are a bit different.
In this case, it was not quantitative. I do want to make sure that we know that it did freeze. But let me also kind of give this analogy. It does not mean that the sample is not a qualitatively pretty good sample here. Okay. If you take a glass and put it on a table, fill it with ice and a cold drink, what happens is you see water condense on the outside of that glass. It's condensing the water from the atmosphere. That's kind of what's taking place inside the stainless steel loop. If you were to pour the water out of there and that glass warms up, the water doesn't all just go away immediately in the blink of an eye. It's still there. It takes some time for those chemicals to disappear. So they don't all disappear off of the trap or off of the stainless steel loop that we're using to trap them with liquid nitrogen.
And you, of course, had another chemist verify your work that it was being done correctly, right?
This is the way that we often encounter triple sorbent traps. It's not uncommon for them to freeze. A lot of samples have been run over the years that have been run in duplicates that indicate that there's not a huge difference qualitatively between samples that freeze and don't freeze.
My question, sir, is you, of course, had another chemist verify your work to see that it was done correctly. Yes, State's Evidence 122. It was announced into the record. 122. It was announced on the record.
Dr. Vass is aware of what was run here.
Okay. Is Dr. Vass a chemist?
Dr. Vass has many years of chemistry experience working through our group and establishing analytical methods, working with mass spectrometers, approximately a dozen years worth.
So Dr. Vass is a chemist?
He is a scientist with significant analytical chemistry experience, and he has also had extensive experience working with triple sorbent traps and this particular type of a method.
My question, sir, is Dr. Vass a chemist?
He is, if you consider on-the-job training, his experience. It is not his title, but he does have the experience.
And were you hired at the Oak Ridge National Laboratories based on on-the-job training, or did you have to go to school and get a PhD in chemistry before they hired you?
I was hired as a PhD chemist, but I also learned a lot on the job and cross-cut, and actually am able to perform in other areas besides exactly what my PhD is in.
And are you aware of the last time Dr. Vass had a chemistry class was in the 1980s?
I could not tell you. I can tell you that he has worked extensively with me routinely over the past 12 years in an analytical chemistry laboratory, designing and building analytical instrumentation, running and validating analytical methods, helping to troubleshoot and repair instrumentation, helping to design and build new instrumentation.
The two of you are fairly close.
We are very close colleagues, yes we are.
Okay. And you've worked together for many years?
Yes we have.
Sustained.
And you, of course, would not. Do you have anything negative to say about Dr. Vass?
He is very talented, very intelligent.
Okay. Now, I want to get back to my original question is, did you have another chemist verify your results?
No.
Now, on the item which refers to State's Evidence 117, you write that the trap froze up?
Yes.
Okay, at what point?
At 1 minute, 50 seconds into the run.
And what did you do when the trap froze?
So I had stated a minute ago, when a trap freezes, very small ice crystals form inside the stainless steel loop. We remove the cooling liquid, allow it to warm up just enough to reestablish a flow through that loop.
And you have to let it thaw out?
You have to warm it up just enough for the water to melt and for air to be reestablished, yes.
What does State's Exhibit 117 purport to be so the jury know what y'all talking about?
Yes, sir. The triple sorbent trap air sample from the trash found inside the vehicle. Now I'm referring you to page 76, where we're referring to State's Evidence 116. The sample froze up again, did it not?
That's correct.
Which sample? 116, sir, relates to the air sample from the passenger area of the car, correct?
Correct.
You want to look? What's this?
Okay.
And now on page 79, you write that the system blank appeared to be clean. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is for the standards, correct?
That's correct.
Now, on page 82, you write the two asterisks that you decided to abort this run. And are there any issues that you run into with this item? First, describe what it is you're doing and the issues that you have.
I was going to run a blank on the system, and after I started the run, I just noticed that I had not changed the computer program to set the conditions to where I wanted them, so I stopped it and I reset the conditions.
You caught yourself in the middle of an error?
I did, yes.
Okay. And because you're a research laboratory, you do not have standard protocols or a checklist that would prevent this from happening. You have to rely on your own self to catch your own errors.
Overall, you can ask the question if you can.
I've already stated this was not run according to a numbered or lettered protocol. That's correct.
We understand that, but I just...
Yes.
Okay. on page 86, you have another asterisk there where you caught yourself in another error, correct?
Counsel is reading the document. It's not evidence.
Sustained.
Were you working with standards? Can you describe what standards you were working with on
This was a standard to determine the retention time of a sample on the gas chromatograph.
This is sample 116 again?
No, this is a standard. It's not an actual item. And did you catch yourself in an error there?
Yes, I did. I noticed that it did not appear to be as it should be.
Okay. Yes. And again, you do not have protocols that would prevent this. You have to rely on you catching yourself making errors.
I told you we did not run these according to a numbered or lettered standard method.
Okay. Did Dr. Voss catch you in this mistake, or did you catch yourself?
I caught these, yes.
Okay. Now, on 87, did you catch another error on the standards?
That was a continuation of the prior.
Okay. And did you change something in the middle of your process?
This again was running a standard of a compound that smelled really bad, and so yes, I changed the way it was injected to keep from smelling up my laboratory. Yes.
And because you don't have specific protocols, you have to adjust what it is that you're doing to get the desired results, correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Did you have to change your procedure in the middle of your examination?
I changed it voluntarily to keep from smelling my laboratory up, yes, but it does not affect the determination of what I needed to determine, which is the retention time and mass spectrum of that sample.
Okay. Now, on page 89, you expected to see something in one of the standards, but you did not, correct?
That's the same standard that I was just talking about. That does not smell good. It's sticky.
And what did you expect to see that you didn't find there?
I did not see it come through the gas chromatograph, which meant that it was being held up somewhere in the system or not being injected as it should have.
And you put asterisks and you put it in a special box because it was something that was somewhat of an error, correct?
Yes.
Something unexpected.
It's unexpected, and yes, I wanted to make sure it was corrected.
Did Dr. Voss catch that, or did you catch that?
I ran those standards, yes.
On page 90, did you make an adjustment because you didn't see certain things there?
This again is the same standard that smells bad. The idea was to get it into the instrument as cleanly and easily as possible to get the retention time and the mass spectrum of it.
Okay. So you had to make adjustments in the middle of these runs.
But they are not adjustments that would affect the information that was to be obtained for that particular sample.
My question, sir, is you had to make adjustments in the middle of the run.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
You had to make adjustments in the middle of the run.
I made adjustments voluntarily to get the sample run, yes.
And that's because you did not see dimethyl trisulfide.
I could not see it under that prior conditions, yes.
You didn't see it where you expected to see it.
It would not go through the inlet because it's a heavy material and sticky.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes.
Okay. On page 93, was there an issue that messed up this run?
Yes, it's a closed valve.
Okay. And did you catch yourself in an error there?
Yes.
You know what item this is involved with?
This is involving the standard.
It's a retention time standard. It's the same one.
And on page 94, you know that you continue to have problems.
Yes.
And was there any time during the process of inspecting these items that your instruments broke down?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall, or is it possible that you had issues with your gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
Objection, false speculation.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question. Are you aware, sir, that your gas chromatograph mass spectrometer broke down while studying these samples?
Objection, asked and answered. Assume the fact on evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer.
It did not break down. Now, there was looks like the loop on the front end during running that standard was dirty based on the prior experiments, which was troubleshooting and finding the source of that issue.
And you do not have any quality control methods that would prevent this from happening when you're actually working a forensic case, do you not?
Leading.
Sustained.
Do you have any quality control standards that would prevent this from happening?
Objection. Same question, still leading.
Not leading, Judge.
Sustained.
Do you have any quality control methods, sir?
In these cases, the quality control is to look at the sample and determine whether or not the retention time is the same for the authentic standard that is injected.
You are the quality control, essentially, are you not?
Objection, leading. Can we approach, Your Honor?
No. Objection sustained.
Are you, sir, the only method of quality control in your laboratory as you run these types of samples?
I am a primary method of determining that the instrument is functioning correctly, yes.
And there are no other chemists that worked on this case other than yourself?
Myself and Dr. Vass ran samples, that is correct.
Okay. Dr. Voss is not a chemist, right?
Dr. Vass is very qualified.
Okay, he's not a chemist, though, is he, sir?
That's not his written title.
Okay. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to, did there ever come an occasion where you worked on a case where you issued standard protocols for the collection of volatile, of soil samples for analysis?
No, we did, yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm not showing you, sir, this composite CK. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
You authored that document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And does this inform anyone who's collecting samples that they should avoid?
Objection, reading the document is not evidence.
Do you, in these, have you ever issued protocols, sir, that suggest that samples should not be collected near areas of gasoline or any items like that, any volatile compounds?
This was for the collection of soil samples, yes.
Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Protocols for collecting soil samples to this case.
The results, if I can go one more step, Judge, I can connect the relevance. And the reason for this, sir, is because, if I can finish the question,
Let me finish the question, Mr. Ashton.
is the reason that you have these protocols to prevent contamination and to prevent false readings?
Sustained.
Why, sir, do you have that protocol?
When collecting soil samples, the objective is to collect them in an area that is pristine as possible.
Okay. And the reason for that is because you want to be able to determine what is actually there?
Sustained.
What's the reason for that, sir?
It is to avoid contamination whenever possible.
Okay. And can contamination come from gasoline?
Approach.
You may. You may continue.
Yes, this is a document for the collection of soil samples to test them at a later date for the presence of volatile organic compounds.
Do your protocols, sir, recommend that the collection location should be free of trash, debris, and obvious sources of chemicals that could result in false positive readings?
Objection, relevance of soil sample collection protocols to this case.
I think the witness judge has...
Soil samples sustained.
Soil samples aside, sir, do you recommend that collection for samples should be free of trash, debris, and obvious sources of chemicals that could result in false positive readings?
It depends on what the objective is.
What type of sample is counsel asking about? Water, air?
Any samples.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Sir, when running samples, regardless of the sample that you are running, do you recommend that the locations be free of trash, debris, and obvious sources of chemicals that can result in false positive readings?
It depends on the objective of the analysis. In some cases, the sample is part of a trash heap, and therefore it is necessary to collect it in the presence of whatever is there.
If you were collecting a carpet sample, would you recommend that it be free of trash, debris, and obvious sources of chemicals that could result in false positive readings?
Again, in some cases, you have no choice as to where to collect a particular sample because it's where it is, and whatever else is there is part of that environment that it's in.
Do you recommend that an item that you're testing be separate and preferably apart from any other items?
Sustained.
I don't believe he's answered the question, Judge. Could a false positive reading come from trash, debris, and other source chemicals?
Objection, false positive reading for what?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. Any items that you test, could you get a false positive reading for trash, debris, and other chemicals?
Same objection, Judge. A false positive reading for what?
I've made it a very general and broad question, Judge.
Sustained.
When running air samples, sir, do you recommend that trash and debris and obvious source of chemicals not be part of the sample?
Sometimes that's exactly what you want to monitor.
If you're not testing trash?
Sometimes you cannot separate the two. It depends on the objective of the analysis.
My question to you, sir, is if you're not testing trash and you're testing a specific item, do you recommend that it not be near any trash?
Sustained. We've asked this question numerous times in various fashions. Move on to another area.
Do you recommend, sir, that collected samples not be stored at locations that are contaminated with organic chemical vapors such as gasoline?
That is always a good thing to do, if at all possible.
You're aware, sir, that there was trash found in the vehicle that was tested, right?
I did not see the inside of the vehicle.
I didn't ask that. I asked you, sir, that you are aware that trash was found inside the trunk of the vehicle, correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Now, being aware of that, do you know the location of where the trash was?
I do not have any idea whatsoever.
Did you request when collecting these samples that you get a non-stained portion of the trunk of the vehicle?
I did not request the samples at all.
Okay. Would a non-stained portion give you an identification as to whether your sample was coming from the stain or another non-stained area?
You need to rephrase that. I don't understand.
Okay. You tested a piece of carpet that was allegedly stained. Is that correct?
That I got a piece of carpet. I assume it was stained based on what I understand.
So did you say, if I want to compare this piece, we should compare it to a non-stained portion to be able to determine what's in that stain?
I, again, did not request the samples that were sent to me. I was requested to analyze samples that were given to me.
So the answer is no?
I did not request the samples. I made that clear.
Instead, what you decided to compare it to were stains from or carpet samples from completely different cars in a junkyard. Did you not?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you compare them to then, sir?
I did not decide what samples were to be collected or what the comparison should be.
I didn't ask you that, sir. I asked you what you compared it to.
There was a carpet sample collected from another vehicle, yes.
Okay. From a junkyard in Tennessee.
I do not know the exact location. I did not collect the sample.
Are you not a co-author of the report in this case?
I was, yes.
And is it not a fact, sir, that you indicate in that report that these are carpet samples from a junkyard?
Sustained.
Does the report, sir, indicate where these samples were collected from?
I don't have it in front of me, but
do you not recall?
I think it was from a car that was in a junkyard, yes.
Okay. So when you answered a moment ago, you didn't recall, but now you do?
You were asking me what?
Yeah, I asked
was
you.
a sample from a junkyard? Is that the question?
The first time I asked you, sir, you said you do not recall where they were collected from.
I do not know the location of.
Yeah, the witness be allowed to answer please.
Not finished with the question, sir. Just interrupted.
Well, sir, finish answering the question.
I have no idea what yard, the junkyard, or wreck car yard, or anything else that the sample came from. I've never been there myself. I did not collect the sample.
My question to you, sir, is initially when I asked you where these samples were collected from, you said you had no idea where they were collected from. 30 seconds later, you recalled that they were from a junkyard. Did you not?
You said that they were, and they were from, I think it was listed as a junkyard, but I don't know where. I don't know where that junkyard is. I do not know the location of it.
Are you aware that they came from Tennessee?
I believe so, yes.
If I can have just one moment, Judge.
You may.
There was a addition, when you reviewed the report, sir, there was an addition that you chose to make, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And this was after reviewing what our pod boss had included in his report?
I don't know if it was after reviewing it or just a suggestion for the report.
And the suggestion that you wanted to add is that these chemicals that were found in these samples could also be associated with other types of materials.
Yes, and let me make it perfectly clear. In a mass chromatogram, if you take any one peak, there is nothing in the data that says where that particular compound came from. It says that it's there, but it doesn't say what the source was. And I cannot tell you the source of any single one particular compound that we've analyzed.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Sir, are you aware that air samples were taken 6 weeks after the carpet sample was sent to you?
Taken where? I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that you later received air samples from the forensic bay garage?
What kind of air samples were these?
Samples of air, triple sorbent traps from the forensic bay?
No, we've talked about triple sorbent traps, yes.
Okay. As well as the passenger area of the car?
Yes.
As well as the trunk of the car?
Yes.
As well as the trash that was found in the car?
Yes.
And you are aware that these samples were taken 6 weeks after the car liner was removed?
That's correct. Okay. I believe that's what I've been told anyway.
And you would agree that the air 6 weeks later, depending on the environment, would be significantly different than what it would have been previously?
Sustained.
Is the air the same? Would the air be the same in the forensic bay garage 6 weeks later?
I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. Would the fact that it has a garage door that opens and closes make a difference?
I have no way of knowing how the air has changed over a period of time.
And what about the trash? Do you think that the trash would still have the same air 6 weeks later?
I have no way of knowing what the changes, if any, are.
And in your experience, there's no way you can determine that?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Is there any way of knowing that based on your experience, sir?
I have no way of knowing if and how much it has changed, no.
Now, I've shown you Defense Exhibit CJ, and you had a chance to review it, correct?
Which is?
May I approach?
You may.
Yes, I can.
And these are your notes?
Yes, they are.
Do they accurately reflect the notes that you took
Yes.
when you took them?
Yes.
Judge, unless there's any objection, I would move CJ into evidence.
It also appears to contain certain delineations or highlightings by counsel and other notations. But
Objection sustained.
Judge, I can redact or submit another one that's not highlighted.
Objection sustained.
Just one more moment.
You may. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You have had a great deal of experience in examining environmental air samples in various aspects of your work. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Did you work with Dr. Voss at some level in some of his research involving decomposition, or at least the later stages?
I have worked with him in collecting and analyzing samples, yes.
Give the jury a general variety of what kinds of air samples you've had occasion to examine over your career and what types of circumstances.
I have looked at air samples from soil, various surfaces, ambient air, just about every kind of environmental type of a sample and matrix you can think of.
Now, your initial analysis of the carpet in the can was simply to basically suck out a volume of air and run it unconcentrated into the gas chromatograph, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And upon doing that, the biggest peak you found was for chloroform.
That is correct. The most abundant, the tallest peak in that total ion mass chromatogram was chloroform, which indicates it is a major, if not the major peak.
And while you cannot, you also saw peaks consistent with gasoline fumes.
We did in the sample, certainly the one that was concentrated. Yes, we did.
But the peak for chloroform was far greater than the peaks for gasoline.
The relative abundance in the total ion mass chromatogram for the chloroform was greater than the peaks for, that would correspond potentially to gasoline vapors. Yes.
Now, you wouldn't have been surprised to have found evidence of gasoline vapors in the trunk of the car.
Absolutely not. I've analyzed many samples that have been collected in and around vehicles that have fuel or fuel exhaust vapors associated with them.
And the amount of chloroform you found, even in this initial run, surprised you.
He's already testified. This is not a quantitative analysis.
The relative abundance of the chloroform seemed very unusual to me because, number one, chloroform is a suspected cancer-causing agent. It's not something that you just normally find in a sample. And you find it in particular types of samples, but not just usually sitting out in the open, or I would not expect to find it in the trunk of a vehicle, but I cannot say where it came from. I cannot tell you where any chemical came from based on the kind of analysis that I do.
And as counsel pointed out, while you didn't do a quantitative analysis to reveal exactly how much chloroform was there, but you were able to gain some information about relative abundance from the gas chromatograph.
That's correct.
And was it your opinion that it was somewhere in the low parts per million range?
This witness, again, has not given a quantitative amount. It's not in evidence. Some facts not in evidence.
Overrule, if you can answer the question.
Again, I hate to place a quantitative number on there because when I do that, then it becomes an absolute.
Sure.
It was detectable at levels. My instrument has a sensitivity threshold for approximately 1 milliliter of gas that's in the low part per million range. This was significantly above the baseline.
Right.
I do not want to quantify it beyond that.
All right, so just so you understand, your machine is set at sort of 1 part per million, and anything above that should register.
That's in a very crude sense.
In a very crude sense, and that's how we lawyers talk, in a very crude sense. All right. Now, when you ran the concentrated sample, did you find that the relative abundance of chloroform to other compounds was similar?
It looked very similar, yes.
Now, when you found the chloroform originally, did you attempt to do some research through sources that you would normally do as a chemist to determine whether that chloroform could have come from some car-related product that you might
So
not
the
know?
chloroform, when I first saw it, raised a question in my mind because I did not expect to see it there. When we concentrated the sample, it was again the most abundant peak. Dr. Vass and I, one evening, sat down together just contemplating why was it there. I did look at some material data safety sheets for some common car products, cleaners and brake type cleaners, just to see if there would be some evidence of why that might be chloroform in the back of the car. It was not an exhaustive study, though, to look at products. It's just solved my own personal curiosity as to where it might have come from.
So you just spent a couple hours looking things up to see if there was some common product.
If I had found something, and I would have said, okay, this is maybe a good explanation. But again, I cannot say where it came from or why it was there.
Of course. Okay. But you weren't able to find any explanation for its possible existence through that research.
With that very limited amount of work, and it's not exhaustive. Just let me make sure that you're clear on that.
Yeah. So you just spent a couple hours just trying to think of something that it might be and look that up, but you obviously couldn't think of everything.
That is correct. It'd be a long, drawn-out process to try to look up every single compound that was there.
All right. Now, is it generally accepted in the analytical chemistry community that certain polymers can sometimes trap volatiles?
Yes. What are you referring to exactly?
Well, I'm just saying, you said that the chloroform is a volatile, that it evaporates quickly.
Yes.
Are there certain substances that can sometimes trap it, such as polymers or what the carpet is made out of, anything like that?
Yes, absolutely. Almost every material that is made out of carbon-based molecules, which includes virtually all plastics, are able to interact with organic molecules that also have a carbon backbone, and they will tend to absorb or adhere to those molecules to some degree or another. Yes.
Now, you also said that the reason you didn't do the quantification was because whatever quantity of chloroform you had at that moment in time, you would never have enough information to relate it back precisely to what it was at an earlier point.
That is correct. I said that because of several reasons. One, it's only in a small section of the carpet. I don't know if the amount of chloroform is uniform or how it's spread over the entire carpet. I don't know the rate of evaporation. I don't know the temperature that it was exposed to. All of those affect the rate of evaporation, whether or not the trunk was opened or closed, or how frequently that was occurring. So there's no way at all that I could have made a quantitative analysis in any way, shape, or form, related that accurately back to the true total amount of chloroform that initially was in that vehicle when it first was exposed to the substance.
So in other words, the piece of carpet you had could have been the most stained with chloroform or the least stained with chloroform. You have
That's right. There's absolutely no way to know. It's only one little piece of the puzzle. The rest of the puzzle was somewhere else.
And it could have been from a car that had been closed for its entire time, or it might have been open half the time, closed half the time. That all would have affected ultimately how much chloroform there was to begin with.
That is correct, and those are things that could not be, it'd be a total guess.
Could not be known.
It could not be known, and so I did not do the quantitative analysis, because if I did and said that just hypothetically 50 parts per billion of chloroform had been found in that, or parts per million of chloroform had been found in that sample, it would have been extrapolated to be the exact concentration that was there, and that would be absolutely, totally incorrect.
Okay. Now, you would be of the opinion, though, that whatever amount of chloroform was there, it would have been greater in the past. In other words, chloroform doesn't increase over time, it decreases.
Yes, and we demonstrated that when we took the carpet out of the can and put it into a bag with clean air, because chloroform appeared in the air that was in that clean bag, and the only place it could have come from was chloroform evaporating off that little piece of carpet sample.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you. Based on the way you performed this analysis, it was clear that the substance was actually in the carpet.
It was associated with the carpet some way, either in the carpet or something that was spilled on the carpet, but associated with that little piece of carpet.
But the point of taking it out of the can was to separate the carpet from the air around the carpet, which might have reflected air around the carpet in the trunk.
That is correct. Yes, that's correct.
So what you were testing both for chloroform and for the other compounds that Dr. Voss found were things that were coming directly from the carpet.
That is correct, yes.
Counsel asked you about a notation where you said about an air blank being, what was the word? I don't know if it was mostly clean or quite clean, some word, some modifier like that.
Yes.
When you're running a trip blank, an air blank, are you running just room air?
Usually run room air, yes.
And is that a standard procedure in chemistry to run a blank with room air, whatever's just sort of
I
there?
do, because it just checks to see what's in my room.
Okay.
Okay.
And is any air in any room completely devoid of compounds?
No.
So any air from any place is not completely clean. It can't.
If you look hard enough, you're going to find something in just about every air sample. That is correct.
The various issues that were noted in your lab notes. The reason you put them in your lab notes is to make sure that you have a complete record of anything that was in any way out of the ordinary in the running of the test, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's my responsibility to do that.
That's so that other people can know exactly what happened.
That's right. And when it comes down to ultimately working up and developing a standard written procedure, we know the types of things that need to be avoided or considered in the procedural steps.
When you're inventing a protocol for other laboratories to use, you want to know, to tell them, well, this might be a problem to look out for, that might be a problem to look out for.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Yes.
Was there anything that occurred in the running of any of these samples that was extraordinary or extraordinarily out of order?
No, I did forget to close a couple of valves, but I did notice that the instrument did not function quite right. To me, my analytical instruments are my car that I drive. You know that when you drive a car and have a flat tire, you notice it right away. My analytical instruments, when something goes wrong, I notice that and very quickly can correct it.
Now, the purpose in obtaining control samples from the garage or the passenger or the car or the garbage is to try to determine if any of those samples might have contributed to what you found in the trunk carpet.
And that is correct, yes.
And the fact that it was 6 weeks later, it was the best you could get.
That's correct, yes. If it was,
I mean, you can't go back in time in a time machine and grab a sample from.
Well, if you can't talk at the same time.
You can't go back in time and grab a sample from a time 3 weeks before you needed it.
That's correct.
You
Yes,
got to
sir.
take it from when you can get it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bias has asked you at length about Dr. Voss and his qualifications. How long have you worked with Dr. Voss in doing studies related to chemistry?
Probably 12 or 13 years now.
Now, in the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, are you each simply limited to your own specialty, or do you work together and sort of move into each other's areas?
The National Laboratory is a national resource of scientists that interact together all the time so that we can take advantage of each other's specialties and expertise and learn from one another to broaden our horizons.
Has Dr. Voss worked on projects with you that had nothing to do with anthropology?
Yes, absolutely.
That had nothing to do with dead bodies in his area of specialty?
Absolutely. He's been a major contributor to projects involving the development of mass spectrometers, the validation of the performance of those instruments with standard samples, with the development of protocols for the analysis of biological samples. And one of the things that I really enjoy about Dr. Vass is his eagerness to continually learn. One of the things he says to me on a regular basis is, Mark, teach me what you know. Because when I do something and he says, wow, all the time, wow, how did you know how to do that? And so he comes in, he wants to work with me and learn, not just from me, but from other people that we have in the group and other locations around the laboratory.
And has that been his continuing method of learning over the last 16 years? I think you said you worked.
Sustain, we covered that enough.
All right, no further questions.
Redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Mr. Ashton asked you about the different projects that you work with Dr. Voss. One of those projects is the Labrador, is it not?
That's correct, yes.
And that's that handheld sniffer machine that is currently patented.
It's not patented yet.
Okay. And the application for the patent, you are also one of the beneficiaries of that patent.
I am a co-inventor, but not really a beneficiary.
You would stand to earn royalties if that machine is validated and sold across the country, would you not, sir?
All scientists at Oak Ridge National Laboratory are required to report any inventions. Most of those patents, including Labrador, end up being assigned to the company, and only a minimal royalty would be received from that if it were ultimately sold to non-government users.
So the answer is yes?
Absolutely minimal.
Yes?
Minimal. Yes, minimal.
Okay. I'll take that.
Okay.
Sir, so this project that you had, all the work you did in this, you built it to the Labrador project, did you not?
Every field analytical instrument requires the analysis of field samples in order to determine what kind of constituents are present in the kind of environment that instrument will be operated in. If you don't know that ahead of time, you end up building an instrument that will not function in the presence of interferences that are present in the real world. So running field samples such as this are very valuable for projects such as Labrador.
I don't know if you understood my question. My question was, sir, that you build the work you did to the Labrador project.
I don't know for certain. I was working on the Labrador at that time. These samples are certainly consistent with the scope of that work.
So is that a yes?
I do not know for certain. I work on multiple projects.
Okay. Do you believe that the work that you build this out to was the Labrador project?
It is very likely, and it certainly fits within the scope of that project, yes.
And as a research scientist, you have to earn grants, do you not?
Objection, this is correct.
Sustain, rephrase your question.
What are some of the requirements that you have as it relates to generating income for the laboratory?
We write proposals to develop technologies in the case of the Labrador, yes.
And this is so you can get grants of money from the government and other sources?
They are funded research projects, yes.
And one of the research projects is the Labrador project?
That is a research project, yes.
Okay. And as your job is a requirement that you generate funds, correct?
Yes, it is.
Otherwise, your position may be eliminated.
And certainly all of us who are researchers have a requirement to seek research funding. That is correct.
And if your technology is validated in a court of law, that makes this Labrador a lot easier to sell, doesn't it, sir?
Objection assumes the fact, not an evidence, that this has anything to do with Labrador technology.
Sustain.
The Labrador technology is based on the work of Dr. Voss, is it not?
Labrador was an instrument I designed the electronics for in the sensing head. It is a sensor that is based on a very different detection technology than the GCMS, and in a very broad sense looks at the full range of chemicals that occur in human decomposition.
Which is based on the work of Arpad Voss?
In a very, very loose sense, but the technology that is used in the field, such as Labrador, has to be validated and stand on its own merit. Nobody is going to buy a field instrument just because they heard about it in a court proceeding. The people who use field technologies are very hardworking people who have difficult jobs. They're law enforcement agencies. They are first responders. They're military personnel. They do not need to have something that doesn't work. They will not buy something that doesn't work. It has to be an instrument that functions, does the job that they need, and that means it has to have its own independent validation and testing. And there is no way that anything that takes place in this court proceeding will in any way validate the Labrador.
Do you, in your patent proposal, you deny, sir, that in your patent proposal there is a indicator that there is mention that these are validated in a court of law?
Scope of cross, relevance.
Objection sustained, goes to collateration.
Sir, how many times has since you've been involved in this case, has the Labrador been promoted in the media for this? Since you've been involved in this particular case?
Labrador was not used in this case whatsoever. Labrador was in the process of being designed. I was developing the electronics. It did not even exist until about a year after we ran these initial samples. And I certainly had no crystal ball that says the sample I'm running today is going to in any way enhance the ability of an instrument that has not been built yet or known to function yet or anything else having to do with Labrador. It's just, there is not a relationship between this case and Labrador.
Sir, are you understanding my questions? My question to you, sir, is how many times has Labrador been promoted since you've been involved in this case?
I have no idea.
But you would agree, sir, that of course it's been promoted significantly since being involved in this case.
It would
on evidence, leading, and relevance collateration.
Sustained.
Now, you talked about testing all types of environmental samples, but yet this is the first time you've actually examined a carpet sample, is it not?
I did not say I've tested all kinds. I've tested a very wide variety.
But never a carpet sample?
I don't recall. It's been a while if I have.
You can't recall a single occasion where you've examined a carpet sample?
I do not recall. If I have, it's been a while back and long enough back that I cannot specifically remember.
So you cannot emphasize on any of your experience as to what you would normally find in a carpet sample?
No, I cannot say what I would expect to find in a carpet sample. I have not personally analyzed a wide variety of carpet samples to know what is there.
And one of the other carpet samples that you got from the junkyard had chloroform in it.
It did have a small amount of chloroform in it.
Like just a small amount?
Yes, it was.
Was that a quantitative analysis?
Interrupted.
Sustained.
The response was just a little bit above the baseline of the response of the instrument.
And did you do a quantitative analysis on
It
that
was not quantitative. I did not indicate that it was a part per million or anything else.
Okay.
That is a qualitative statement.
Okay, sir. And Mr. Ashton pointed out that you did research to find out about the possible explanations of chloroform. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I did look at some material data sheets, yes.
Okay. And what your research basically consisted of is you Googled a few items, right?
I looked up some material data sheets. I said it was not an exhaustive study by any stretch, just some common product that you might find in the back of a vehicle.
You Googled a few products, right?
That's right. It was not exhaustive by any stretch.
And you spent about an hour Googling items?
I don't recall exactly how long, no.
And you would certainly not base or render any opinions based on that limited amount of Googling, correct?
As I've indicated, I cannot tell from my data where any chemical comes from. I will not say that because this chemical is here, that it came from this source or this source or this source. I cannot make that determination.
And you are aware that chloroform can be found in cleaning products as well as adhesives.
I do not know where all chloroform might be. I do not have that information.
Did you find any of that in your Googling?
I did not see anything that had any chloroform in it in what I looked at, no.
Did you, my question is, when you Googled, did you find cleaning products that contain chloroform?
I did not do an exhaustive study.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
The Labrador was designed primarily for use by law enforcement and the military, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if a device is used by either one of those governmental agencies, there are no royalties, isn't that correct?
That is correct, sir.
So this device was designed to be used by people who could not possibly pay you any royalties?
That is correct.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Mr. Byers?
I just have a brief follow-up on that issue.
Wait, let me get a question. Go ahead.
I didn't excuse the witness.
Ask your question.
Yes, sir. Sir, I didn't understand you correctly. Are you saying that if this Labrador is produced and sold, that you nor your laboratory would generate any money?
As far as my understanding of the patent process, the United States government is allowed to use any patented technology free of royalty.
And as an inventor, you would have 15% of that, would you not?
I'm just saying I would not get a royalty for government use because it would be a royalty for use.
Federal government use?
And I don't know if that extends to state government or not. I do not know.
So if it's sold to law enforcement in Apopka, Florida, you would generate income
I
from that,
do not
would you
know.
Is the fact not in evidence? Ask the
Sustained.
answer.
Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that is going to be it. We got through day 24 today. So we are moving right along. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to finish this trial next week. And then we can get ready for the Brian Walsh trial, which as of now is scheduled for early November. I think it's November 17th, maybe. So, but the reason why we have to actually call it a little bit early today is that I'm working on breaking down the Maya Kowalski appeal. It's a 47-page appeal. I was going through it, some of it yesterday, some of it today, and we are going to be breaking that down. It's a very long opinion. I think it's not necessary to go through the entire opinion to really understand what the major points are and where the questions still remain. But that's the next video that I'm going to be doing. So I'm going to be breaking it down in another video, which I have to get out before the end of the day today, before I leave my office. So that is going to be the plan. That's why we're leaving a little bit early today. I do want to make this here. We have a question here from Mo the Roats. Brother Counsel, will you go on Ian Runkle's charity live stream coming up? He said he will contact you. He has not contacted me. He's welcome to contact me. I'm not sure what the charity live stream is about. If you let me know who the charity is to benefit, I would definitely consider it. If it's to benefit Kelsey Fitzsimmons, definitely consider it. But I don't know who it's for, and he hasn't contacted me. But always love to do charity if it's possible. And if it's a cause that I believe in, definitely will take a look at it. So I'll be waiting for that email or that direct message or call or whatever it is from Ian Runkle. So, all right, I'll be waiting for that. All right. Well, anyway, thank you all for joining us today. Before you leave, of course, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and get ready for the next video, which is going to be on Maya Kowalski. If you really want to understand this appeal, it's a 47-page opinion. So if you really want to understand it, we're not going to be reading through every single sentence. We are going to be breaking it down what I feel is necessary for you in order to really understand what's going on. We break it down and take a look and keep your eyes peeled for that. So that's going to be next. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Might have a hockey game tomorrow morning early, so we may have to do that before we get around to continuing the Casey Anthony trial. So just keep your eyes and ears open for if we do stream it tomorrow. And if not, then we'll be back next week. And hopefully we'll finish up the trial next week. And I'll be able to give my final analysis on the entire trial and whether the jury got it right or not. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you next time.